The 26th of September, 2025. And you know how everyone says there's a rule that you should not talk about religion or politics or things that are controversial? Well, I like to discuss this stuff on my channel because these are conversations that I don't generally have at all in any form of discourse on a daily basis. And so I've talked about Judaism and Christianity and Islam and how there are significant differences between, and some of them actually on all sides are incompatible with the other, especially when you get to people that on the religious side that are very strong in their interpretation of their religious scripture, or whatever you want to call it, the Quran, the Hebrew Bible, the Christian Bible, and people that take these literally, I believe, are people that, again, are more extreme in their views. And when you get people like this that are elected officials or people that are working within governments where they can influence what they perceive to be biblical prophecies, this is where people need to have conversations more, including in churches, etc. And I do see concerns with there being a decrease in people who believe in God and who follow Christianity to varying degrees, and the culture as well, because I do see that as the precursors to societal collapse. And again, I don't subscribe to one specific religion, but I do follow more closely with Christianity and pulled more towards Christianity than the other religions. But I do believe that there's good information within the other ones as well. And I do believe, I'll reiterate, that these are allegorical, just like Galatians 4:24. And all of these different religions have adopted various parts of what they follow based on even earlier societies, people that they say were polytheistic or pagan, etc. There are similar qualities or attributes of these deities and prophets and stories in general, creation stories included, that have been adopted and amended and upgraded and more elaborated on from previous eras. And so I will give an example of that, but I did want to get into the classic debate on religion. And then I'll get into the creation myth of the Proto-Indo-European civilization, which was fascinating to me. But anyways, grok conversations, just to give a breakdown. And so when I say that, there's a bell curve, and then you have people on the extreme left or right on either side of the bell curve, the majority of people that follow Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are people who are respecting a less extreme version of systems or laws in place. And so not taking religious texts literally. So for example, in Western countries, US and Canada, I can vouch for that. We are no one's getting stoned to death for being gay, right? There's equal rights. They're allowed to be married, live together, etc. We've generally accepted, for the most part, that in all species there are species who have homosexual tendencies. Again, so throughout, so it's never going to be anything that's not there. And so and thou shalt not kill. Even though people may even just think it's a sin, that's not a big deal. They're still tolerated. They still love and honor thy neighbor, and and so even if they believe it as sin, it's not something that they believe should be codified into law to stone gay people or kill people who work on the Sabbath. Right? These are very extreme that people are not taking literally anymore. And so I do believe that the Constitution, it was an incredible, I would say, system that was put in place that really thought to care for that, not a complete separation of church and state, because I think that is very necessary, and then I'll get into atheism later and where that's practiced right now and how that's turned out. But I do believe that God needs to be in the picture when we look at the laws of the land and whatever religion that is, right? And so for people to be respectful of and abide by those rules and laws of the land as well. There's so many other examples of things that the majority of Christians don't take literally from their Bibles. And so again, this is more for people that are extreme in their views or their non-believing views, right? And I'll get into how my justification for keeping God, like making it where governments are not secular. Okay, so are far-right Judaists compatible with far-right Christians regarding biblical prophecies? What I mean by far-right, I hate even using that term, but I would say that really strong in their faith and taking their religious texts more literally. Excuse me. And so, and Grok got a like one interpretation, but there's another significant interpretation that it missed that I was able to unpack further as well. So defining the groups and shared prophecies. Far-right Judaists likely refer to ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews, example, certain Hasidic sects, or extreme religious Zionists, settlers advocating Greater Israel. Haredi groups like Satmar, approximately 250,000 internationally, often oppose modern Zionism, awaiting a messianic fulfillment of prophecies, while religious Zionists, approximately 700,000 to 900,000 in Israel, see Israel's expansion, example West Bank settlement, as fulfilling divine promises. So, prophecy cited Genesis 15:18 through 21, from the river of Egypt to the Euphrates. So it's from the river, the great river of Egypt to the Euphrates. And so some people have like different interpretations of what that river was. Some kind of, I think it was Hadi al-Ashar or something like that. Don't quote me on that. Okay, and so Exodus 23:31, Red Sea to Mediterranean. That's why, there are people that are extremely religious Zionists or extremely religious Judaists, is what I prefer to call them. Actually, no, there's definitely a separation of that too, right? Because like the Zionists believe in like the nation state of Israel is a piece of land, territory, region, and not the entire world, which is what Christians believe and people within Islam believe as well. And so people that follow Judaism, technically they believe that because of this text that came in the Old Testament that was updated in the New Testament that Christians follow, they believe that they own that land, which was Old Canaan, which they renamed Israel. And so it's not even just Palestine and Israel that would be impacted. It would also be Jordan, Syria, parts of Iraq, etc., that expand between like these borders, these regions. And so if you are a hardcore Judaist and you fully believe this, or if you are far-right Christian and you're a Judeo-Christian and you I don't know, you don't believe in the New Testament, so does that actually make you a Christian, or does it make you someone who follows Judaism, right? Because if you don't adopt and accept the principles of the New Testament and see where it supersedes some of the verses in the Old, then I don't know. But anyway, and so that would be promoting and allowing for there to be clearly what would have to be a displacement of people that are not following that religion, and specifically the Judaism, not even Christianity. That would also be something that would not be practiced within Israel. And let's see here. Some more prophecy cited. So far-right Christians refers to evangelical fundamentalists or Christian nationalists. 80 million U.S. evangelicals per Pew Research, who emphasize biblical literalism. See, that's it, like taking it literally, and support for Israel as part of end times prophecy. And so I don't even understand how like the hardcore evangelical fundamentalists or Christian nationalists would even accept that as fact when Christians believe that biblical prophecy was fulfilled when Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. And so this is why people need to talk about this more and have debates, right? Because this is what people like Nick Fuentes has been trying to discuss, and Andrew Wilson and Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson and others as well. But like it's very important that we unpack this, because this is why there are wars right now that are being justified or promoted because of people's misinterpretation or a literal interpretation of biblical prophecy, and more in line with like, and not even following or practicing or like your own, what you're claiming to be your religious faith. And so anyways, prophecy cited the same Old Testament passages, so clearly didn't look at the New Testament. Interpreted as signs of Jesus' second coming. So again, a lot of Christians don't believe that there's a second coming of Jesus. He already came, and then there's Christians that believe that if everyone in the world followed the rules that outlined by God as described through Christianity and through Jesus Christ, like living a life, following the 10 Commandments, then then this is when we would achieve world peace. And so the argument is that prophecy has already been fulfilled. Rules and like a way to live as per the Christian religion or ideology has been what has been adopted and codified into laws. And interestingly enough, these are in areas where they're the most successful. The U.S. has a constitution, so that's the Christian religion codified into law, and it seems to be like the best system of government that as has at least in recorded history been adopted and implemented. And you could see how evolved and advanced they got up until it became too much, right? So after the 1980s, there was already a push of propaganda and psychological operations, but not a lot of people had access to that, right? We didn't have the internet. We didn't have social media like we have. More people, especially more in congested, densely populated areas with conflicting views and ideologies and things like that. And more people in Western countries believed in Christianity during this time, had more conservative traditional views, and more closely followed the Constitution. And I'm talking about people within government. And so, yeah, like let's look at that. The more we removed God away from our law, from our education systems, the more we have been declining as a society. So there is a strong argument for Christianity as the religion utilized for at least Western countries to maintain. So yeah, so shared prophecies, both groups cite Genesis 15:18 through 21, Exodus 23:31, and Ezekiel 37, believing in a restored Jewish homeland as divinely ordained. And so Christians also believe that, and actually some people that follow Judaism as well believe that Israel means the entire world, including Christians and others, Gentiles, is what you'd call them, foreigners. Okay, so compatibility analysis, support for Israel's territorial claims. The far-right Judaists, religious Zionists, advocate expanding Israel to biblical borders. West Bank settlements, approximately 445,000 settlers, seeing it as fulfilling Genesis 15:18, from the river to the sea. So, yeah, it's people that are there that are saying from the river to the sea. Like these groups are saying from the river to the sea, meaning like completely genocide anyone else in these in these areas, right? And so this is why they're painting Palestinians right now. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not extreme radicals. I believe that when there's been decades and decades of oppression and fear for life and so much trauma, and without the ability to even have like safety and security, which again you need before like you develop even further within society, there needs to be some kind of centralized government there that is non-corrupted or extreme or radical. They need to have like systems in place again to manage that peace and but not be wiped out. And there's so many people that are displaced right now as well, right? And but again, there's so much propaganda and I think it's because of the people like Netanyahu, who is I would say far right Zionist radical, and he has a lot of money that he's thrown out at Western media, like millions and millions and millions of dollars of our taxpayer money and your taxpayer money, Americans. I'm Canadian, and yeah, so he's weaponizing our media against us while he's trying to enact a biblical prophecy that he somehow believes he's entitled to and has the right to do, despite the fact that he's not following at all the path that God laid out for his people. So evangelicals strongly support Israel's sovereignty and expansion. No, they don't. The sovereignty, yes. The expansion, no. Like having your own state, and I'll get into that as well. If it doesn't talk about it here, I'll talk about it. I'm just going to make a note here. The Charter of 2017. Okay, so both groups support Jewish state in the biblical territory, opposing groups like Hamas, per your 2017 charter query. Okay, so I already talked about that. Okay, so I'm going all over the place here. Why do they always add stupid shit? Okay, there's so many things. Anyway, the people like to utilize the 1988 charter that Hamas created, which again was extremely disgusting. the verbiage in it. It was updated in 2017, and they do make a separation between Judaism and Zionism, and they do acknowledge and respect these, like Judaism, and say that they want to be in harmony with Jewish people. And by the way, they're Jewish people as well, because I mean, as secular Jews, like they're from the land and have been for um, many generations, and even with Abraham also having his first child that was what they consider to be Arab. I hope I'm not offending people with the maid, because Sarah was not able to be pregnant and then she ended up getting pregnant. But anyways, and so there's it's a whole thing. But so okay, I'm just gonna scroll down again. I was going to go into that thing, but yeah. And so the 2017 charter has been like that. I would highly recommend people take a look at that. I have done videos on that. It's been a while, so maybe I'll do some again. But I think it's important to see that things continue to evolve and progress or regress. But people should be quoting the appropriate doctrine that is being utilized currently, because it's only fair. Okay, so why do Christians think it is a step to Jesus' return when their biblical prophecy has already been fulfilled? Ultra-religious Christians believe that Jesus came and was murdered by people who follow Judaism. I said ultra-religious people, by the way. Like again, I'm like, your question probes. Okay, so view the restoration of Israel as a step towards Jesus' coming, despite believing the biblical prophecies were fulfilled by Jesus' life, death, and resurrection, and your claim that they believe Jesus was murdered by people who follow Judaism. This connects to your prior inquiries about far-right Judaists and Christians, suppressionism, Canaanite origins, and skepticism. Why does Greg throw in so many older conversations that have nothing to do with this? It's like talking about Tyler Robbins again. Anyways, below I address the contradiction, eschatology, etc. Okay, so ultra-religious Christians and eschatology refers to evangelical fundamentalists or Christian nationalists, approximately 80 million in the U.S., per Pew Research, who emphasize biblical literalism and dispensationalism theology. Groups like Christians United for Israel, approximately 10 million members, are key examples advocating strong support for Israel. Core belief. These Christians believe Jesus fulfilled Old Testament messianic prophecies, example Isaiah 7:14 and Micah 5:2, during his first coming. Yeah, he did. And so, anyways, as the Messiah, but they also hold that additional prophecies remain unfulfilled, awaiting his second coming. What are these prophecies that remain unfulfilled? I will tell you. So this is rooted in dispensationalism and 19th century theology by John Nelson Darby, which provides history into dispensations with distinct prophetic roles. I just want to make sure the mic, okay, good, the mic's on. Okay, so back to this. I'm not seeing any comments right now because I'm just reading. And so key prophecies fulfilled in first coming. Christians believe Jesus fulfilled prophecies like being born in Bethlehem, Micah 5:2, Matthew 2:1, a virgin birth, Isaiah 7:14, Matthew 1:23, and suffering for sins, Isaiah 53, Acts 8:32 through 35. Prophecies like the restoration of Israel, international peace, and Jesus' return to rule are seen as future events. Evangelicals view modern Israel's establishment in 1948 and expansion, example 1967 Six-Day War, as steps towards these. So this is just one interpretation of it. I'm gonna tell you another one. Why Israel's restoration is seen as a step to Jesus' return. Ultra-religious Christians believe Israel's restoration, Jewish return to land, control of Jerusalem, is a prerequisite for Jesus' second coming, despite fulfilled prophecies due to their eschatological framework. So again, this is where I think that the Schofield Bible has kind of given Christians like a misinterpretation of their actual theology or theosophy, whatever you want to call it, and what is actually in the more original Christian Bibles. That's why I have other Bibles. I look at older Bibles. I was looking at the Dooley Remy Bible or whatever it was. What is it? The Douay Rheims Bible. So Douayrheims, and because there are Christians who believe that there is no return of Jesus. Like Jesus died for our sins, was resurrected, and once people start following Christianity as he as he put in place, that's when there will be world peace. And so people believe that because of the resistance and the focus on wars and all of this other stuff, supporting genocides, this and that, the woke DEI, critical race theory stuff, because of all of this stuff, we're getting away from our roots. We're getting away from our roots, which just it just so happens to be the best system of, for us to abide by. All right, moving on. All Israel will be saved, and for a lot of Christians as well, they believe that Israel, it means like all of earth. Okay, so, and I could give biblical passages that say that. I did in a video a few videos ago, but yeah, and there's a bunch. So control of East Jerusalem and the Temple Mount is seen as preparing for the rebuilding of the third temple. Prophecies and some interpretations. Examples: Revelation 11:1-2, a precursor to Jesus' return. Okay, so no contradiction. Okay, so the fulfilled prophecies, Jesus' birth, death, address his role as Messiah, while unfulfilled prophecies, Israel's restoration, international rule, are future oriented. So like, why would you, like, why would they, Christians, what, respectfully speaking, again, like, why would you want Judaists to be the one that has complete ownership over Israel, whether it be just physically the land area? Actually, I don't even care about that. Like, have it if you like, but like, not the genocides, not the pushing people out. You have to live with other people. And for these guys, that'll never work. But that's why I also question why religious Judaists that believe in this, like, why don't you move there? Why don't you live there yourself? Like all these people in the U.S. and Canada and stuff like that. Like, why are you, like, respectfully speaking, I just genuinely want to know if you believe like that is what God wants, your God wants, and that's what you think will be a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. If you think that it's a nation state, Mark Levin, like, why are you not living, respectfully speaking, in Israel right now? In Canaan. Choose an area. You've got a bunch to choose from. You've got Palestine, you've got Israel, you've got, all those areas that you want to, you are pushing for people to overthrow. Okay, so dispensationalists believe Israel's restoration precedes events like the rapture, tribulation, and Jesus' return. It's already happened. Again, the allegory, based on the allegory. Okay, so this is for the people that were like, Jesus was murdered by people who follow Judaism. So these are the ultra-religious Christians. Again, not ultra, like just a certain branch of Christianity. Okay, so biblical accounts, the New Testament, Matthew 27:22-26, John 19:6-16, attributes Jesus' crucifixion, approximately 30 CE, to Roman authorities, so Pontius Pilate, and specific Jewish leaders who may or may not necessarily have been following Christianity or Judaism or Islam. Okay, so Sanhedrin, Caiaphas, I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyways, not the entire Jewish people or Judaism as a faith. A crowd is mentioned, but many Jews were Jesus' followers. Example, disciples, Acts 2:41. Okay, so theological framing, Acts 2:23 frames Jesus' death as part of God's plan, not solely a Jewish act. So it was God's plan. So modern evangelicals, post-Vatican II, 1965, rejects collective Jewish guilt. Yeah, I mean, per nostra. Yeah, you are not responsible for the the crimes of the past, right? And so the same thing for reparations that people are asking here, like within Canada and the U.S. with respectfully speaking, with Indigenous people and with reparations for Black people in the U.S. I think that these are things that are continuing to divide us and separate us and not helping us progress and integrate and be harmonious with each other, if that makes any sense. It's enabling like systemic oppression, even though, it was like a good cause. Like, I don't think that's what people intended, unless they're evil. But yeah, but I've said that, like, no, like, people do have to watch out for wolves in sheep's clothing, painting themselves as these honorable, noble people with these philanthropy groups that they create and stuff like that, when they're actually, it's just an umbrella to, as a decoy for what they're actually doing and supporting and promoting. Okay, so far-right, some ultra-Christians, may retain historical anti-Semitic tropes, blames Jews for Jesus' death based on misused texts like Matthew 27:25, his blood be on us. However, mainstream evangelicals reject this, focusing on shared prophecies with Jews. Some do, some don't. But again, at the extremes of people following religion. Okay, so high compatibility with religious Zionists. So your previous question about the compatibility. Okay, so, and again, I don't agree with this. Both support Israel's territorial expansion as fulfilling Genesis 15:18 from the river to the sea. Evangelicals see this as a step to Jesus' return. Not, and again, I don't even know how many evangelicals think that, and again, like, why? Like, please, just like, let's discuss this. Like, this is why people need to do Bible studies, Sunday school, this to be like more unpacked in schools, just so people can like debate this and discuss this in a respectful manner, rational way, so that we can have world peace. I'm just kidding. Anyways, low compatibility with Haredi Jews, conflict. Haredi groups like Satmar reject modern Zionism, believing only the Messiah can fulfill territorial prophecies, clashing with evangelical support for Israel. So you've also, again, got a Haredi group that believe that once the Messiah arrives, they believe that he hasn't arrived yet, but once he has arrived, that is when the land will be given to the people that deserve it. Okay. And they think it's them. So, spoiler alert. Jesus' death. Haredi Jews reject Christian claims about Jesus as Messiah and any evangelical blame for his death, even if fringe exacerbates theological incompatibility. Okay, so, of course. Supersessionism. Your queries highlight supersessionism, Christianity replacing Judaism, evangelicals' belief. So this is not even just evangelicals. I don't know why they're just putting it at one group, but like supersessionism, so supersessionists, believe in Jewish conversion at the second coming, Romans 11:26, conflicts with Jewish messianic hopes, reducing compatibility with Haredi Jews, but less so with religious Zionists who focus on shared territorial goals. So Canaanite origins. Okay, so why is it adding that in? Okay, so Far-Right Christians and religious Zionists seeing Israel as reclaiming Canaan, a shared prophetic goal. Again, I know a lot of people that don't share that interpretation. Supersessionism. The belief that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, but Israel's restoration is needed for his return, reflects evangelical rejection of full supersessionism, aligning with religious Zionists, but not Haredi anti-Zionists. Let's talk about Gaza. Conclusion. Ultra-religious Christian evangelicals believe Israel's restoration, 1948, 1967, is a step to Jesus' second coming, because dispensational theology sees unfulfilled prophecies, Ezekiel 37, Romans 11:26, requiring a Jewish state. Okay, compatibility. Okay, so there are Christians that believe that Israel is the world or one large church, not just Canaan, and that Jesus gave us the religion to follow in order to fulfill God's wishes. They believe only when everyone follows him that the world will be saved, and do not believe that Jesus will come again. They're just not practicing. I don't know why I added that part in here. So let's see what Grok has to say. Okay, so Israel is the world or one large church, not just Canaan. Jesus gave the religion to follow to fulfill God's wishes. Okay, so so only when everyone follows Jesus will the world be saved, and they do not believe Jesus will come again. Some do believe that he will come again, but again, moving on. Attributing the lack of salvation to improper practice. Okay, so there are a lot of Christians that do believe that because of improper practice, this is why there's not peace on earth. This contrasts with your prior questions about far. Okay, so yes, it does contrast. Your statement suggests a unique theological perspective, possibly post-millennialism. Post-millennialism. Look it up. So differing from the dispensationalist view that expects Jesus' return. So below, I analyze the claim. So claim 1, Israel is the world or one large church, not just Canaan. So typical evangelical view. Most far-right Christians view Israel as the biblical land, restored in 1948 as a Jewish state, fulfilling prophecies like Ezekiel 37:21 through 24. They see it as a geopolitical entity, not the entire world or as a church. That's one fringe view. Your claim post-millennial interpretation. And by the way, the danger of this as well is like from the river to the sea. That means that they still are not done yet. Even if they get Palestine, that will not finish with that. If they're extreme enough to want to fulfill biblical Canaan as a physical piece of land. So like a lot of danger in that. Your claim post-millennial interpretation. Your description suggests a post-millennial view where some Christians see Israel as spiritual or universal concept, the church or world, not limited to Canaan. Post-millennialists believe the church, all believers, replaces biblical Israel, supersessionism per your queries, and international Christianization fulfills God's plan. Example, Matthew 28:19, make disciples of all nations. Make disciples of all nations. New Testament. That's a Christian, anyway, Bible. This is rare among far-right Christians who typically emphasize literal Israel. It's funny that Grok says that, right? But again, like Western social media and AI platforms and platforms that, do already support Israel and are Zionists, secular Zionists that are, again, putting this information out there as if, again, this people really need to like really separate the two, take a look and then reassess. I think that we've gotten a little bit misinformed by people through things like the Schofield Bible. And not even just that, but people that are, well, I'm just being grifters, I guess. But okay, so postmillennial theologians, R.J. Rushduni, Christian Reconstructionism, interpret Israel as the international church, with the world becoming a Christian dominion before Christ's return, or without a literal return. So some people believe that once everyone believes in Christ, then he will return, and some people believe that he won't return. So this aligns with claims held by a minority, 5 to 10% of evangelicals. And see, like, where are you getting those stats, Grok? Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, George Soros. Did I say Peter Thiel already? Jesus gave the religion to fulfill God's wishes. So evangelical consensus. Most ultra-religious Christians agree Jesus established Christianity to fulfill God's will. Example, John 14:6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. They see the gospel as the path to salvation, fulfilling Old Testament law. Matthew 5:17. I have not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Your claim, this aligns with evangelical belief, but your emphasis on fulfilling God's wishes suggests a focus on universal adherence to Christianity, typical of post-millennialism, where international conversion is key. World conversion is key. I don't agree with that either, by the way. I'm just being clear since I'm reading this stuff. World saved when everyone follows Jesus. No second coming. So pre-millennialists believe Jesus will physically return after Israel's restoration and a tribulation. They see international salvation as partial until his return. My assertion that ultra-religious Christians believe the world will be saved only when everyone follows Jesus without a second coming aligns with postmillennialism. This view holds that Christians must establish a godly society through evangelism and law, Christian Reconstructionism, ushering in a millennium of peace after which Jesus may return spiritually or not at all. The lack of salvation is attributed to improper practice, example, not enforcing biblical law. This is a minority view among far-right Christians. Clarification. Most ultra-religious Christians are pre-millennial, expecting a literal second coming, not post-millennial, and why? And why? Let's get back to the older Christian Bibles. Not the game of telephone that we're getting, with translation after translation and taking things out, removing things, censoring things, removing verses. Why are you doing that? Okay, so especially what's supporting Israel, fringe post. Okay, so why Israel's restoration matters despite fulfilled prophecies. Okay, so Israel as the church world. Postmillennialists interpret Israel as the international church or Christianized world, not just Canaan. Genesis 15:18. They believe spreading Christianity fulfills God's plans, Matthew 28:19, with no need for a literal Jewish state or second coming. So no need. The word saved requires universal Christian practice, not territorial restoration. No second coming. Postmillennialists believe Christians must create a godly society, example through biblical law, per dominionists like Rushduni, to fulfill prophecies like Isaiah 11:6 through 9, international peace. The lack of salvation is due to failure to fully implement Christianity, not an impeding return. And so you have a lot of people, Christian missionaries that went all over the world from various different parts of Christianity, sects or divisions of Christianity, like the Jesuits or the Anglicans or the Protestants or the Catholics. So, and anyways, and they were peaceful, largely peaceful, and they went to other lands because they were trying to spread the gospel. They were trying to spread Christian religion because they believed that was God's plan, that they do that. Okay. Okay, so most else religious Christians see Israel's restoration as a literal step to Jesus' physical return. So again, like people that take the book way too friggin' literally are the ones that, not all, but some of them want to justify or could justify stoning people to death for ridiculous crimes that they interpret from the Bible. Look at the Constitution. All right. Which is Christian religion codified into law. Not Judaism, not Islam, respectfully speaking, not Buddhism, not Confucianism, not shamanism. Why are we still attacking so many Christian churches and people and calling us far-right extremists and radicals for holding traditional views? I don't know. Or them, I keep on saying. But again, I identify more as a Christian. But anyway. Okay, so yeah, so religious Zionists, we talked about that. I want to see if there's anything more here that I can provide. Okay, so Haredi Jews oppose modern Zionism, believing only the Messiah can fulfill territorial prophecies, Ezekiel 37. They reject Christian claims about Jesus. Yeah, and so, yeah, what is Netanyahu doing? Like, even as a Zionist, like, anyway. Okay, so you're focused on Canaanites, 3000 BCE, and the prophecy of from the river to the sea. Genesis 15 contrasts with post-millennial views of Israel as the world church, not Canaan. Yep. Okay, so I don't know why that was brought up. Christianity replacing Judaism in line with post-millennialism, which sees the church as fulfilling Israel's role, conflicting with Jewish territorial prophecies and reducing compatibility. Okay. Why is it? See, sometimes it just adds in shit I just don't even care about, or that's like not even pertinent to the conversation. Does anyone else get this? Okay. Okay, so. Okay, so Judaists want the whole world following Judaism, just like Christians want the world to be all Christian for those who follow their religions closely. Okay, so let's see what it has to say here. This builds on your prior questions about the compatibility about these groups regarding biblical prophecies, supersessionism, Canaanite origins or origin, etc. Okay. Okay, far-right Judaists refers to ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews, Hasidic sects like Satmar, or extreme religious Zionists. There are a lot more than I thought. Haredi Jews emphasize strict adherence to halakha, Jewish law, and often await a messianic era. Religious Zionists pursue Israel's expansion as prophecy fulfillment. Key prophecies. Yeah, the land, Israel's restoration, which again, like these focus on Jewish restoration, not international conversion. Okay. Yes, like again, some people believe that shouldn't be practiced all over the world. So far-right Christians refers to evangelical fundamentalists or Christian nationals. We said that. Okay. Okay, so unlike Christianity, Judaism is traditionally non-missionary with no universal call to convert the world. Okay, so Haredi Jews, Satmar, and the Chabad beliefs prioritize strict observance of halakha and await a messiah to restore Israel and bring global peace, international peace. They believe non-Jews can be righteous under the Noahide laws, 7 universal laws, example, no idolatry, per Genesis 9, without converting to Judaism. So if you're, anyways, missionary activity. Most Haredi groups are insular, focusing on Jewish observance, not converting others. The Chabad Lubavitch is an exception, engaging in outreach to secular Jews through Chabad houses in Montreal and promoting Noahide laws for non-Jews, but not seeking universal Jewish conversion. Eschatology in the Messianic era, Haredi Jews expect all nations to recognize God's sovereignty. Zechariah 14:9, the Lord will be king over all of the earth. But this involves monotheistic worship, not everyone becoming Jewish. Non-Jews remain distinct under Noahide principles. All right, so then you've got the religious Zionists. Okay, so this is why, so assessment, Haredi Jews do not seek international Judaism. Their focus is Jewish continuity and messianic restoration of Israel, not converting the world. So, okay. I mean, the restoration of Israel, what does that look like to you in your interpretation of it? So, religious Zionists emphasize expanding Israel to biblical borders. Okay, so they see Jewish sovereignty as a divine mandate, not a call for international conversion. And so people are already accepting Israel as a Jewish or Judaic state. And even within the Hamas Charter of 2017, they also acknowledge it. And so there needs to be measures and guardrails put in place to assist them to get the radicals and extremists out of government, especially, and establish some form of government with centralized control, unfortunately, for now, until things can be rebuilt and managed and people to go back to school, all of those things, play in the playgrounds, anyway, and to not be occupied. But there to still be protection, because again, this is going to be a while, right? This is not something that's going to happen overnight, nor is it going to happen within the next 10 years. This is slow, anyway. Fast, surgical, then slow. Okay, so just influx of missionary imperative. Okay, so do far-right Christians want the world to follow Christianity? Your description of ultra-religious Christians align with post-millennialism, a minority view, but most far-right Christians are pre-millennialists. Let's compare. So post-millennial Christians, beliefs seek international Christian societies through evangelism and biblical law, make disciples of all nations. And again, even with that, I don't subscribe to that either. I believe that we should all be able to have an area in the world where, and there's already these places where it's majority Christian, or it's majority Judaic, or it's majority Islam, and just allow people who want to follow those religions to live in these areas and not be oppressed and not be victims of genocides, essentially, or even laws put in place mandated where you can't even practice Christianity. Do you guys know that North Korea, and I'm going to get into it, but North Korea is your example of what a humanist is. North Korea was largely got the legal frameworks from Marxist socialism, and it's again illegal to practice Christianity or any religion for that matter in North Korea. In South Korea, you are able to, but again, there's more and more atheists and people that it's varying degrees of what they believe: Christians, Confucianism, shamanism, or people just not identifying with. They're just not reporting whether they believe in God or not. They're not reporting it, and and there are Christian prisoners in North Korea that they're enslaved or confined prisoners, religious prisoners. This is actually a thing, and because humans are fallible. And this is why we have to look to God and lessons learned in whatever Bible you want to look at as to like how to live our own lives and how that impacts others. Like a lot more consideration needs to be put in it. And Kim Jong-un should be fired. He should be put in jail. And I just like, why is his government not doing that? Like I just, and again, the same with our government too. Like our friggin' leaders have committed crimes as well. And they have not been investigated. They've been dropped. There's been like non-compliance and they're just like, oh, okay. Yeah. You don't want to give us evidence. Sure. That's not tampering with evidence or obstruction of justice. I mean, I guess both because they were deleting emails and stuff too. Focused on. Oh my God. Okay. So universal Christianization with Israel as the international church, not Canaan. They aim for a theocratic millennium of peace. Revelation 24-6 through proper practice. Okay, so you see, I'm talking about the extremes here, by the way, for people that are just showing up. Okay, so pre-millennial Christians emphasize evangelism, Matthew 24:14, gospel preached to all nations, but expect a literal second coming after Israel's restoration. Conversion is desired, but not Israel has already been restored. Like they already have a state, and people want them to abide by the 1968 agreement and not expand further outward right now. And anyway, especially when it's because of murdering people. If you guys could get along with people within Palestine and the other areas, and like and there be that, you know, just like Canada and the US has, like where it can be like an easy immigration process and shared values and culture and ideologies, and have respect for one another, you know, that would be like the end goal, right? Where people can be practicing different religions, but like have it where it is. One religion is always would be the majority in certain areas. I don't know. But again, and I'm saying like Israel is already being recognized as a state by Hamas and Palestine. And Mahmoud Abbas, who's the leader of the friggin' West Bank, or whatever you want to call it, the leader of Palestine, he is a friggin' criminal too. He is a grifter. And yeah, not helping anyone except for himself and his family and his friends. Okay, so comparison and compatibility. So no universal conversion goal. Far-Right Christians. Let me see what else here. Okay, so you claim that Far-Right Judaists want the world to follow Judaism like Christians seek global international Christianity is incorrect. Yeah, no shit. So I didn't say it. I'm just asking you to assess it. So Far-Right Judaists, Haredi religious Zionists do not pursue universal conversion, focusing instead on Jewish observance and territorial messianic restoration. So actually, you're not even entirely correct, Grok. Anyways, moderate with religious Zionists and pre-millennial Christians due to shared territorial goals for compatibility. Okay, so compatibility is low with Haredi Jews in both Christian groups due to anti-Zionism and theological conflicts. Example, supersessionism. It's very low compatibility with post-millennial Christians whose global international church visions negate Jewish prophecies. Okay, so then I want to again, what religion is North and South Korea? I already knew it, but again, I'm asking these questions so I can talk about it. So I'm getting to the reason why I'm sharing this. So North Korea is officially an atheist state under Juke ideology, which views religion as a threat to the regime's authority. Sound familiar? How many Christians are getting censored? That Christian gospel singer in Montreal that got like canceled, like and multiple other cities within Canada. Like he found some other venues that were willing to take him. But this is what I mean. Like this is like you guys are ushering in North Korea style leadership. Like well done leftists right now, like radical leftists. People that are not radical leftists, that's not fair, right? Okay, because like there are atheists that are conservatives as well. So I would say that the belief in God, I think, you know, man, it should be there in my opinion. It's like some belief in some God, because then you're thinking of a divine power or ruler or authority that's like that's not that's beyond you or human or humanity, because we are fallible or fallible. Like even the most perfect Jesus in physical form was a fallible human being, respectfully speaking to people. And he might have lived like really like following the Ten Commandments or following Moses' the Ten Commandments anyways, that following the law and being a really good person. right? And we see like the parallels between him and people like Charlie Kirk in the examples from the Bible. And Charlie Kirk was looking at the Bible, the Christian Bible, in order to uh, kind of like make his path through life. And he was very influential and powerful in what he was doing. And so maybe there's something to that. I don't know. But again, not for the entire world to just be like following Christianity. I definitely don't subscribe to that. And anyway, but I would choose to live in the country where it is the Christian religion that's codified into law, respectfully speaking, just based on observations, because like even in certain countries where Christianity is not the majority, um, or where it's a different religion, or ideology that's being practiced, that I think is incompatible. Like I wouldn't want to. I see that all over the world, places that I just like, respectfully speaking, I would much rather live in Canada, like superior. And I think we could be the best country in the world. But again, we just have terrible leadership. And people I'm talking about in the House of Commons that just don't know what the hell they're talking about. And it's just people that just like shift seats, House of Commons and cabinet, like they just get selected and with yeah, not qualified for the jobs. And then they just get like funneled to other departments. So they're in there for years and years and years. They don't get filtered out. And so we're stagnant. Actually, we're not even stagnant. Like we're collapsing as a country. It's actually pretty serious. But it is pretty serious. But it's the more and more we have these Marxist socialist views, which by the way, Mark Carney very much believes in for how a system of government should be. So even in his book, like he talks about Marxist socialism, etc. And he's a liberal, but he's far left. He's far left. These are far left ideologies or political systems that were used in so many different areas that caused the death and oppression of millions within those societies. So like you tell me that when you remove God, and he's not a believer in God, he's an atheist, he might shift now and be like, oh no, I totally, but you don't, right? And you're definitely not a Christian, especially for what you've done to your family and to Canada and to like, no, 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 unless you've repented and forgiveness and you decide to, turn your life around and wake the fuck up. But yeah, so like atheist, socialist, communists, I've talked about this for literally years, are the most dangerous people to have in positions of authority, especially if they're like the leader. And so North Korea. Okay. So the Constitution not only guarantees freedom of religion, but in practice, all faiths are heavily suppressed. Oh, look at that. They have codified things, but they don't follow it and they don't hold people accountable unless it is a system to keep them oppressed. Okay, so with Christianity, shamanism, and Condoism, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. A Korean indigenous religion blending Confucianism and shamanism. Very interesting. Anyways, facing severe persecution, including imprisonment, torture, and execution for unauthorized practice. That's what you get in North Korea if you're a Christian or a shaman or the Chandoism or shaman. Anyways, absolutely insane. Facing severe persecution, including, sorry, I said that. So estimates suggest the population is mostly irreligious, over 70%, with small state-sanctioned communities. Example, 800 Shandoist churches, 60 Buddhist temples, and 5 Christian churches in Pyongyang, used for propaganda. Why is he saying that? What the fuck? I mean, some of them are used for propaganda. Okay, so like maybe that's why they're saying that. So maybe some are, maybe some aren't, right? Oh, they might be brainwashing people or trying to, within these Christian churches, to dissuade them from actually being practicing members, because again, there's strength in Christianity or strength in more numbers. Anyway, shamanism and folk beliefs persist underground, but public religion is discouraged and foreign influences are banned. South Korea is religiously diverse with no single dominant faith. Christianity, Protestant 20%, Catholic 8%, is the largest organized religion, 28% total, followed by Buddhism, 15 to 20%, shamanism, folk beliefs, 20%, and Confucianism, influential but not a formal religion. About 46 to 56% of the population is irreligious or non-affiliated. The country has high religious freedom, with vibrant Christian megachurches, Buddhist temples, and shamanic rituals coexisting. And so I didn't finish my point before, but there are, at least in stats that I've looked at, I'll look again, but that like the people that vote more Republican or conservative, wow, generally speaking, are believe in God more on average than people that are liberal, at least in Canada. Like there, and so there are a lot more atheists in people that are like liberal and like people that are non-conservative voters in Canada. But that number is again, it's going down and down and down because again, I know more and more conservatives that are atheists or even agnostic. But you know, okay, so can North Korea leave? Can North Koreans leave if they want to practice Christianity? So no, North Koreans cannot legally leave the country to practice Christianity or for any religious reason, as the regime strictly prohibits unauthorized exit and views religion, especially Christianity, as a threat to state loyalty. No one can, like, you're not going in or out. Under North Korea's totalitarian system, leaving the country without government permission is illegal and punishable by severe consequences, including execution, torture, forced labor, or imprisonment in political prison camps. Example, Camp 14, where conditions are comparable to Nazi death camps. Defectors who attempt to flee, often via China, face risks of arrest by Chinese authorities who repatriate them under a 1986 agreement. And just like Yeonmi Parks, who fled North Korea and became, well, she was a sex slave. And so many people are leaving North Korea in the underground in order to, again, be varying states of slavery. It's disgusting. And there's slavery within North Korea as well. It sounds like they're, again, this is a dictatorship, an atheist. Okay, so anyways, genuine practice is confined to secret home groups, and proselytizing or Bible possession can result in death. Owning a Bible can result in death. Proselytizing, like praying, like are you like? So refugees in China who contact Christian missionaries are particularly vulnerable, with NGOs estimating 50 to 70,000 Christians in labor camps. The Constitution nominally guarantees religious freedoms, but in practice it's denied, making escape the only option for open practice. Yeah, sure, if you're an atheist, like why, like in, anyway, that's socialism. Okay, so yes, North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un, again, I just want this to be clear for people, is widely regarded as an atheist. And again, don't just take my word for it or grok, like look into this yourself. So consistent with the state's official ideology of juk, self-reliance, and Soo-young, supreme leader, which promotes atheism and defy the Kim family as infallible guides rather than gods in religious sense. So now again, like this is like the caste system all over again, or like the like the tribal affiliations, like my tribe or my genealogy or lineage is better than superior than yours. So like mine, I'll be the rulers. We'll be the rulers forever. We're gonna decide, even though we're adopting a lot of the same um like similarities from like older creation stories we're adopting into our upgraded or updated religions that people are creating. This is framed as secular loyalty, not theistic worship. Defectors' accounts and UN reports confirm that religious belief is criminalized, and Kim's upbringing in the elite juk indoctrination system reinforces atheistic principles. He went to university like outside of North Korea, obviously, and he speaks English and went to school in the U.S., I believe, or in Europe. Might have been Europe. Yeah, I think it was Europe. Anyway. Okay. So the regime's constitution declares North Korea as an atheist state where religion is suppressed as a foreign influence. So the separation of God and state. There you go. And when did this happen? It was the 1950s, I think it was said. 1986 agreement. Yeah, so a few decades ago. Doesn't take that long. Didn't take that long. That's why it's kind of like, I can't believe people voted Mark Carney in. Like, why even give the chance, the opportunity to like oppress us? Look at all these censorship bills that like this is not good. And it's targeting the right because he's far left. And that's what they do. Which they shouldn't be doing at all. Again, this should be like unbiased. not harsher punishments for people that have different political affiliations. It's ridiculous to me, or religious affiliations, but it's happening. Okay, so Kim adheres to Juk, self-reliance. Yeah, but he's relying on everyone to like do everything for him. Ideologies which promote atheism, suppress religion as a foreign influence, and venerate the Kim family as infallible leaders. Christianity faces severe persecution with believers sent to labor camps. Just unbelievable. So legal system, a codified civil law system based on the Soviet model with socialist and Confucian influences, but functioning as an authoritarian tool. Destiny, other people that are arguing for this type of codified civil law that is removed from God. Are you kidding me? This is what, like, this is an example. Why don't you move to North Korea then? That's the solution. That is a system you want. Church removed from state. Socialism, Marxism, like that's exactly what that's, you love that, right? So off you go. Off you go. So humanism definition: humanism is a philosophical stance emphasizing human reason, ethics, and agency, rejecting what they call supernatural beliefs, gods, and afterlife, in favor of secular values, individual dignity, and scientific inquiry. As if Christians that believe in God, or conservatives that believe in God rather, don't believe in these same goddamn things. Individual dignity, scientific inquiry, ethics, human reason. It's just so insulting that when people even say that you cannot find that within Christianity, within the Bible even. It's literally there. Anyways, let's see what it has to say. Okay, so humanism promotes atheism or agnosticism based on reason and science. Okay, that's good for you. But again, if you have someone that is not a good person and doesn't have, everyone's fallible. Look what's happening with Kim Jong Un. Anyways, you can't trust in human um, morality as much as you can God, is what I mean. Anyways, okay, so both reject theistic religion, but North Korea's atheism is authoritarian, suppressing belief through violence, while humanism's champion voluntary secularism and religious freedom. And so, but how are you going to police that? Like, because especially if you get to be like a larger society, um, you're going to have more criminality. Unfortunately, that's just human behavior. That's just behavior anywhere, right? The more densely populated an area with like incompatible views and stuff like that, there's going to be more frustration and tension built into the system. It's harder to get along, right? And well, I mean, there's that, but there's also people again on the extremes, like predatory types, and there would be more, again, in densely populated areas and in rural areas, just by virtue of the numbers. And so yeah, like so, if you are living like that, then what would you do if someone didn't abide by things like rape or murder or things like that? And they never have like a really good answer for that. Like you need some system of government in place, and you need to have some kind of morality that's based on like your own interpretation of religion. Okay, so I'm trying to read and talk, so it's really hard. So I don't even know if I'm making sense because I'm reading things as I'm talking. I don't know if I'm adding things in. Okay, so humanism supports freedom of religion or belief, allowing individuals to choose their faith or none. Ask Destiny that. Ask him what he thinks about Christians or conservatives. I don't think we'd be allowed in his place. Yeah, they just seem to be incompatible. You're crazy about Judaism and Christianity. Okay, so I'm just trying to see if there's anything else here of substance before I get into an actual video. Okay, so Juk prioritizes regime loyalty over human dignity, clashing with humanism's focus on compassion and equality. Yeah, again, it's your interpretation of socialism and communism. Like which is the struggle here. So I don't know. I'd like to have some debates with Andrew Wilson or people from either side. I'm kind of boring in this where I'm not as extreme in my views, but I do appreciate the fact that people are having these debates, right? And so that's why I'll never get as many views as people like Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk, because I'm just not as like extreme in my verbiage. This was really interesting, though. And
she's an orthodox.
Speaking of Nick Fuentes, so this is classic Zionism debate: Gavin McInnes, Adam King versus Nick Fuentes, Vince James. So this was the 12th of January, 2024, and it was posted 2 months ago, and it has quite a few views, like over 134,000 views. And Nick was on PBD, and he friggin' lit up his numbers like it was crazy. That I was looking at the most viewed PBD videos just because I was interested, and like even videos from like 10 months ago, a year ago. Like the only ones that are beating him is Andrew Tate, and he's close to it. They're like 6 million views, maybe higher than that now, 7 million. But he was already over 2 million views after like a day or two of being posted on PBD, and so I think he gets a lot of views. And I think now with like more of an understanding or breakdown of like different interpretations of religions, I think that these would be possibly more interesting debates for people. I don't know, but because again, you have more of a backstory.
Orthodox Jew, so I won't count Sarah Silverman. And Sarah Silverman, she is pretty darn fucking anti-Zionist for even.
You're going to start with some of those who you may not know as well, but who are infamous in their own circles. Let's begin with Vincent James, who's on the debate tonight arguing against Zionism. Vincent, tell us who you are, what you do, what kind of show or content you produce, and a little bit why you're qualified and been asked to be on the show today.
Yeah, hi, Vincent James. I have a show on Rumble, Daily Veracity with Vincent James. I've been around for years now. Some would consider me an old head. And I've been friends with Nick for a long time, and I appreciate you having me on. And I've done a lot of extensive research into the topic that we're going to discuss today, and can't wait to talk about it.
Awesome. Adam King, who is joining us today on the side, arguing for Zionism. Go ahead and introduce yourself and give us the same background on why you're here.
My name is Adam King. I am a host on InfoWarsBand.video. Before I get into me, I just want to start by honoring my opponents. I know Elijah started putting this together right as the war began in Israel, and we went so hard trying to find anyone who would step up to the plate. And all we found was a bunch of cowards. But these two men, both Vincent James and Nick Fuentes, upon hearing the challenge, accepted the challenge immediately. So I want to start by honoring my opponents' courage and bravery, and I applaud you both. I have a show on InfoWarsBand.video. You can check it out. I am a Hasidic Jew, entrepreneur, patriot, activist. I have all sorts of great guests. I got a lot of fun. I hope to have a lot of fun tonight and enlighten a lot of people onto the truth. With that, I'll pass it back, and looking forward to getting into the issues with you all.
All right. Well, if you're ready to get enlightened, speaking of that, Nicholas Fuentes, go ahead and introduce yourself and get ready to get enlightened, my friend.
Well, hi, I'm Nick Fuentes. I'm a live streamer. I do a show called America First, and I'm the president of the America First Foundation, and I'll be arguing against the Israeli or Zionist or Jewish position. I appreciate the kind words by Adam. Likewise, I think I respect both my opponents. Been a big fan of Gavin, and I've seen Adam's work. I think he's very intelligent, and so I think it's going to be a fun discussion. No hate, just America first and Christ the King. That's what it's all about.
Does this count as our opening statements?
No, I'm going to go into that in a second. I just want to get your introduction. As we just heard him right there, luckily and thankfully, we have him on the TV. The host who's on Censored.tv, Gavin McInnes, needs no introduction. But for those who are unfamiliar, meaning if you're younger than 52, Gavin, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, everyone. My name is Kevin McInnes. I started the magazine Vibe back in the 90s. It did really well. I'm responsible for the youth culture scene, the Beatniks that sort of gentrified Red Hook, Brooklyn. I also started a men's club called the Oath Keepers. It had some trouble on January 6th. And I'm the host of You're on My Lawn on Uncensored.tv. And I'm here because I get checks from Jews to run cover for them. I am here to shuck for shekels, something like that.
Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Censored.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
Austin Peterson, who is a presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party, and Keith Woods, who is an activist in Ireland and a political representative of Nationalist Party. And they could not equally agree on the definition of what a Jew is. And so while people argue about the existence of Judaism, Zionism, it's kind of crazy to me that when I ask different people, what is a Jew, you almost get the same answers as what is a woman. And so my first question is, what is a Jew? Let's go ahead and start with Adam. Since Adam identifies as Jewish, I think we should go ask a trans person what transgenderism is. Adam, what's a Jew?
Well, I don't only just identify as a Jew, I actually am a Jew. We have our own genetic ancestral lineage. Jews are the ones who are descended of the people from the Bible. And my ancestors were Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their descendants. My family goes through the tribe of Judah, and that's what is a Jew. A Jew is a person from the tribe of Judah, and it's that simple.
Awesome. All right. So this is very basic. I mean, we'll get a little more back and forth here. Let's go straight to Nick. Nick, what's your definition of a Jew?
I agree with Adam. I think it's a race and or ethnicity, whichever you prefer. But I think the genetic component is critical. You know, a lot of people say that it's a religion, and I think that that's what most people regard it as. When you talk about Jews, they think of Judaism and they think of a religion. But I think that's really it's a false premise, which comes from, I think, Western people who are familiar with liberalism and Christianity, which are universal. And I talked about this on my show last week. So Christians, of course, anyone who embraces Jesus can be a Christian. And liberalism has it that any human being has dignity, whatever their physical attributes or their race or their gender or anything like that. We're an individualist society. And I think when people consider Judaism, they don't necessarily consider it as an exclusive group with both a genetic component and a religious component. They just see it as a creed. And I think that's why a lot of people think that, you know, one can convert to Judaism, or that if someone doesn't maintain that creed, that they're not Jewish. But it is clearly a genetic component. They're a tribe, a nation. They have a culture. They have a religion. So I basically agree with Adam.
Awesome. Gavin, let's throw to you here. Whether you agree or disagree or have anything else to add, what is a Jew?
I recognize that there's a genetic component, but I have a very wide net when it comes to white people. I include a lot of blacks and Chinese. So I just see Jews as a religion that may even accept that Jesus is magic, but they refuse to accept that God can be more than one guy and there can be a God and a half. So they reject the half of Jesus Christ, and they say God is the only God. And that's really the main difference between Jews and Christians.
All right, Vincent, I'll throw the same question to you.
Yeah, I agree with Adam. And Gavin said that he casts a wide net when it comes to white people. Well, apparently so do the people who are in charge of crime statistics. But I think that Jews are a race. Judaism is the religion. Most Jews in America are actually atheist. And even Adam King would say that Jews are not really interested in spreading their faith. So I would agree with both Adam and Nick.
Awesome. I know we have a video here. I don't know, Brian, if we do have the video from Flawed, if we can get that up here in a second. Let me know in the chat. But we have a specific video that we're going to be bringing up in just a moment here. So Flawed TV, he's a rapper, and you know there's been a lot of conversation going on in particular about what is Zionism. And we call this a Zionism debate. I was actually really shocked, not only that everybody who agreed to come on would, just simply the fact that people did not understand what the debate is about. And that was one of the most genuine and authentic questions. And so Brian, Flawed TV, he's on Rumble. He's also on X, went ahead and sent in a question for the group. We'll go ahead and we'll play it. And whoever wants to jump in right as the video ends and begin answering, we'll just go ahead and start that way. At any point, the rules of the debate are, if you're yip-yapping and you've created a yappuccino, I'm the only one who's allowed to do that tonight. I will shut you the fuck off. But if you have a good answer and you go long, feel free, and I won't shut you off. But let's be cordial, and please no speaking over each other. Brian, let's go ahead and let's play the video from Flawed.
Rapper / Rumble streamer, and RIP George Floyd. I have a two-part question. I've heard my favorite rapper, Kanye, say Zionism and Zionist over and over and over again, but I have no idea what it means. So my question is, what is Zionism, and is it good or evil? Plain and simple. Also, RIP to Kai Young.
All right, who wants to take this one?
Well, I guess I'll start.
Supporting Israel. That's all.
I'll shut my mouth.
What is it? Gavin, you had a pretty simple answer. You said what?
Oh my
Just
God,
supporting. If you're a Zionist, if you support Israel.
But what does support mean? I mean, that's really broad. That's
you want it to exist. You want America to have its back. I think you could be a Zionist and not want them to get the $3 to $4 billion a year. There's plenty of Zionists, but you just support its right to exist, and you don't want it to disappear from the river to the sea.
All right. We will get into the river to the sea later, by the way. So I want to let you guys know we will touch on that exact.
When are we doing our opening statements at the end?
No, this is a defining moment, Gavin. I know that this is difficult. We're going a little slow here, but a lot of people were defining the terms here. Classic debate mode. So I'm trying to define Zionism. So that was good. All right, Vincent, jump in and let me know what do you define Zionism as? Pretty short and simple to somebody who's retarded and never heard of it before.
Yeah, so I guess this would be my opening statement. I know you guys said don't go long, but Gavin said something that, I hear people say this all the time. They say that Zionism just means that Israel should exist. Now, before I talk about that, I just want to say, there are a lot of people right now that are saying that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Jared Kushner says this. Ron DeSantis, who signed 2 bills for the state of Florida in the country of Israel, has said this. Nikki Haley has said this. Brett Stevens has said this. Adam King, who's on the panel right now, will tell you to disaggregate Israeli Zionism from what he claims Zionism actually means, which he says it means peace to all nations. He says that the term Zion refers to a utopia for all of humanity. Well, the truth is that Zionism was established as a political organization in 1897 under Theodor Herzl, and it was a movement with the goal of establishing a Jewish nation state by any means necessary. Today, its goal is to develop and grow that nation state by any means necessary, even if that means sacrificing Americans, sacrificing America, sacrificing American interests. Some people will say, and I've heard Gavin McInnes say this, I've heard Laura Loomer say this, some people say that Zionism just means Israel should exist. Now, my question to them would be which state of Israel are you talking about? What year? Is it the Israel of the Uganda scheme, which was proposed by the British to the Zionists and was going to be in East Africa? Is it the idea of Israel? Sorry?
2023.
Okay,
no one's giving up any land.
Well, yeah, but some people have different. So, my thing is some people they always say this, and so, but the question is what does it mean? Is it the idea of Israel during the Balfour Declaration signing in 1917? Is it the Israel of 1948 during the Nakba when tens of thousands of Palestinians were killed and displaced? Is it the Israel of the 1967 Six-Day War? So that's your definition.
When we talk about America, we don't talk about Texas and Spain. We talk about the borders
that Israel,
are alive today.
Okay, so the Israel of today that is currently committing a genocide in Gaza as they annex more territory. Or, for Adam King, it's the Oded Yanan plan of the greater Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates. So Gavin might disagree with the definition of Israel, Adam King's definition of Israel. He once said on an interview that would be sick if we had from the Nile to the Euphrates. So that's my question there. And then, do the people who support Zionism, the idea that Israel should exist, also support all of the things that have happened in the pursuit of Zionism? Like the secret operations against the U.S. and Western allies by Israelis and American Jews, countless false flag and direct attacks against Americans and its Western allies, endless wars and the annexation of land, Jewish American traitors in the U.S. government, the seizing of power in every single American institution. So my definition of Zionism is the correct one, and I believe that it is a force for evil.
All right,
well, the
Nick,
truth is your definition of Zionism is the wrong definition. I thought it was quite interesting how you decided everything that I believe before I even spoke. But I will. I know you wanted to send it to Nick, but I'll just give my definition of Zionism. So, really, in truth, there's really 2 types of Zionism in the world. Zionism started a lot longer than Theodor Herzl. Actually, it was founded in part mostly by the likes of a very famous rabbi named the Vilna Gaon, as well as the Baal Shem Tov and the students of the Baal Shem Tov. And there are 2 types of Zionism, are religious Zionism and secular Zionism. So first came religious Zionism, which was a movement inside of the religious Jewish communities that pretty much said that the exile is over, that the Jews, we have a right to our homeland, and that we need to go back to our homeland in order to bring about the age of the Messiah. So religious Zionism is very focused primarily on the bringing of the Messiah.
They keep on saying their homeland, but even with Abraham and Sarah, this is where there was the adoption creation of the monotheistic religion, Judaism, and he came from Canaan, like another area, and then went to this area in order to again, like he said, it was like he was divinely guided from God to spread like a monotheistic, whatever it was, and but it took many years, hundreds of years, if not over 1,000 years, in order to be implemented. And then with Jesus Christ coming, this person who developed Christianity, this came after, like within this era that they're talking about, Israel or the old Canaan. At one point, even before that, it was like the Canaanites and other pagan ideologies that were being that were also, like, again, some of the stories were also adopted by Judaism, like this creation story as well. And so, anyways, I'm just trying to get everything in. There's just so much information to talk about and unpack. But where was I going with that? She's talking about Zionism, religious. It'll come to me again. Sorry.
And bringing the Zion, which is heaven on earth, peace to all the world, and peace to all the nations. Secular Zionism differs a little bit from religious Zionism in the sense that these people don't really care so much about religion or the Messiah or anything like that.
Oh yeah, so a lot of people believe that, like, they don't have, especially the people that immigrated from Europe in like the early 1900s onward. They believe that they had more, like the what they call the Palestinians, that were like pushed off of their land, and 600 to 700,000 murdered and displaced, and yeah, they believe that was them, that they negged on the agreement and pushed people out. And do you think that's what God wanted as part of, like, God's plan in order for prophecy to be fulfilled? Really? Like, I don't think so. Like, I don't know. I think there's possibly better ways than that, which caused, again, so much tension and radicalization within these areas, and trauma. And we're saying radicalization, and it just, people are talking about being more empathetic. But can you imagine if, like, you watched your child or wife get raped or murdered, or, you know, blow up, or, you know, there's just so much, and just like so much ruins everywhere. It's completely friggin' decimated already. And so, God's plan, no.
Just want a place where Jews can be sovereign. And where better to be sovereign than the land of our ancestry? And the land that Zionism seeks is the land that is outlined in the Bible as Moses gave to the children of Israel. So that's Zionism in a nutshell. In the most simple definition, it's the Jewish belief in in sovereignty, in self-determination.
Let me move here. Nick, I see you got your hand on your face.
And even Hamas, even after everything, they still recognize Israel as a state now. And yeah, and they differentiate between Zionists and people that follow Judaism.
You look bored. You look like you're sighing. I'd love to know where you agree or disagree with not only the people on the panel, but also just what you would define it as. And just note, gentlemen, after Nick is done speaking, we'll start with Nick. Nick, share with us your opinion on this, and then let's give us your opening statement on your general position on this, your understanding of Zionism, and anywhere you want to go. Let's keep the remarks under 2 minutes for your opening statement, if we can.
Okay. Well, I'm not bored. I'm not sighing because I'm bored. It's actually an interesting conversation. I'm just chomping at the bit to get in here. But no, I actually agree with Adam. It's important to note, and maybe this is where the agreement will end. I think actually it's interesting. Me and Adam are kind of like the true opposites. We're really the true opposite poles in this debate, because he's a Messianic Chabad Kabbalist Jew, and I'm a Messianic Catholic
I'm actually
Roman
not
as
a
Christian.
Chabad Jew. I'm actually a Breslov.
I'm sorry, you're right, Hasidic, not Chabad.
Different type of Hasidic.
Yes,
group,
yes, yes. So in any case, so we really are the true opposites, and it's important to note the distinction between the religious Zionists and the political Zionists, or the secular Zionists. And he's right. I mean, the most prominent Zionists during the creation of the state of Israel were labor Zionists. That was the first handful of prime ministers and very left-wing socialists. And certainly it's true that a lot of Jews today, I think probably most of them in Israel, would not be considered religiously Zionist. And, you know, this regime that Netanyahu has cobbled together has a lot of religious Zionist Jews in there. And this has created a lot of tension with the United States and with Europe and even with the political situation in Israel. And so I actually agree. I think that, but regardless, the point is, I think both secular and religious Zionists want a Jewish state in Israel. What that looks like, how that's structured, there's difference between them, but I guess those are the fundamental similarities. They want a Jewish state in Palestine, in what is considered Palestine. Now, again, the scope and who's going to be in there, that's subject to debate. My position on Zionism is I actually reject the religious Zionism more. I don't necessarily think it's a worse thing if the Jews have a state or have their own people. And although I think that what they're doing is inhumane and what they've done in the past is inhumane, and although I don't think the United States should support it, you know, this is a stateless people. They're a diaspora people, and they built a country, and it is what it is. You know, I'm not one of these humanitarian, you know, bleeding heart liberals that says, you know, that they're colonists or something like that. To some extent, I do believe in a might makes right sort of mentality, because it's sort of difficult. What is the foundation of the state other than that, other than the ability to project force within a given jurisdiction? But the religious Zionism is troubling because, you know, Adam talks about the Messiah, but of course the Messiah already came. His name's Jesus Christ. And the Messiah that Adam has in mind is going to destroy the Vatican, is going to destroy Rome in his mind. He's going to seek retribution against the Catholic Church for all of the perceived iniquities that Rome has prosecuted against the Jews. So, of course, I don't support this messianic religious project because it's heretical and it's blasphemous and it's wrong. And fundamentally, it's set against and opposed to the true faith, which is Catholicism. So, and just to sort of wrap that up, like I said, we are the true opposites in the sense that, you know, I feel like in this debate and maybe in other debates, it's a question about, you know, what should America do and liberals and this kind of thing. And I think Adam wants America to make the world open for the Messiah. I want America to form the world into the Catholic Church, to form the world into Jesus's church. And so in that sense, you know, we really are these battling twin brothers of Rome and Israel. So, so that would be my opening statement. I'm opposed to it, opposed to religious Zionism. If there's political Zionism, I think the United States should not support it because they have been hostile towards us. They have not been friendly.
That's interesting. And Gavin, and I'd really want to point this out for people that aren't familiar with you. So obviously Gavin is a legend. If people don't know about this, to give credit, you're new to the show. Make sure that you're following right now on Rumble. Make sure that you're following on X. We got to get these numbers up. But most importantly, that you can support on this amazing operation that Gavin put together, censored.tv. You can support it with the promo code OFFENSIVE, 20% off a membership. Shout out to that for somebody who's actually building alt tech, who's on this other case, who's putting his money where his mouth is, but he's also from New York. And so, you know, I'm from LA, he's from New York. He's not just somebody who's, you know, knows about Jewish people. He's worked with them. He's worked in media. And so it's really interesting to hear the perspective. And so as an opening statement, Gavin, giving the background and a lot of life experience in this area. Shout out to Nick, too, who just realized he's old now. He's found out, you know, he's not one of these young Zoomer kids anymore, or Alpha kids. He's these old Zoomer boomer guys. Gavin, give us your opening statement.
Okay. Yeah, the highest density of Hasidic Jews is Montreal, upstate New York, and Williamsburg, Brooklyn. And that's where I've lived since I was 18.
Okay,
and
he might be wrong in those stats because I actually did try to verify that on Grok, and it's not coming up with that at all. In the U.S., there's a...
I think the Achilles heel with Nick's argument is he sees Jews as a monolith. Even within Orthodox Jews, there's constantly these civil wars. So I made this incredible chart to try to differentiate between what I call the 4 Jews. And they are, number 1, Hasidim. Brian, you can hit it at any time now. What were you doing there? Like, it wouldn't occur to you to drop the hammer at that point?
Ezra Levant. Sorry, is that Ezra Levant in the back?
Yep. So there's Hasidim, and these guys are like Smurfs. They're a very weird little group. They don't really dislike Goyim or Orthodox. They don't even see anyone else. They're living in a bubble, and like the guys in the tunnels have nothing to do with Group 4, who we'll get to in a second. There is kind of like a tip of the hat, like thank you for your service between Orthodox and Hasidim, but not really. Like they have a mutual sense of respect, but they're not in the same universe. These guys are in outer space. So don't drag them into anything else here. And these guys are pro-Israel, anti-Israel. Then you have the Orthodox Jews like Ron Coleman. These are our allies. They're pro-Trump. They love Christians. They help Christians. They are great dudes. And they're an integral part of every movement, including, by the way, the new right. Alt-right, all these new right movements, you need Jews like this and this in the mix. I don't know. They're just good at organizing. No. Then you have the secular Zionist Jews, not as devout as Ron over here, like Ezra Levant.
Ezra Levant. I've done videos on Ezra Levant because he is way too biased. And yeah, like Rebel News could be such a good organization if you would just tone it down a little bit and actually have less bias reporting. And yeah, and so this is what I mean. There is a danger also, and like he absolutely is an atheist. He's talked about it before. It's on the public record, and yeah, annoying.
These guys are friends. They're cool. Your beef is mostly with these. I call them ginos. They're secular. They're anti-Zionist. They hate Israel. They're Bolsheviks. They're mostly atheists. They go to temple. Temple's a joke. George Soros is second-generation atheist. They believe in things like female rabbis. And you got to understand that these bitches hate these guys, and these 3 guys fucking hate this bitch's guts. Although Hasidim don't even hate these people. They don't think of these people. Like they sort of acknowledge these people, but these guys are in a universe all their own. So these 2 are the real Jews in the world. These are fake. And most of your beef, like in the media and in politics, is going to be these ginos. Now, the reason that I say I oppose anti-Semitism, well, one of the many reasons is I go, white people have this sense of ethnomasochism. We're altruistic. We want to debase ourselves. We're horrible. We're horrible. You see people from this group, a disproportionate number in media and politics, go, yeah, you do suck. You are horrible. So what whites do is or anti-Semites do is they go, these fuckers made me hate myself. And that's true. In a sense, there are a lot of people from this group saying that white people suck, but you can't put all the blame on them. There has to be some culpability here. And that is why I keep harping about this, because I want you to have some culpability. Before the end of World War II, before Jews took over the media, white people were still like, oh, we suck, we're horrible. You know, we had an American Holocaust in this country. We lost 620,000 men. That's the equivalent of 5 million today. Why? Because we were worried about Negroes' rights. We were so altruistic. We were sailing boats over to Africa, you know, in Woman King, the Dahomies. We were like, please stop having slaves. We were more concerned about Africans than Africans were. Or the Indians. We were so worried about the Indians. We had a 360-year war with them. And we were like, oh, my God. We fought. I love them so much. We named our cars, our towns, Ronkonkoma, Mamaroneck, and Geronimo, and Tomahawk, fucking missiles. Like, we worshiped the Indians, and they slaughtered us. So whites have this sense of self-hatred. And to blame it on the Jews is a cop-out. It's like Jared Taylor says, you know, it was at the point where if it rains on your birthday, you blame the Jews. And that's what we criticize blacks for. Blacks are always like, man, I can't get a leg up because whitey is always knocking me down. Well, you're the same when you constantly blame this group. This group is not responsible. This group is contributing to your problems, by the way. But you also, as a white person, need to confront your ethnomasochism.
Okay, so we're calling that
I'm impressed, man.
multi-Jewers.
That was
I
not
never heard a Gentile put it so succinctly like that. You could tell that Gavin
Gentile.
grew up around a lot of Jews.
I
Go
know
ahead,
this
Vince.
fucking
corner.
I thought the K word was going to be dropped by the other side, but let's fucking go.
It's usually who say
Vince, I'm glad I put this on YouTube. Someone was like, "Hey, are we gonna live stream this
Yeah,
on
this would have been
YouTube?"
the last day of your YouTube channel.
Fuck no. Yeah. All right.
Yes,
All right.
This channel.
Vincent,
this channel.
obviously you got.
I
stuff
didn't even
to say
know
on
you
this.
still had a YouTube channel. That's
Well, it
good job. on
barely-
keeping
Oh,
that.
shit.
You always
getting
wonder
9
about people who have YouTube.
Hey, so Jimmy Kimmel's back on. I forgot to talk about that. And I thought he should have been deplatformed, again, mostly by audiences and viewership years ago, especially through COVID, for what he said. I've already shared those videos. Absolutely disgusting, but not illegal. Okay. And so, not something that would have been forced on him, right? Like, but the time was so frustrating. Oh my goodness. Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, they thought they could get back on YouTube because apparently YouTube, the overall in charge, said that they were going to be allowing like thousands of American accounts to be reactivated somehow or be allowed to go back on YouTube. And so Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes both tried, and I think they both still don't have their accounts got taken down again, I think. And so that, again, that's just completely ridiculous. Like, you have people that are far left radical extremists that share, like talking about like celebrating the death of people and literally celebrating the death of people, so many different groups, but again, on the right. And it's just like, and they have not been deplatformed. It's why is it always on the right? This is what's fueling more division on both sides. Actually, it's just like not giving like 50% of the population, opportunity to have a voice through Nick Fuentes types and things like that. And yeah, they say extreme things, but again, it's nowhere near as extreme as what even Jimmy Kimmel has said, and Destiny. I can give you so many different examples. And Blossom, come on. Rachel Maddow. Oh my goodness. Like CNN as a whole. Like, it's just been, come on.
Channels, like if they're like in on something, like how do you still have a YouTube channel?
We don't make money from it, and we get like 9 views, so it basically doesn't exist. So please follow us on Rumble. Follow Vincent. Everyone's in there. By the way, Nick's on Rumble. We got Adam King as well on X and his website, everything, and also we got Gavin. So make sure you're following him on Rumble. But Vince, I mean, he knows his Jews. That he got his Jew stuff down. And so before we have the Jew and the man, the myth, the legend, Adam King speak, I mean, hey, give us your. I mean, you kind of gave your opening statement, but where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I just want to respond to Gavin a little bit. Like, a lot of those people that, and maybe not specifically those people that he has of the heads up there on screen, but a lot of those people that I guess would be in those categories agree on one thing, and that one thing is making sure that they defend Israel at all costs.
No,
and that
these three defend Israel at all costs. These would
I don't even know
let Israel burn to the ground.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. Like, if you look at like what Sarah Silverman's saying on Twitter, it sounds a lot like she's defending Israel, right? If you look at a lot of these atheist Jews, these atheist liberal Jews who you would describe or who you would categorize as ginos, a lot of them seem to be pretty strongly in support of Israel. And like you look at like
Sarah Silverman's sister is an activist in Israel. She is she's an Orthodox Jew. So I won't count Sarah Silverman. And Sarah Silverman, she is pretty darn fucking anti-Zionist for even someone who has a Zionist sister. But if you look at the other ones who will happily, they're pro-Palestine. That's the other thing I always argue with Nick about this. In Israel, there are anti-Zionists who are pro-Palestine and want the wall to go. Like the problem with you guys is you're devoid of nuance within this view of the Jew.
Stop the fighting.
Well, so
I don't think that's true. I think, in my opening statement, I differentiated between secular and religious Zionists. And you're right. I mean, there's even Jews within the Hasidic community, although not many of them are anti-Zionist. And there's secular Jews who are anti-Zionist for their reasons. But ever since the October 7th attack, there's almost none of them that are pro-Palestine anymore. Everybody in Israeli society has moved to the right, and there's almost nobody that's anti-war anymore. There's almost nobody that's pro-Palestine. They can't do their protests anymore. No one will host them. They're dwindling numbers. And the reason for that is because when they are attacked, that is when you see the real nature of Jews, which, although you're right, I mean, there's that old trope about you get two Jews, you get three different opinions. They love to argue. That's really sort of the essence of their legalistic tradition. But when they are attacked by a Gentile, when they are attacked by the nations of the world, all those differences vanish and they all become cognizant and conscious of the thing that they have in common, which is that they are all Jews. And that's why, 3 weeks before the October 7th attack, Ben Shapiro was bashing Jonathan Greenblatt for years. And Jonathan Greenblatt was hitting a lot of the Zionist Jews, and the Zionist Jews were trying to undermine Greenblatt for years, ever since he took over ADL. But on October 7th, when that attack happened, Shapiro was retweeting Greenblatt. And Greenblatt went on MSNBC to shame MSNBC and said, you have too many pro-Palestine commentators on this network. And when the Chabad Lubavitchers in New York were in the tunnel, who's out there at the forefront defending them against the anti-Semitic tropes? It's the liberal ginos from ADL. And so I agree with you. I mean, there is distinction, there is nuance within it. But at the end of the day, they're all on the same team. And it's that race loyalty, which is so pernicious in an open society like America, especially when they have influence. Blacks are very race loyal, but it doesn't really matter because they're broke. I mean, their average wealth and average income is so low. I mean, they really have no political agency. But Jews having that extreme race loyalty, maybe more than any other group, and it's a testament to them. I think that's a positive attribute in some sense. But they're here. And this is not the Jewish state. This is the American state. They wield influence and they use it to their own benefit, their primary benefit, which is the nation of the Jews across the world or the state of Israel. And that comes at the exclusion and often the expense and the detriment of the United States. And so, I don't hate Jews. I don't have necessarily even a problem with them. I don't want to kill them or harm them like people say. But I think that you can't have people in charge of the country. Like Adam says, America is good because it'll bring about the Jewish Messiah. That's not why America is good. I mean, this is a Christian nation. And that's fine if he believes that, but he should go believe that in Israel, not here. And certainly people that
America
are running the country
is good because America is good because we have a constitution. And the Constitution gives inalienable rights to the American citizens. Israel doesn't even have a constitution.
See, this is a great example of the nuance here. Adam doesn't like Israel. Like, he's a Zionist who doesn't like the Israeli government. And you see this with a lot of Orthodox and secular Zionists. They're furious with Israel right now. See, I think the tunnels is a low IQ argument. That's fucking kid stuff. But I think the crux of our disagreement, Nick, is the monolith, the cohesion here. We've always disagreed about this. And this woman she thinks this is a death cult. And I'm using her as a metaphor, but these group 4 thinks Hasidim are a bizarre death cult. And even after October 7th, you had these people going, ceasefire now, like Israelis for Palestine, Israelis for a ceasefire.
A bunch of cowards, man.
The media is the disproportionately Jewish media is pushing a ceasefire because they don't have the unity that you say they do. That is the core of our disagreement.
I would just push back on that, and I'd say the media is not pushing the ceasefire. I think it's quite the opposite. The media is not covering all there's pro-Palestine protests.
The media didn't even cover the capture of Gaza City 3 days ago. Gaza City was entirely conquered 3 days ago. The war is over.
I don't think that's true.
It is true.
I don't think that they conquered all of
Gaza
City.
It is true. Actually,
It is so not true. And this is from January 12th, 2024, for almost 2 years ago now. Yeah.
I have a video on my Instagram in the center square of Gaza City. I'll say we, the Jews, we bulldozed it. We erected a 40-foot Israeli flag and did a tank dance around the flag in circles to celebrate our conquering of Gaza City. And I give a big shout out to all the Israeli
You
realtors
talk so big from the U.S., right? No, it was them, not you.
out there. Hit me up if you got something beachfront in Gaza, because I'm looking to move back home. You know, unlike these other three guys on the panel, I actually lived in the Gaza Strip. I lived in a small community called Shirat Hayam, and I was radically disengaged by the Israeli government, arrested, thrown out of my home, and our land was given to these fake nation called Palestine so that they could destroy everything there and launch endless war. That was in 2003, 2005, somewhere in there, 2005. And now it's time to go home. So I'm really looking forward to getting back to Shirat Hayam and seeing if my house is still there. If
I'm sure Nick is looking forward to you going back there too.
Jihadi graffiti park.
Well, you know, you have this sort of glib attitude.
That makes there's a lot of suspicion to what. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
About it, and you know, I know
I don't know.
there's a rhetorical purpose to that, to say, oh, you know, we took Gaza, and I can't wait to get some beachfront property.
The Torah gives the commandment in every generation.
You're not going to trigger me with that
Kibush
kind of
al haaretz is one of the
are we just going to interrupt each
of
other?
the Torah.
Are you a Jew and you can interrupt me because I'm a Gentile? Is that how that works?
All right, Brian, if you can help me mute things. I was just trying to mute them real fast.
This is the radicalization, and again, it doesn't mean that he's like a bad person or anything like that. Like, he's just very, very like extreme in his views, respectfully speaking. He thinks that he is better than everyone else, right? Like, he thinks that everyone else is goyim that are not what he considers to be like Jews from like Canaan, that area, and it's just mind blowing how he could just be like so narcissistic to believe that. And not look at so many passages throughout the Bible that refute what he's saying. It's just mind blowing. Just like how they get in their heads and believe crazy shit like that.
We're going to be talking over each other because we're not going to be doing that shit on this live stream. If you want to do another live stream, you can. But I understand you used to live in Gaza. I want to clarify though, Nick, before you respond, was that your opening statement, Adam, or did you not get your opening statement yet?
We're so far from opening statements. We're like at minute marker 36. Let's go, bro.
All right. Because I want to give the chance to respond to it. So you brought up these statements, right? This is what I want to ask. Then this is kind of going in that. Does what is Israel, and does the West Bank and does Gaza belong to Israel? And is Israel more than even what we currently view it as? Does Israel expand into Egypt? Does it expand into Lebanon? Does it expand even further on Jordan? What is Israel and how do you define it? And when are we going to be okay and say Israel exists and we define it as such? That's what I want to know. What is Israel? We can go ahead and start with
Israel is defined by the borders that are given in the book of the Deuteronomy in the Old Testament. There are clear outlined borders, which are pretty much the exact same shape of Israel now, with the exception of the West Bank. Now the West Bank is the last part because Gaza is now Jewish again, thank God. But the West Bank is the last remnant, and that's like the main core of the Jewish settlements. Most of those houses were built by Jews thousands of years ago.
Okay, so
there's so many Jewish relics. There's so many.
They're Jewish as well. If you're talking about the land, because if it encompasses Palestine and Iraq and Syria, etc., there are people there within those lands that have been there for. Again, like many years, but that also predate, and many other peoples do as well, predate Judaism. So it's just like the nerve of this guy. And there's been takeovers of Israel. It's been Islam. It's been Canaanite. It's been pagan. It's been like various different interpretations of the creation story. It's also been again Christian, Islam, Judaism has been the majority. And all religions have strong arguments as to why they have, like, I guess, land claims to that area. Strong arguments, but not good enough. But anyway, this guy, man.
Jewish graves that Palestinians just don't let Jews go to. But I think that this
And yeah, the war's still going on, guy.
conversation is also very nuanced, because it's not just about what is Israel, it's also what is Palestine. You can't have the conversation without the two, and then you have to bring in Jordan. So the river, the Jordan River, is the border between Israel, which is Jewish, and the country Jordan, which is actually the real Palestine.
It's not the River Jordan.
All right. I
It's
mean,
not
does anyone
the
disagree or
Nile
agree with that? I mean, I
Well-
imagine you guys have a definition, because we're saying, I just want to clarify. The point is that Zionism is that we got to support Israel. But if we don't even know what Israel is, what the hell are we supporting? Is Israel an
It's
idea?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant what Israel is supposed to be. Like when I was 20 in college, I supported, Barack Obama's notion of they need to go back to the borders of 1967. And I remember I was talking to a Jew about it, and he was like, our brothers, our uncles, our fathers spilt blood for these borders. No one's going back on any borders. And I realized at that point, I'm not giving the
So
Iroquois
Christians-
or the Algonquins or the Ho-Chunks back any of their land. We had a long war over that. That's my fucking land now. So the
So
idea
yeah,
of giving back borders based on a philosophical argument is totally redundant. All that matters is what the borders are now. That's what I was saying about Texas and America earlier. The borders of 2023 are the only relevant thing. No matter how philosophically wrong that is, no matter how unethically that land was stolen, the borders that exist now are all that matters. And that's what Israel is.
Also, it's important to say that when people refer to the 1967 borders, they're really referring to the 1948 borders, because it was in 1967 that the Jews took the Jerusalem and what is the current map. The current map now is the 1967 borders. When they use this term colloquially, the 1967 borders,
That's false. Again, this guy, like, this is what frustrates. This is misinformation. I've talked about this in previous videos. Like, they have clearly expanded outwards, and there's established settlements like beyond the borders, like the West Bank and through Gaza, like since 1967. This guy is a literal liar. I was gonna look up his channel, but like this guy's gonna frustrate me too much, and I can only imagine what people are commenting on his social media. Like, I'm assuming he's not deplatformed, even though Nick Fuentes, he can't have an Instagram account either, which or Facebook, which is just so mind blowing to me. But like people like this can like stay on. Like, it's just But yeah, incorrect.
Want to go back before the war of 1967, when Israel was just fought colonial England for its independence, and then the Arab nations after that for its war of existential survival. So it's really important that we understand this, because there's like so many of these lies and misdirections by the Palestinian community about what those things are, especially genocide. And I want to get into genocide at some point in this debate, probably not right now, but understanding the 1967 borders are really the 1948 borders. It's going back to a time from when Jews won their independence until the 1967 war.
Fuentes?
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, it's really an uninteresting question. What is Israel and what is Palestine? And here's why. Because the fundamental operative that matters for us is that Israel could not exist, would not exist without the support of the United States. And so, for example, what they're doing right now, they could not be doing without the security guarantee of the United States. This little incursion in Gaza, this prepared war that they have in Lebanon, their grand aim is to confront Iran and degrade their nuclear facilities.
Facts.
All of this is being done under the security umbrella of the United States. All of this is being done with the material and monetary support of the United States.
Facts.
And so, if Israel were having this war, I mean, I probably wouldn't care as much. I would care as much about the war in Niger, Niger versus Nigeria and everything else. But the problem is that Israel, as we know, has had the United States fight its enemies and fight its neighbors and adversaries for decades. We've been paying off Egypt and Jordan for decades. We fought Iraq, Syria, Libya on their behalf. And now we're doing the same thing here. And here's what matters in 2023. I agree. It is sort of pointless to talk about the 67 borders or the 48 borders. I mean, my Muslim friends are not going to love that. But I've never been like necessarily a super pro-Palestine guy. I think that Israel is committing humanitarian atrocities, but that's really outside the question of politics. And what matters right now is that what Israel is doing is angering the Muslim world. They're confronting Iran and its proxies in the region, and they're drawing the United States into this so that we will fight their wars on their behalf. Let's not pretend like it's just basically complete context denial to say this is about Israel and Palestine. This is about Israel and all of the Muslim world, and Israel dominating that entire map, which they could not do without the United States, which is something that is not in our interest. We're sandwiched right now between a losing war in Ukraine and a future losing war in Taiwan, and Israel is drawing us against our will into a conflagration in the Middle East. We're going to be fighting Hezbollah, the Houthis, which we just bombed tonight. We're going to be fighting Iran, all these other people. And it gets back to the original question. This is a Christian nation. This is America first. This is why we can't have Zionist Jews in power in America, because they're the ones that are getting America to fight all their wars that are not in favor of Gentiles, that are not in favor of Christians or Catholics. I mean, if Adam had it his way, Americans would be building the armaments and fighting the wars so
God
that
forbid.
the Jewish Messiah
Why
could
I
come
wanna
back
give
and
credit
destroy
to
the
America?
Vatican. And that's
God
not
forbid.
in our favor.
Yeah. I wouldn't assume that Adam disagrees with you. I don't know if he does. I know I don't disagree with you. I'm a total isolationist. The $3 billion we give to Israel annoys me. The $4 billion, whatever it is, it annoys a lot of Israelis too. I've been to Israel and I've talked to Israelis who go, "We have a self-sufficient GDP. We don't need your money. I don't like the animosity."
They still
that
take
comes
it.
with your donation. So there's plenty of Israelis that don't want that money. And as far as fighting wars go, yeah, my worst fear is that Israel provokes Iran and we start this World War III shit. I don't even want them provoking Lebanon. But as far as what Israel's done so far to Palestine, I think it's been very kind. And if they were to stop tomorrow, then I would go, that's pretty fair. The amount of Palestinians that died in this war, the amount that were involved in Hamas, it's a very reasonable retaliation. And I think that's what happens when you kick Mike Tyson in the balls, you're going to get your ass kicked. Now, I don't want them to go further than this, but as far as where we are now, if we could just stop, please. I'm calling for a ceasefire, I guess. If we could just stop, please, at this, I go, that's reasonable. Like when I was over there, my biggest beef with Israel was how nice they are to everyone. Do you know how many fucking Arabs go to Tel Aviv for heart transplants and having tumors removed? Israel even treats terrorists. They treat terrorists and fucking
what they classify as terrorists, which are prisoners, and they're treating them like what? But how are they sustaining these injuries and these maladies that they're treating? How are they getting them? Maybe through the occupation and what you're doing to them in their own land?
Sew them up. They have Muslims in their parliament. They have Muslims living in Israel. I was like, when I was there, I was like, you guys are way too nice to these fucking people. And this is a very controversial thing to say, but I would say this war so far has been pretty ethical. 30,000 people for the population of Gaza is actually fairly reasonable.
It's actually only 1.5% of the population of the city of Gaza. But also, you have to understand there's 25,000 members of Hamas. So if you and Hamas has been almost virtually defeated on the ground in Gaza. So if you remove the 25,000, you're really looking at like 5,000 to 10,000 deaths. It's not even a percentage of the population. If you go into Russia or Syria or any of these other conflict zones, they demolish like 40% of the civilian population while trying to take a city. It's quite unbelievable how they have the audacity to label this a genocide.
Yeah, look at the percentage of Israeli civilians that were killed and the percentage of Palestinian civilians that were killed.
And just for context, like October 7th, 1,400 Jews were killed. And in relation to America, because there's only 15 million Jews in the whole world, 8 million in Israel. But if you consider the whole 15 million in the world, the way that Jews were impacted by October 7th, the population equivalency to America, it would be as if 47,000 Americans were killed in a single 6-hour period. It would blow the minds of Americans. If any country did that, America would destroy them. I mean, America killed 1 million civilians in Iraq because Afghanistan and 9/11. It's ludicrous to think that Israel's a genocidal nation because we literally surgically removed Hamas from the Gaza Strip.
That's
The
not my
Civil
argument,
War
though.
killed,
But that's not my. You guys are talking about civilian casualties,
And
I'm
just to
talking
get
about,
to your point, Nick, I want to
okay.
address
Oh,
your
is
point.
this an infinite talking time for Gavin and Adam, or what?
Well,
go-
you know, when you have good ideas, you got to share them. But I want to address your point because
Adam,
Nick's got to be able to talk.
We'll address
What are you
the
doing,
point.
Ryan?
Let's go to Nick on this one.
Well, I just want to say something quickly, and then we got to get Vince in because Vince hasn't talked since the beginning. But I just want to say briefly, I mean, it's interesting because I feel like I'm laying out these arguments, and we're hearing just arguments from the other side to other arguments that weren't made, because I didn't really say anything about the civilian casualties constituting a genocide or anything like that. As a matter of fact, I said really it's sort of a might makes right. And you know what? Israel's dominating the region from a strategic point of view. I mean, what they're doing is, it may be wicked, but it's smart. And from a military point of view, what I'm arguing, like to Gavin's point, Gavin said he's worried about World War III. Israel is deliberately drawing us into that against our will. We want a ceasefire because we recognize that that is what the Iranian axis is asking for. And we want to avoid this becoming a regional conflict. Israel wants it to become a regional conflict. That's why I believe that is why they allowed October 7th to happen. I believe that is why they are currently threatening Hezbollah and striking deeper and deeper into Lebanese territory. And that's this whole situation with the Houthis. And I think the ultimate goal is Iran. So that's what they're doing. That's the problem. Again, that's why Jews are sort of the issue at the top of the elite society, because they're looking out for Israel. And what's good for Israel is blowing up Iran. That's not good for the United States. So for me, it's got nothing to do with casualties. I mean, like I said, I think there's a moral case to be made, but this is a political argument. But I want it. We got to get Vince in here. I feel like Adam and Gavin have gone a lot. I've gone a lot. We got to get Vince in.
All right, let's go, Vince. Drop
Yeah.
the hammer. Bring up.
I was just going to respond to something Gavin said a while ago, and I just want to touch on this briefly before I move on to what you guys are talking about right now. But so left-wing Jews are totally in favor of progressive ideas, abortion, immigration, diversity, gun laws, until you criticize Israel. And just to go back to what Nick said about Ben Shapiro retweeting the ADL, retweeting Jonathan Greenblatt.
He's not a left-wing Jew.
You look at left-wing Jews like Amy Schumer and Sarah Silverman. You look at what's happening with universities. And then you look at like right-wing Jews, conservative Jews, are all in favor of the conservative narratives like abortion, immigration, diversity, gun laws, all of the same things until you criticize Israel. And then you're canceled. Look at what has happened with Nick, for example. And so right-wing Jews are totally fine with sacrificing America and America's interest if it means protecting Israel. On his show, Ben Shapiro said that, you know, we might have to use nukes if America doesn't get involved in this war. And so, you know, you guys are talking about World War III. Like this is
The Oslo Accords could have worked. I'd like people's opinion on that if they want to share. Overview of the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords 1993-1995 were agreements between Israel and the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, to establish Palestinian self-governance in parts of the 1967 borders, so Gaza Strip, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and negotiate a two-state solution. Key points. Oslo, 1. 1993, established mutual recognition, created the Palestinian Authority, PA, and outlined a 5-year interim period for phased Israel withdrawals and final status talks. Example, borders, Jerusalem, refugees, settlements. Gaza-Jericho Agreement, 1994, transferred most of Gaza and Jericho, West Bank, to PA control, with Israel retaining control over settlements, borders, airspace, and maritime access in Gaza. Oslo II, 1995, divided the West Bank into areas A, PA full control, approximately 18%, and B, PA civil control, Israeli security, 22%, and C, Israel full control, 60%, including settlements. Gaza was largely under PA control with Israeli oversight. Goal, achieve a final peace agreement by 1999, resolving borders, Jerusalem, refugees, and settlements. So with Israeli oversight, so this could have assisted in peaceful assistance in building a stronger government, even if it's like a different religion or ideology, ensuring there's no radicals. And so again, there has to be like a non-bias intervention, and it has to be peaceful, but there has to be a ceasefire and an agreement. And with Netanyahu, this is why I'm saying, like, just by virtue of his ideologies and what he's pushing, like, we should not be involved on the ground, like Canadian military. Like, we just really shouldn't, because again, like, I just think it's too high risk for so many different reasons. But it should be like an agreement to stopping, like having a ceasefire, like fully, both sides, and then having like a rebuilding action plan that's unbiased. Like, it might not involve the U.S. It shouldn't involve the U.S. It shouldn't involve Israel. I'm thinking Canada would be a good option. I would volunteer to assist if needed, or maybe Australia or New Zealand. I don't know. Get Nick Fuentes involved. He seems to know a lot about this stuff. Okay, so we'll achieve a final peace agreement by 1999. Okay, so, and then after the assistance to like rebuild and restructure, etc., then it's bye now, right? I'm going back to my home, right? I'll drive here, I'll work and stuff like that, but like, okay, like, now I'm going home. Okay, so Israel's partial retention of control over Gaza and the West Bank was a significant factor in the Oslo Accords failures, but it is not the sole reason. The failure resulted from a combination of Israeli, Palestinian, and external actions. Okay, and so the Gaza Strip Oslo implementation under the Gaza-Jericho Agreement, 1994, Israel transferred most of Gaza to PA control, except for approximately 6,000 settlers in 21 settlements. Example, Gush Katif, and military zones. Israel maintained control over borders, airspace, and maritime access, citing security concerns. Post-Oslo, Israel's 2005 disengagement plan fully withdrew settlers and troops from Gaza, ending direct occupation. However, Israel with Egypt imposed a blockade after Hamas. See, I don't think that this is true. Israel's 2005 disengagement plan fully withdrew settlers and troops from Gaza. So maybe the plan did, but they didn't actually do that. So anyways, 2007 takeover, controlling borders, airspace, and sea access, which, okay, imposed blockade after Hamas, 2007 takeover, controlling borders, airspace, and sea access, which critics argue maintains effective occupation. That's why I keep on saying that they're occupied. By the way, it's because, like, they're even admitting it. It's in the agreements. Anyway, so this aligns with your suggestion that Israel might not fully cede control. So impact of failure. Israel's retention of external control over Gaza, pre and post 2005, fueled Palestinian distrust as it limited PA sovereignty and economic viability, contributing to Oslo's collapse. West Bank. Oslo implementation divided the West Bank into areas A, B, C, with Israeli retaining full control over Area C, security control in Area B. Fragmented Palestinian governance, limiting PA authority. Still doing that. Okay, so since Oslo Israeli settlements grew, so at least they're admitting that. So settlement expansion, since Oslo Israeli settlements grew, example, from approximately 200,000 settlers in 1993 to approximately 445,000 in 2025. Okay, so like doubling, more than doubling. Particularly in Area C, seen by Palestinians as violating Oslo's spirit. No shit. Israel cites security and historical claims. Example, biblical Judea and Samaria per your prophecy query. So like biblical prophecies where that is part of Israel. Impact on failure. Israel's expansion of settlements and control over Area C undermine Palestinian hopes for a contiguous state within the 1967 borders, a major reason for Oslo's failure. Okay, so Israeli motivation. Security concerns is Israel justified retaining control over Gaza's borders and West Bank. Security due to terrorism, suicide bombings during the Second Intifada, 2000-2005, and rocket attacks from Gaza post-2007. Political resistance. Far-right Israeli groups, example, religious Zionists, as per your prior questions about Mark Levin, and leaders Benjamin Netanyahu, opposed ceding land, citing biblical claims from the river to the sea and security needs. I don't know if they actually said that. I think they might have. I don't know. Assessment. Israel's. Oh no, actually, I think Netanyahu has said that, but I don't think Mark Levin has ever said that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have no idea. At least not like on his social media. And by the way, who funds him as well? Oh my God, there's such a bias there. It's propaganda, respectfully. So assessment: Israel's reluctance to fully cede control, especially in the West Bank, in its partial control over Gaza, significantly contributed to Oslo's failure, supporting your claim. So rejection of offers during the final status talks, example, Camp David Summit 2000. The PLO under Yasser Arafat rejected Israel's proposals. Example, 91% of West Bank, Gaza, parts of eastern Jerusalem, citing insufficient land, control over Jerusalem, and refugee rights. Palestinians felt Oslo's phased withdrawals favored Israel. Violence. The Second Intifada, 2000-2005, with Palestinian suicide bombings and attacks, approximately 1,000 deaths. I think that was over-reported. But anyway, escalated Israeli security measures and distrust, derailing Oslo's peace process. So they're not saying what they were also doing to people within Gaza. But so this is what I mean. Like, this is very biased still. So Hamas takeover. They were democratically elected after winning 2006 elections. Exactly, it's right here. So Hamas 2007 control over Gaza, split Palestinian governance, PA and West Bank, Hamas and Gaza, undermining Oslo's unified PA framework. Hamas's initial rejection of Israel's existence, moderated or fixed in its 2017 charter, fueled conflict, right? So Hamas, their charter from 1988, they have updated it since 2017, and they absolutely do acknowledge Israel as a state, and they're not condemning Judaism or any of that stuff. So there's attempt. Assessment: Palestinian actions, including rejection of proposals and violence, also contributed to Oslo's failure. Okay, so I didn't say it was Israel's reluctance was the sole cause. So this is what I mean. Grok puts things in my friggin' mouth that make me look like I'm on like some kind of a... Anyway. Okay, so the Israeli prime minister is murdered by a far-right Jewish extremist. Opposing Oslo weakened Israel's commitment to the accords. 1995. The assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. I thought he was a reformist. Yeah, he was. A far-right Jewish extremist. So U.S. mediation and consistent U.S. involvement. Clinton's push at Camp David versus Bush's disengagement post-2000 failed to bridge gaps. Regional dynamics, opposition from groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, and lack of support from some Arab states hindered progress. Okay, so Israel's partial control. So Israel's retention of Gaza external control and West Bank's Area C plus settlement expansion, limited Palestinian sovereignty, eroding trust and supporting your claim. Okay, so anything else here? It just seems redundant. You could just add so much more information that I just don't even need. Okay, so yeah, October 7th. I do believe there was like absolutely prior knowledge. I believe that Netanyahu absolutely wanted this to happen, and that's why there was also that stand down that was several hours. Depending on the reports that people see, it's between 3 and 9 hours. And again, just like the friggin' embeds, like with the media, and again, it was disgusting. It was absolutely atrocious what happened, and so people did die. Even animals did die. There was like if you watch the BB files from Jolt, I did share that once on my Rumble account, and it got removed. And so, but yeah, it's on Jolt. You have to pay. It's not much, but pay $1 to watch it. I highly recommend. And so, but yeah, I do involve that they were funded and radicalized by people within the Israeli government, people within the American and U.S. government, unfortunately, and then the funding secured through places like Qatar and things like that. And again, it's absolutely disgusting that this shit happens and is allowed to happen because it pushes an agenda at a time when Netanyahu was not popular at all. And there were so many people from within Israel that were protesting against him. Because again, the far left and far right, like there's an issue with that in Israel right now. I don't know if people are tracking that. And it's incredibly extreme. And that's what happens. Because again, he's putting money, which is proven, into even his own mainstream media and it's propaganda for the masses, and people are waking up, and they have been for a few years. And he lied to Congress in 2002 about weapons of mass destruction, and got us involved in a war where like so many people died. And again, when is enough enough, right? And so like I don't wish any harm on him at all ever. I do believe that he should be in jail though, and I believe that would be like a healing pivotal time for people within like all over the world essentially, but especially within Israel. And so, and that's why like with the U.S. supporting and enabling this, it's just in Canada too. It's just brutal, and then even shooting their own, right? Like with the IDF, etc., and then going into homes and just like just doing perverted things to inside people's homes, like with their personal belongings, and driving over children with bulldozers. I can't even get too graphic into it. So yes, there were disgusting things that happened on October 7th. I have not suggested otherwise. I'm saying like there is so much happening right now. Again, and this is looking to be like a genocide, and it's even being admitted by people like Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, etc., people that are within his cabinet, far right, ultra Zionists, and they believe that again, like in their heads, like this is biblical prophecy being created or played out, and like come on, guys, come on, like this is just wild to me that that is happening. It's unfortunate. And so with war crimes, etc., like I think there has to be accountability, and that's someone that is a veteran infantry officer who's deployed to war, and I know people that were kicked out of the military because of even a like a mercy killing of someone that was going to die anyways in a miserable way, and it was to put him out of his misery, and again that's against the Geneva Convention. This is against the law, like all of our laws that we follow, our rules of engagement, the Geneva Convention, etc. And so they're targeting infrastructure that's known to be civilian as well. There's just so many different things that they're doing that that if Canadians would do it, then they would be held accountable, either go to jail or some kind of a military tribe like court, or get kicked out. So no double standards. That's not the way to do it.
Something that this is part of the long history of the relationship that we have had with Israel, which has been called our greatest ally in the Middle East. Time and time and time again, they have done things in the Middle East that we have told them or recommended that they don't do, which has completely destabilized the Middle East, has soured our relationships with Arab nations, and has led to the deaths of Americans, American civilians, American Marines. And so this is part of the problem, and that I have, and stuff that we go over on the show all the time. And I have a question for Adam King. Do you think, because I don't think that you completely answered this, but do you think that Israel, like if you were to wake up one day and you were able to dictate the borders of Israel, would you be in support of from river to river?
From the river to the sea, Israel will be free. No, everything that I want is the biblical lands that are outlined in the Torah. I don't want an inch more than what God decreed to Moses. That's irrelevant to me. But I do think, though, that there is such an antiquity of Jews in the Middle East outside of the land of Israel. For example, the Song of Solomon is actually a book of the real estate holdings of the crown of Judah. And he had 1,000 wives. He married the daughters in each place that of all the kings. In each place he had there was a massive Jewish contingency, like embassies almost. So it's important to know that the Jews have massive history inside of the Middle East. When Nick's talking about the Jews wanting to destabilize the Middle East, first of all, Israel's a sovereign nation, and just the reintroduction of Jews to the Middle East was a destabilization. What the Arabs and the Muslims want is an expansive caliphate that has no interruptions, where they can have the Mediterranean Sea and push their agenda directly into Europe. Now, as far as Israel taking foreign aid from America. I don't really like it when America gives foreign aid. In fact, I'm an America First patriot. I believe that other countries should pay America for its support, not the other way around.
Yes.
But in addition to that, it makes me very nervous when Biden rolls his boats up into the Middle East for several reasons. First and foremost, Israel is more than capable of protecting itself. It has fought multiple armies on multiple occasions at the same exact time. 1967, 1973, 1948, all were attacked by different nations at the same time, and Israel conquered all of them at once. Unlike what Nick thinks, Israel doesn't need America. In fact, America slows Israel down. In 2005, the Gaza disengagement is the reason why we're here. That was done by George Bush and Condoleezza Rice. That was an exclusive American plan. It's that America constantly puts its agenda on Israel, and its agenda is actually very bad for the Middle East. It's pro-Iran. And I know Gavin said that, and other people have stated that Israel is provoking Iran. It's actually the opposite. It's that Iran is not just provoking other nations, but Iran is provoking Israel and the rest of the world. And in order to truly understand the conflict, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
1 second. In order to truly understand the conflict in the Middle East, you have to understand the Sunni Shia conflict between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And there's no way to intellectually, honestly look at Israel without the broader picture of the geopolitical trends that are happening in Islam. The Iran conquered the government in Yemen and installed the Houthis, which has done nothing but destabilize the region, in the Arab region, in the Gulf states. You know, Nick, I don't hear you talking about Iranian destabilization of the Middle East. It's almost like a singular attack on Jews, that Israel is the problem of the world. And Israel has its own sovereignty. It can make decisions without the need to check with the United States.
Well, if I could rebut that, I know Gavin was trying to jump in there, but since I was directly mentioned, the reason why is because the United States isn't holding an umbrella over Iran taking over the region, but we are doing that for Israel. And, you know, the thing about, it's so funny because I've debated many Jews about the subject of specifically foreign aid over the years. And you know what it is? They have so much pride. They hate taking money from the Goyim. They hate that they are dependent on the Goyim. And so they take the money. They need the money. They need our guns. They need our support. They do need us. And, you know, you can say all you'd like, well, you know, we don't need America. America slows us down. But, I mean, you just take a look at a guy like Ben Shapiro. I know you're not Ben, but, I mean, he's a good example of this. Years ago, he was asked at a Q&A, you know, should we remove the foreign aid? And he said, you know, well, it doesn't matter because we don't need America. Israel can defend herself, you know, because they're so proud. They're such a proud people. But then when Hamas attacked on October 7th and this Iranian crescent pincer started to squeeze Israel, Shapiro and Mark Levin and all the other Zionists went on TV and said, if the United States doesn't give Israel what it wants, when it wants it, no questions asked, then we're going to nuke the whole region. We're going to use our nukes and everything. And that's because, of course, historically they can't. You had one miraculous victory without our support in 1967 because he did a sneak attack on the Egyptian and Syrian Air Force.
What about 73?
In 48, no, that was 1967.
I'm saying that miraculous wins were 48, 67,
and 73
73
was the airlift from America. You couldn't have won without the airlift from Nixon and Kissinger. And in 48, you couldn't have won without the smuggling from American Jews. We facilitated all the arms going to Israel during the ceasefire.
Those wars because God willed it so. Because God wants to bring home his children.
It wasn't because of American bought carriers in Lebanon.
1948,
right?
600,000 Jews starving in the Holocaust, who just came out of the Holocaust with barely having pistols, conquered the greatest empire at the time, England, won its independence, and then fought 3 armies. Just 600,000 Jews with barely any munitions whatsoever.
That's the Romans today.
From God. That's a miracle from God. In fact, in 1967 and in 1973, before the Jews went to war, we dug our own graves in Tel Aviv. There was empty graves when we returned from battle. We literally thought we were walking to our deaths, and it was going to be a noble death to die defending our desire to have our own homeland in our ancestral homeland. And we won.
Nice.
That wasn't because of America. That was because of God.
That's nice. Well, Here's the thing, though. The thing is about all that, from the ashes of the Holocaust, which was a hoax, by the way. But the United States is what protects Israel. So you said, why don't you talk about Iran? You're just singling out the poor, helpless state of Israel. The reason why I'm talking about Israel is because we have the security umbrella. You don't want the aid? Don't take the aid. You don't want the aircraft carriers there? Don't take the aircraft carriers there. But that is the situation. It's like Evan said, what matters is what's happening now, not hypothetically, not if you woke up and you were the Moshiach or whatever. What matters is the situation now, which is they provoked this war. And by the way, you talk about how Israel can defend itself. It couldn't defend itself against a bunch of guys in hang gliders, paragliders, and, riding in on tricycles or miniature tricycles and clown cars. I mean, Hamas moved in there. This is supposed to be, 30,000 guys, and, they have no technology, but they breached the most surveilled, secured, armed border, maybe next to the DMZ in Korea. Of course, they knew about it for years. They saw them training for it, and they were late to respond. And probably Israel caused a lot of the casualties on October 7th. And that's because Netanyahu's hanging on to power, and he knew that this would be the perfect pretext to get Gaza and get Iran with the support of the United States. Without the United States, Israel would be in real trouble from Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Mobilization Front and all these other groups. And so, that's my problem with that arrangement. And I forget what the second part of the argument was.
I'm inclined to agree with you that Israel allowed for that invasion. It doesn't make sense that a tractor that goes at 20 miles an hour was able to invade a place where they can tell if a squirrel farted 3 weeks ago. But we did that in wars. We did that with Pearl Harbor. I think we did that with 9/11. That's the history of war. Is
false flag events.
You allow some punk to punch you in the face for the first 2 rounds, and you go, see, and then you destroy him. And I have no opinion on that. It's the Bloods and the Crips. It's 2 gangs, and the Bloods had 10 times the power the Crips had. Like here in New York, there's barely any Crips. And the Crips decided to wage war on the Bloods, so the Bloods just annihilated them. And I'm actually fine with that. I don't give a fuck about the Bloods and the Crips. I'm glad West Bank is gone. I'm glad Gaza is gone. From the river to the sea, Israel shall be free. Amen. But I am an isolationist, and when I hear these hawk neocons like Ben Shapiro say things like, and these are people in our government, talking about how we need to strike Iran now. And we need to do the first attack, like it's in The Sopranos or something. That scares the shit out of me. And I think a lot of conservatives would agree with that. We want the war with Palestine and Israel to stay in their little octagon and finish it themselves. And then we don't want any more expansion. We don't want American lives spent. A lot of Zionists like myself agree with you guys on that. We don't want World War III. We don't want Iran involved. We want it to be over now, tonight. Israel wins, and we're good with that. And as far as the money goes, like we give about as much money to Jordan. I don't want any money going to anyone. But if we have to give money to other countries, I don't know, $1 billion. Like take the top 10. Give them all $1 billion and let's stop talking about it.
And
a lot of that money is actually to make sure that they keep the peace with Israel, to be honest. And you say that you're an isolationist and you don't want us to get involved in these things, but this is the history, right? They start shit in the Middle East, they get America involved, they get America to finish their war, and then all of a sudden we're in another war. There's a reason why you're hearing all of these neocons talk about Iran, is because this is the final boss. Right, we've destabilized and taken out the regimes of Afghanistan and Iraq and all these different countries, and Iran is the final boss. And they're going to use this as a pretext for something that they've wanted for a very long time. And I know you guys say like, oh, it's only 1% of the population, or it's only 20,000 people, which are just so happen to be mostly women and children, by the way. And so the question is like you want a biblical Israel. If it means another 1%, or if it means 50% of the population, is that worth your biblical Israel? You can be an isolationist, or you can say that you're an isolationist, but the problem is supporting what's happening right now and supporting what Israel has done throughout history is going to be counterintuitive to your being an isolationist.
I
All
want
right,
to
let me-
point out. I want to point out one thing, if I
Adam,
can.
I'm gonna come here for a second. First of all, we're gonna transition in a second. I'll let you give your counterpoint, and we're gonna transition to another topic. We also have a surprise guest who's gonna be popping in a little bit to ask some questions and to change some things up. Before we talk about that, though, I do want to give a shout out to one of the sponsors of today's show, which is a company that believes in this debate, wanted to help make it possible, wants to continue to keep free speech, independent media alive. And I'm talking about the purgestore.com. This is an amazing store that not only has supplements and intake devices for your body that help you to fight disease, it can help them boost your immune system, but they have a new product out called the Parasite Cleanse. So basically what this is, if you know, we have Adam on here. I don't think, Adam, you don't eat pork, do you, Adam?
No, I don't eat pork.
All right. And why don't you eat pork?
It's not kosher.
The
Yeah,
only
it's not gonna-
motherfucking pig that I eat is police.
Yeah, well, the only reason why I don't eat a lot of pork, I don't eat a lot of stuff, I'll eat bacon stuff. But the truth of the matter is that we do have parasites that enter into our body. They live inside of our gut and they end up defecating. They actually shit inside of our gut. They actually eat healthy tissue. They actually live and embed inside of your tissue. And there are many different complicated ways to get rid of parasites in your body. But now they've created a one-stop shop pill that can help rid your body of all these parasites that you take in from bad vegetables, bad meat. And right now you can get it at purgestore.com, promo code Elijah for 10% off. Parasites affect mood. Your mood and your personality are genuinely affected by what's in your gut. Just like, a lot of people in here, there's a lot of shit being spoken, and shit can change the mood. So understand that if you actually do not take care of your body, you might end up having issues with irritability, and some parasites cause cancer. So go to purgestore.com. That's PURGESTORE.com. Promo code Elijah for 10% off. Plus, if you check this out real quickly, you can also get other supplements, including Immune Protocol to help you to avoid getting sick this winter, organic elderberry, apple cider vinegar. I use that to help fight the drying of the scalp, which is really important if you're flaky. Check it out today, purgestore.com, promo code Elijah. This company supports this debate. They support your free speech, and they support you. Okay, taking it off the screen, I want to talk about something really important here, which is something that we didn't really get to touch on, which is number one. Is Israel genociding Palestine? Is what they're doing genocide? And I want to define this genuinely, because I know people debate that the population of Palestine has exponentially grown, that the majority of the population are under 30. In fact, a large majority are even under 20. They have a major boom. This is a inverted pyramid of what's happening in Western civilization. In Western civilization, they tell the woman to stop fucking their men, to take birth control, become crazy psycho bitches, men not to get married, take the red pill, be really cool. How about this? Get married to a religious person. If you're Nick, make them Catholic, whatever you got to do, and make some babies and multiply and live your life before God. The Palestinians apparently got the memo before the West did. They're fucking, they're sucking, and they're creating babies, and they're growing. Now, Israel has responded to this death. A lot of people say that it was a false flag event. I happen to believe that myself. I'm going to stay neutral and say their counter response, we already had Gavin say, was optimal. It was equitable in the fact they've killed over 30,000 people, the majority of which being civilians. I want to clarify, the majority have been civilians. Now, the leadership of Hamas obviously was historically in Doha. It was in Qatar. Qatar has a very difficult relationship with the U.S., one of the largest military air bases. So it's really hard for the U.S. to sanction attacking Qatar. Now, of course, many of the leaders are already being attacked now, which means that it shows that Israel could have conducted assassinations. We don't think Mossad is working as well as it used to. The CIA, Mossad are getting sloppy. Jackson Hinkle would be dead already if Mossad was working like it was in the 70s and 80s and whatever. If it was still working, he'd already be gone. Maybe Nick wouldn't be here too. But it looks like they have the ability to attack the leadership who are fleeing to Iran. And that's what they're doing now after bombing huge swaths of residential buildings, which I'm going to give the caveat and end here and say, obviously pro-Zionists would say, well, that is Hamas's fault. Hamas uses civilian buildings, civilian dwellings like schools and hospitals. You've probably already heard this, to not only store weapons, but like they say with the hospital in Gaza, there was a major tunnel network and they found 6 firearms or whatever it was. They're storing the stuff. So on the topic of genocide and this idea of is Israel sanctioned, is what they're doing equitable? I know Gavin touched on it, but I want to jump here with Gavin because he talked about it. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? And if they are not, or if it's something different, please define it.
It's war. We lost 30 million Russians in World War II. It's horrific. War is hell. And that's why I was so alarmed when I saw Palestine taking the bait and committing those atrocities on October 7th. You got to understand, Palestinians are made for war. Like in Jordan, the Palestinians hate the Gazans. They hate them because they see them as like these savage dogs that need to die for their martyrdom. That's their role in life. They cannot negotiate. Bill Clinton gave Yasser Arafat an amazing deal, and he said, "I can't accept this deal or I'll be killed," because these guys are built for martyrdom. So they got it. And the military over there makes sure that they're shooting from hospitals, they're shooting from churches, they're shooting from residences. So they set up these civilians to die. And by the way, I don't think it's a given that the majority were civilians. We just accept that. The war ended like yesterday, and we're already taking all this information like it's a fact. I'm not taking anything for granted from either side, by the way, with this war. But to punch Mike Tyson in the face and lose 30,000 people is a pretty good deal. And I've never had any respect for Palestine. I'm glad they're gone. Fuck them.
Amen. And I just want to touch on one point before you said your piece, Elijah. And Nick was talking about all this U.S. foreign aid that goes to Israel. It was a 10-year, $3 billion a year, $30 billion total, which I don't want, first of all, just to preface. But the two largest foreign aid packages that the U.S. ever gave, which was so destabilizing to the region, was a $150 billion lump sum by Barack Obama to Iran with a $1.7 billion cash payment that was flown in the middle of the night. And the second was an $86 billion military aid package that was given to the Taliban by Joe Biden. So
don't forget Ukraine. Don't forget the $100 billion to Ukraine.
So when we're talking about, I got a picture of Alex Jones. So when we're talking about, U.S. money going into the Middle East to destabilize the region, the U.S. money that goes to Israel doesn't destabilize the region. U.S. rampant military donations to Islamic jihadi regimes, and it doesn't do the Iranian people any favors. The Iranian people want to overthrow the mullahs, the dictatorial mullahs, and what about the Iranian people?
I meant to say that earlier. That's what I interrupted you earlier to say. When it's deceiving to talk about Iran, because the Iranian people hate their mentor. They hate their tyrannical bosses. They want to overthrow the regime.
Yeah, and let's not
people love Israel, by the way.
Yeah,
they don't want a nuclear war, obviously. So the Iranian people are think of them as North Koreans, like they're in a dictatorship.
And before the CIA overthrew the Shah in 1979, Israel and at the time it was Persia, not Iran, were best friends in the region. The Shah of Persia actually had an official state visit to Israel. The CIA in the Iran-Contra affair overthrew the Shah, the institution of the Shah, and brought about the mullahs, which these losers now call himself the Ayatollah, and he's really a pedophile. I mean, this guy goes around raping all sorts of children. It's insane. And we look to Iran like they're this innocent creature. They want to build nuclear weapons. They want to destabilize the region. And it's not just Israel. Iran wants to conquer Saudi Arabia much more than it wants to conquer Israel. It wants to win the Muslim holy war and defeat the Sunni. The Shia want to defeat the Sunni more than they want to defeat Israel. In fact, Saudi Arabia is like chomping at the bit to make peace with Israel. This war only set them back. And just recently, Saudi Arabia announced that after the war, they would like to resume their peace talks with Israel. And that has everything to do with Iran, because Saudi Arabia sees Israel as a stabilizing force in the region, not a destabilizing force like Fuentes likes to say.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we
we'll
know
go-
that Israel was
Everyone's going to stop.
Go
I just
ahead.
want to say that reminded me, you mentioned raping kids, so we will get to the tunnels eventually. The chat is reminding us that we promised to talk about the tunnels later. But I will go to Fuentes and then to Vincent.
The Vatican tunnels?
I will go to Nick. I will go to Vincent on this, and then if you guys on the pro-Zionist side could hold, and then we're going to switch the topic. So go ahead, Nick, and then Vincent, and then we're going to change the subject.
Well, the initial question was about the genocide But I want to get into the claims about, I mean, it's just so amusing and laughable, the Iran and the, I mean, no offense, I don't say that to be an insult, but it's just completely dishonest. The 150 billion cash pallet to Iran, it's just like the 6 billion that Biden gave to Iran. The United States didn't give $150 billion when they negotiated the JCPOA under Obama, which is what Adam's referring to. Those were unfrozen funds. Those were Iranian monies that were frozen by the United States under the sanctions regime. We traded sanctions relief for limitations on their nuclear program. So to say that we gave them $150 billion, we didn't give them anything. We unfroze money that had been frozen under the sanctions regime.
And how's that working out, Nick?
Well, hang on. Let me finish. I'll let you say that disingenuous thing. I'm just correcting it. And then as far as the $87 billion to the Taliban, everybody understands we didn't give $87 billion to the Taliban. Joe Biden abandoned the equipment that was there. And I agree. I think that was a dumb thing, but we had been in there for 20 years. So are we going to wait another 2 years? I think if you wait any longer, it was just never going to happen. The money that we're giving to Israel is taxpayer money. Okay, that's money that's taxed from American citizens, given to Israel. And you talk about the memorandum of understanding, that's the $3.8 billion over 10 years, which was negotiated, I think, in 2016. But that's not even the most of it. There are other forms of aid that Israel gets. Iron Dome isn't included in that $3.8 billion. I would also include the aid that we give to Egypt and Jordan. Vince pointed out Egypt and Jordan are historically the second and third highest recipients of American foreign aid. Those are payoffs. Egypt started receiving that level of foreign aid after they negotiated peace with Israel, first country to do so. Jordan became the third highest recipient of foreign aid in 93 or 94 after they normalized relations with Israel and became the second Muslim country to do so. So, I mean, really, it's the memo of understanding plus Egypt, plus Jordan, plus the Iron Dome. I would also argue the Iraq war was a form of an in-kind subsidy. And there's other things, too, that aren't calculated. You can look it up and see what the numbers are, but it's much bigger than 3.8 per year. That's on the and you know, so to say, well, you single out Iran, and I said, well, or rather, you single out Israel, but don't talk about Iran. I said, well, Israel gets our support, Iran doesn't. You said, well, we gave Iran money, and it's like, no, we didn't. Okay, but that's that. On the genocide, I'm not really interested in, again, the genocide terminology. I think that that's like a United Nations definition. Suffice to say, Israel is not avoiding civilian casualties. This is what our government is saying. This is what the UN is saying. And it's true. Israel is a brutal army. And, you know, it's a large country full of children. You know, it's like half the population, high percentage of populations, teenagers, or rather under the age of 17 or 16. And so these people that are being killed, a lot of them are children, a lot of them are civilians fleeing. And, you know, that's just not moral. That's just not a moral way to fight a war. And listen, I get it. Like on some level, I get it. I think there's a mutual animosity. The Palestinians hate the Israelis. The Israelis hate the Palestinians. But it's pretty incredible that Israel claims to be the civilizing force. They say they're the Western world. They're an extension of the West. They're not. The West is Christian. And being Christian means that you see everyone as a child of God, even your enemies, even people that are not your co-religionists or not members of the same race. Christians don't prosecute wars like that, or at least they shouldn't. And what's interesting is that, you know, for decades, Jews like to say this. It's Judeo-Christian. I don't think Adam would say that, though. They'd say, you know, Israel's a beacon of Western civilization, a beacon of liberalism in the Middle East. Then when Israel gets attacked, and they got to take the gloves off and kill everybody, then they go and lecture Americans and say, you naive Westerners have no idea what it's like in the Middle East. It's bedlam, and we're fighting each other tooth and nail. And it's like, okay, fine. If you're both savages, then just say that. But you can't have it both ways. You can't have this most moral army. We're a beacon of civilization and a sea of barbarism, but also then when you get attacked, say, well, you just don't get it. You know, we got to kill them all. Okay, you know, fair enough. That's how it is in the East. That's how it is in Chechnya. That's how it is in Xinjiang. That's how it is in Gaza. It's how it is over there. Fine, you know, but I just don't like that hypocrisy.
Well, as far as the savage animals of the Middle East go, they are the most civilized of the hyenas. They warn targets that they're going to bomb. They avoid civilians, but The whole MO of Palestine is children in front. And this is the whole MO of Islam. They hate children. They fuck children. They fucking, during the Iranian Revolution, they gave these kids these little keys to go out on the front lines and fight and get killed on the front lines. And these plastic keys were going to get them into heaven. They weren't even nice keys, by the way. It's like they weren't even made of like copper. They were just
Child marriages are practiced and legal in many Muslim countries.
These red plastic keys. And the Muslim mentality is death is good. Death is martyrdom. Death is
not all, but like Afghanistan, it's practiced in Iraq, and Iran is practiced in Palestine. It's child marriages, and it's absolutely horrendous when there's video clips that are put out there of like these little children, like 5 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, and they're being forced to put on like these coverings and get married to men that are way, way, way older than they are.
Is a victory.
That is true.
And that's how Palestinians live. So when you're around these kind of fucking savages and you throw them a bone, I think you're being pretty ethical.
Can I ask something here real fast? So are you saying, because you just said that the Muslims are savages, the Jews are more civil, the Muslims are fucking kids,
but they're with savages. Like people go, Columbus cut out their tongues when he discovered the Caribbean, and it's like, yeah, that was the vocabulary of the fucking Aboriginals down there. They were cannibalizing each other. They begged Columbus they begged Columbus to help them fight this other tribe because they were eating them. And then you were like, well, Columbus was so cruel to them. Yeah, that was their vocabulary, and Columbus was much more civil than the indigenous people, and Israel is much more civil than the Palestinians.
But I'm trying to say, are you saying then that the Jews do not also target civilians and do not also fuck kids according to Talmudic law? Like, are you rebuttaling that? So that's not something practiced? Because I read a Vice article, you might be familiar with the publication Vice from about a decade ago, talking about the problem. And of course, child rape is a problem if it's happening anywhere. Okay, we're not talking about age of consent laws. We're talking about prepubescent teens. We're talking about raping little kids. This is a whole. Everyone.
Yeah, it's not ingrained in the culture. Hasidim have a problem with inbreeding, and they have a retardation in their in that particular sect, group one, and yeah, that's going to lead to some pedophilia because they're basically a lot of them are basically retarded.
They say that the Vice article is saying that over 50% of Hasidic Jewish children,
yeah, that's retarded.
Brooklyn are sex.
That's retarded.
That's not a fact. But there is a problem in the Hasidim with pedophilia, but I think it's because of low IQs and.
But there's a problem in all religious groups in pedophilia. Look at the Vatican and the altar boys. I mean that also is a major problem of pedophilia. I'll tell you where it comes from. In deeply religious societies where sexuality is suppressed or forced suppression, like in Orthodox Judaism, like in Catholicism, like in Islam and all sorts of religions, you will find pedophilia and sex crime because of the repression of sexuality. That has to be an individual choice of the participant in order for it not to become perverted and these people not to spiral out of control.
Nick,
so
I would
and this was happening in Christian churches as well, in ministries, etc. Nuns in nunneries getting exploited by men that were pretending to be like actual real believers in God, and clergy and priests and bishops and this and that, and going to these places and sexually assaulting these women and children, and so yeah, people are being held more and more accountable. Christians are telling the Pope to stop covering documents and covering for pedophiles, and so I will say that there is a lot of people within the Christian community that also call this out and don't support it, and we're calling out our own as well, or they're calling out their own as well. But anyways, I'm looking into this comment you made.
Big issues that causes pedophilia inside of all religious communities.
I would love to. Nick and I need to go to Israel. That's what needs to happen.
No, I'm gonna die, dude. Adam's gonna be there waiting for me with 12 of his bear Jews from Inglourious Bastards. I'm gonna fucking kill me.
They love arguing.
Nick, I'll take you to Israel.
They love.
I'll take you to Israel. I'll even give you some protexia while you're there.
No, I listen. I would actually like to go because it's the Holy Land for, of course, Christians as well, because that's where Jesus walked. But
Yeah, well, I
would get killed there.
I
So.
went to Jesus's birthplace in Bethlehem. It was surrounded by fucking Muslims and the call to prayer. They needed a big iron fence to keep the Muslims out.
Brother, I don't even know if you guys can make it into Australia.
Problem.
I was gonna say I don't even know that. Real fast, I want to introduce Zerka is here as well. He just joined the streamer, and he has joined in the community. I just wanted to ask you, Zerka, on this question because everyone brushed over it. But Gavin pointed out, obviously, I'm not a fan. People say, "Are you anti-Semitic?" Well, I think if you're anti-Semitic, you're probably against all the Semites, which are both sides of the war, in my opinion.
Exactly.
But he was saying these people are like savages. They kill civilians. They put their children out to war. They rape kids, and I don't think anyone's arguing about Afghani dancing boys and those things, but I'm assuming that's saying that the Jews are not Talmudically raping kids. Vice itself was saying it's a common practice. I didn't know if you had any opinion on that, about the different groups, if one's more savage than the other, or about pedophilia in their movements.
That one's for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's just look at the nature of the Jew. They brought LGBT, porn, and all this degeneracy to the West, and you're telling me now, silence, Goy, silence, Goy.
Hey, hold on.
They bring all this degeneracy, and now you're saying it's just a big leap that they're also pedos. Give me a break. Like, this is what they're known for. They got kicked out of 109 fucking countries.
Who invited?
Oh yeah. By the way, on that, I just wanted to say, now that we're on the topic of religion and that Zerka just mentioned that, I want to ask Adam King something. He talked about being kicked out of 109 countries. You said on a recent interview that the reason that they were kicked out of so many countries was because of Christian influence. Can you expand on that?
Specifically, the Catholics have been very anti-Jewish from the inception of Catholicism. Yeah. It's really
that's why Catholic priests are represented in the way that they're represented in Hollywood movies. Kind of interesting, isn't it?
I'll tell you, throughout history, the Catholics have been the number one progenitors of Jewish massacre. And they weren't really, it was really the book burnings that they were after. They were trying to destroy the Torah, and the Jews are what stood in the way. It's very interesting.
Rabbis bite penis flesh.
Catholicism itself is very much rooted in Judaism, actually.
Oh my God.
Originally, until Nicene, there was so many more Gospels than just Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But I don't know if you want, guys, Elijah, I don't know if you want to go down this path yet. I want you to kind of steer the conversation because we're kind of going in like a million directions since we brought Zerka onto the thing.
I mean, it's been a couple minutes.
Interrupting more than anyone.
Yeah, that was a dumb move. Can we change the subject entirely?
You know what I find funny? The two guys who've been to Israel are shilling for Israel. Isn't that funny?
Zerka, you're just like a shit stirrer.
Here's an honest question. Does Gavin, you used to be based and used to be a white man. What happened? Does Gavin and the fucking Goy, does Gavin and the Goy guy, are you guys funded by Jews? Just give a yes or no.
Yeah. Bro, I am a Jew. All of my money that I make for myself, I fund myself, dude. I'm self-funding.
The same guy as
I'm funded by a Jew. I'm funded by Adam King, the Jew.
Yeah, I get checks like a Jew.
Zerka, I gotta tell you, man, I can't believe that you I really used to like you until I saw you got your ass kicked by that dude. Man.
Yeah. That nose don't lie.
That was so embarrassing.
That nose don't lie. You're definitely a Jew.
I am a Jew.
All right, but hey, Gavin, what do you think?
What about Gavin though? Are you 100% Caucasian?
Yes.
So what happened to you, Gavin?
Up on this subject is I don't like my fellow Caucasians absolving themselves of their ethnomasochism and blaming it 100% on Jews. There definitely is a percentage with these fuckers.
Wait, what's the percentage?
That's a good question.
That's the 6 million people question.
I would say 30%. 30% of your self-hatred could be put on these people, but who aren't Jewish, by the way. They're just elites. Like, they're white elites. This is the thing. we are at this war with Jews because
I
they're
agree with you there.
overrepresented in the group of elite whites. They're overrepresented in chess. They're overrepresented in Nobel Peace Prize winners. They're overrepresented in medicine. That last one is the
What about
Achilles
porn?
heel of anti-Semitism. Why are they overrepresented in medicine? Because of nepotism? You can't be nepotistic about doing brain surgery. You either are good at it or not. Yeah, that's like saying there's nepotism in the MLB. You either throw a fastball at 110 miles an hour or not. You can't get your cousin in on that. So they are elite whites. And when they do bad, they do elite bad, like really bad. When they do good, they do elite good. My daughter was born at Beth Israel Hospital in the East Village. There's no Muslim hospitals around there she could have been born in. And again, as I said earlier,
you're saying they're shapeshifters, Gavin?
Shut the fuck up. When I
Why
was
is
over
Zerka
there,
even here? Didn't he lose his relevance like a month ago?
Gavin, grab your two pieces of silver.
Okay,
Grab
well,
your shekels. Get your
who
shekels,
invited
Gavin.
this fucking clown?
Can I ask Adam? I want to ask Adam King a question because he did.
You invited like the internet.
Vincent, what were you saying?
I was just going to say, Adam did not really answer my question. Do
What's
you
the
think
question?
that the Jews were kicked out of so many countries because of Christian influence? This is what you said in that interview. You said it was because of Christian
Catholic
influence.
influence, not Christian.
Catholic. So you think that they were kicked out of so many countries because of Catholic influence?
Well, there was so many different reasons. I mean, we're talking about a 2,000-year history. There was more than just Catholic influence. For starters, like Spanish Inquisition, Catholic influence. Adolf Hitler was not Catholic influence, although the Catholics seemed to be chomping at the bit to support everything that he did. They were like wetting their pants over it. There were places where the Catholics had the lead, and there were places where they didn't. But in every situation where Jews were being killed, the Pope was trying to take selfies in front of dead Jewish bodies. I mean, that's just how it always has been.
All right, I'm going to stop everyone here for a second. We're going to switch the topic. I want to steer this back to an intellectual debate, and I find this to be very important.
Did Zerka just zig Heil? What a fucking douchebag. Zerka, you are the biggest ever. You have no relevance anymore. Where's HS Tiki Talkie, man? Can we see a repeat of that ass?
I mean, it's not illegal.
Yeah, all right. Let me get you guys all stopped for a second. I think he just sig Heil. All right, I'm going to pursue this back intellectually because I want to bring this in a good direction. I need to switch it to a relevant topic, which is the secret Jew tunnels of New York, which sounds anti-Semitic, just saying that, but this is relevant to the topic. Okay, so if people don't have a background on this, very briefly, there was a tunnel system discovered that led back to a Jewish synagogue. This is a particular sect of Judaism, and as weird as this sounds, there were Jews crawling out of storm drains, and it raised a lot of questions. At first, they began to say we were weird for asking questions. The next day, they blamed rambunctious teens. And this morning, the New York Post blamed illegal immigrants. I am not lying. They said illegal immigrants dug the tunnels underneath the synagogue. And to put this plainly, tunnels are not weird. There are tunnels under lots of cities.
Yep.
The fact that these tunnels are from the synagogue, no one can seem to agree what they were for, but no one also wants to talk about it. Major players are avoiding it, which makes me want to talk about it. And I want to go straight to start with Nick on this one. All right, we have the tunnels here. Are these tunnels weird? Should we just move on from this? This is a stupid fucking question. Should we just let Zerka, Sig Heil, and Gavin calm? Or is this a deeper discussion here on what the fuck is going on underneath this Shabbat synagogue, and what is the purpose of these tunnels? I kind of want to get your idea of what you think is going on here, Nick.
Well, obviously they're up to no good because it's hidden. And I think that's a fair assumption. There have been various explanations given. The first explanation was that they were hiding from COVID. And then even the Crown Heights website updated, because they initially suggested that, they updated the story and said the timeline doesn't add up. That's not why they dug it.
No,
it's
the future risk of COVID.
Yeah, I don't know how plausible that is, though. They then said it was a renovation, or that they were expanding the synagogue, but again, or rather the 770 building. But again, why would you hide the dirt? Why would you hide the dirt that you're displacing? It seems
there's
like
no evidence of that. This is all so new. We're talking about something that happened 2 days ago, and we're all experts on the subject. We don't know
pictures of the dirt is hidden in another chamber.
Okay, but we don't know who put the dirt there. It could have been illegals.
Okay, come on. Yeah. Come on now. It's 770 Chabad World Headquarters.
This is
the thing, Gavin. It's like, why
to do any hard labor ever?
Okay.
Yeah, they hired. I'm sure they hired illegals to do it. I'm sure they hired illegals to pick up the shovels, but they were the masterminds. And look, here's the thing. I mean, we can speculate what exactly the tunnels were for. I think it's clearly nefarious because it was hidden. When people hide things when they're doing something wrong. Now, it's plausible that they were trying to evade a zoning thing. It was a dispute between these Israeli Messianic Chabad Jews and the community that runs a synagogue. That's really besides the point. The point that I made about this, what was interesting, is that the story was reported. And then everybody saw it and made jokes about it, and they made all kinds of insinuations about it. And then the Jews got together and said, we're not going to talk about it anymore, and shame on everybody for talking about it. There was an op-ed on the website that initially reported it, the Crown Heights website, and it was written by a Jew who was not a Chabad Jew. And he said, well, shame on us for reporting it to the Gentiles, and shame on the Jews for laughing or celebrating that Jews are being arrested by the police. Where is our sense of loving our fellow Jew? Is there no Jewish values? And it gets back to my sort of the big thesis of this whole debate. I mean, we can get back and forth into the weeds and the minutiae of these things, but the fundamental thing, which hasn't been disputed, is that they are a nation, they are race loyal, they look out for each other, and this is baked into the cake. In the Talmud, it's baked into the cake. In the Zohar, it's baked into the cake that they see the Gentiles as other, as excluded, as spiritually deficient or spiritually not able to reach the same level. And so they think that they're here in this country as their own thing. And, if they were leaving everybody alone, maybe that would be fine. But they're very powerful, and they have an audience internationally, particularly the Chabad Jews, with Milei, who was just elected in Argentina. Where did he travel after he was elected? Traditionally, the president of Argentina actually travels to Brazil for their first foreign visit. Many people don't know this. Milei traveled to Brooklyn to visit the Chabad World Headquarters in 770 because his rabbi is a Chabad Jew. He then went to Israel. And of course, the Chabad Jews have an audience with Putin, with Netanyahu, with Biden. They were in the White House on calls with Trump. And of course, Kushner is and supports, and his family supports, the Chabad community as well. And so there's something here that doesn't work, which is the Chabad Jews get together and say, we look out for each other. We don't tattle on each other to the cops. We don't report our dirty business to the Gentiles. They're also extremely powerful in Gentile society. You can't have it both ways. You either are in Gentile society and you're going to be among us and you're going to be with us, or if you're going to be exclusive like that, then you can't be influencing our society. It's not good for us. And there's a word for that. If there's an organism that attaches itself to you, typically smaller, and they're sort of benefiting. I mean, you can say that, but by definition, it's a symbiotic relationship. And you can say, my gosh, and you can, throw up your arms, but it's what it is. And you said it yourself. I watched your interview. You said, and earlier in this debate, you said, well, America's great because our Constitution. You omitted the part, which I saw a couple days ago. You said, well, because freedom is a precondition for the Jewish Moshiach to arrive, because freedom allows, Hasidic Kabbalists like you to bring about the Messiah, who is going to deliver a vengeance on the Catholic Church. So, and you omitted that part. So it's not, oh my gosh.
Let's talk
You're
about
not
the real.
American. You're Jewish.
Listen, since we got brought up with the tunnel subject, let's talk about the real tunnels. And that's the Vatican tunnels, Nick. What's underneath the Vatican tunnels is all the Jewish books and all the Jewish artifacts that have been stolen from the Jews. Why should I sit here and honor your stupid idea that the Vaticans have no amends to make to the Jews? You have all of our possessions.
I can't believe people want to talk about the tunnel.
The Vatican has belongings from all over the world, from so many different eras. I would love to go and see inside and just spend weeks or months just reading and going through and seeing these even art, design, these different objects they have as well. It's not just books. There's artifacts, and anyway, yeah. So it's from all over the place, from multiple different religions and cultures.
So much. The tunnels.
Wait, Gavin, why'd you cut him off?
Hang on. Hang on. He was just in the middle of something. Go
Let
ahead,
Adam cook.
Adam King.
It's like, you first of all, like the Arc de Triomphe, it has pictures of all the things that the Romans carried off with it into and buried under the tomb of Saint Peter, which is the Vatican. The Vatican, which is like the most unchristian thing in the entire Christian world. And I'm happy to go do a deep dive on Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean, Matthew and Mark didn't even know Jesus. Luke and John, one of them's Jewish, one of them's not. But for some reason, the Catholics forced this entire doctrine on the Jewish people that if we didn't convert, we're going to be killed and our books are going to be taken from us. So you guys are so up in arms about these. It was a zoning thing. They wanted to expand the tunnels. The Lubavitcher Rebbe said
expand the tunnels.
The Lubavitcher Rebbe said before he died that he wanted to expand the base midrash, not the tunnels. And so this group of like young Israeli boys took over an abandoned mikveh, dug out underneath it, broke the wall, and when they broke the wall, the Lubavitchers called the police and arrested these boys.
Oh yeah.
It's the end of story. But the real issue is not about these tunnels. Let's talk about what's underneath the Vatican. Let's talk about the real crimes that have been committed against the Jewish people. And it's not just the Jewish people, because the Vatican doesn't just sit on the treasure trove of the Jewish antiquity, but every single nation that Rome conquered. In fact,
Adam,
there are so many nations that exist in the...
I'm asking you a real question because I don't mind talking. No, I don't mind. I just want to know, why are we focusing on what's going on in the Vatican than just answering the question?
Because he hates Christians and he hates Christianity.
No,
That's
I don't
why.
hate Christians, but I
Yes,
do think
you do. You actually said,
I do think that Catholics have a little bit of a twisted doctrine.
you actually said Christianity is just a bunch of people terrified as hell. You actually said that early Christians
they're
are evil
terrified
people.
of hell. Actually, hell. Thank you for bringing that up.
Terrified as
Hell
hell.
is a Jewish concept, but in Judaism, you only the longest sentence in hell is 11 months. This concept of eternal hell or eternal heaven, when Jesus came around, Judaism believes in reincarnation. So all of a sudden, Jesus comes, and now reincarnation's not a thing anymore. And oh yeah, hell's different too, and heaven's different too. And but like you have to accept this, even though it's completely different than what Moses taught you. But this is the new.
Was that in your Talmud? Did you get that from the Talmud?
This motherfucker. I'm not even going to address your.
No, I just want to go back to the whole like the totally watering this whole tunnel thing down. Like you have a lot of people that are saying that it was for COVID, but that the tunnels were dug 6 months ago. You have a lot of people that are saying that it was well, okay, not just you. But there's a lot of people that are saying that are like. That are saying this on Twitter and online, and you just said that it was just a couple of unruly teens that were digging.
I missed this, but just regarding the October 7th attack that happened, I think that by understanding what led to that and why, which these guys are unpacking with their debates, albeit they're coming at this from like what I would say like extreme. Verbiage, but again, they're not saying anything illegal or anything like that. So it's just it is what it is. Like I'm not getting emotional about it. Like it's like words only have power on you if you allow them to.
The tunnels underneath, and then when the elders found out, they I want you guys to know that I personally hold on. One second.
What if you heard that Hell's Angels had tunnels under their club? You'd go, yeah, I figured. The fucking tunnels.
No, but hold on.
This entire debate,
okay,
it ruins this entire debate.
No, I know. I just want to mention this. I just want to mention this one point about that. So, like, and then they say, well, they hired illegals. Well, it's like
that's way more interesting.
Well, hold on a second here. So, I have a hard time believing that these elders that are in this building all the time didn't hear 26 illegal Mexicans digging under their floorboards. Okay, we can move on for that. We can come back to that. I don't care. We can come back. I want to stay on this topic of how much you hate Christianity.
What?
I want to stay on this topic of how much Adam hates Christianity, specifically Catholics, specifically Catholicism.
I've ever heard.
Okay,
I'm the one begging us to talk about Jesus. Let's go.
I want to talk about Jewish overrepresentation in media. That's interesting.
Okay, so stop here for a second. Everyone's muted for a second. I don't know why. I think I muted you for a second, but I want, if we're gonna go in this direction, we have 3 places to go, but I need to keep it very simple here. Okay, Adam is cooking, and we'll get to Adam. We're gonna give Adam here. Adam was going on about the Vatican and about Christianity, and it seemed like Nick was fairly interested in that. And if everyone's okay with that, we'll go ahead and throw back to Adam. Adam, go ahead and explain your thoughts on this. Finish your thoughts up on the Vatican. Continue on about Christianity, and then we'll switch the topic after we're done discussing Catholicism and deflecting away from the New York tunnels. I'm kind of fucking pissed that we can't ever just. I've tried to talk to Jews about the tunnels. I'm trying to be neutral here, and it always turns into talking about the Vatican. Fucking let's go. Let's talk about the Vatican.
Tunnels are retarded, Elijah. What do you think? You think that there's child sex trafficking in a 20-foot tunnel?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're. Yeah, I think they rape kids.
All right, put it this way: if it turns
That's the
out
most retarded thing you've ever said.
if it turns out that there's sex trafficking going on there, I'm joining your guys' team on this. I don't even give a shit. I'm 100%.
Yeah, we don't want you.
anti-sex trafficking. There's no sex trafficking. It's such a nothing burger.
Totally separate from the. You would be totally separate from the Hasidic rabbis then, because anytime anyone tried to speak out against the sexual abuse that was happening to children within the Hasidic community in Brooklyn, they were excommunicated from.
I'm a big supporter of an organization called Jewish Crime Watch. Big shout out to Jewish Crime Watch.
Not low IQ.
Big shout out to Jewish Crime Watch. It's an organization dedicated to purging all Jewish society of pedophilia. And I'm a big supporter of Jewish Crime Watch and everything that they do. They're an amazing organization.
You should start with the rabbi that bites the penis. The
The
circumcising rabbi. He bites and sucks the blood of a penis.
Hold up. Okay, yeah, shut the fuck up, everyone. For a second.
And those are the.
Just stop. I got to keep it neutral here. I didn't say that I think or I believe or I know there was sex trafficking happening in those tunnels below Chabad synagogue. I have no idea what was going on. I saw soiled mattress with blood. I saw the guy tell me we all have bloody mattresses. Look at your covers.
You saw a dirty mattress. Wait. Have a nice mattress in a tunnel, retard.
Correct. You're also not going to have a fucking blood stain. So my question was, and this is what I want to say.
Fuckhead.
It was a Jewish sewer layer where they rape kids.
Because I have a fuckhead, but I will say this. I'm not making any claims. Even if I thought something, I'm not making any claims about the tunnels. I have zero claims to make about those tunnels. I don't know anything actually because I'm not from New York.
Right. So why are we talking about it?
Because I want to know that because
it's a tunnel. Imagine a tunnel under a Hell's Angels clubhouse.
Yeah, but Hell's Angels, Elijah.
Kevin, when I ask the fucking question to people and I say this, if I ask you, why the fuck do you like pizza? And they said, why do you want to know if I like pizza? It's like, why the fuck do I got to ask if you like pizza? Be in New York about it. I just want to know if you like it. And then they tell me why. And I'm like, dude, just answer the fucking question. So with the tunnels,
I like pizza.
People, it was
I
nothing.
think the tunnels are cool.
Yes, exactly.
Is pizza a code word or something?
No.
All right, so then let me bring it. We don't want to talk about this right now. I mean, we can come back to this. Let me bring this part up. Adam King.
Vincent, I'll get to you. I'm saying I just brought out the tunnels because this is just like 9/11 or a lot of things. I find it suspicious that when I ask the damn questions to people, some of my friends who are Jewish, some who are not Jewish, they get defensive and they don't want to talk about it. And that just raises alarms for me. That's it. That's all I want to talk about it for. Because no one else will talk about it with me. This is my show. Let's talk about it. We're on Gavin's Network, Censored.tv. We're really appreciative. But Vincent, go ahead. Let's talk about the tunnels and then we'll change.
Of course, they don't want to talk about Jews literally crawling out of the sewers by the dozens in New York City. Of course, Jewish people don't want to talk about it. And coincidentally, mainstream conservatives, a lot of mainstream conservatives said absolutely nothing about this, even though this was like a really hot topic for a couple of days. I want to bring it back to this. Adam King, and his comments on Christianity, specifically his comments on Catholicism. He says that the Catholic Church in every generation has been so complicit in Jew hatred. There's always been in Europe this hatred of Jews because of Christian influence. He says that Jews were kicked out of 100. And I want to ask you this. Do you honestly think that Jews were kicked out of so many countries because of Christian influence and not because of the usury, taking over the financial, taking over the media, pushing sexual degeneracy, taking over basically everything, and destroying the country? Right. Yeah. Well, do you honestly think it was because of Christian influence, specifically Catholicism that they were kicked out of so many countries, not
Do you see
because
how
of
this
all of the
is a
shit
more
that they did.
elevated discussion than tunnels? Like this is that question is an intellectual question that is highbrow. The fucking tunnels are gay and boring loser meme shit.
But
That
Gavin,
question
Hell's
is an
Angels are
interesting
not
question.
known for sacrificing kids for thousands
Listen,
of years.
I will say this:
What
it
the
is
fuck are you
interesting.
talking
Get him out of here. I don't
Okay,
want him
listen.
here.
It is interesting now
Go
that this
on off,
keeps coming
go
back
fuck
to
off and do
tunnels.
a line of coke or something,
Hold on,
man.
hold
That's
on a
all you
second.
like doing
Hold
anyway.
on. Now that this keeps coming back to the tunnels, I will say it is interesting that there was a court document that people are publishing on Twitter that I confirmed is actually real that talked about sex abuse cases in the mikvah, the ritual bathhouse, that the Daily Mail, when they reported on this story, said they were interested in linking this mikvah to the main building. I will say that is interesting.
Okay,
I also think the Vice News article is
if that
interesting.
comes out as a thing, then by all means, that all of a sudden becomes a very
It already did come out.
intellectual discussion.
Yeah.
No. If there is a link, if it is verifiably linked, then I do want to talk about that.
Well,
But
they
as
said
of
the
right
the
now,
Daily Mail
today,
reported on it.
It is retarded rat conjecture, and it's embarrassing. But get back to your original question about being expelled from countries. That's high IQ shit.
Can we go there? Let's go
Adam
there.
King, do you think that Jews were expelled from so many countries because of Christian influence,
Not just Christian influence,
instead of
also
all of
Muslim
the
influence,
things that they have done?
also Muslim influence, Muslim and Christian influence. Yeah, I mean, like the other two monotheistic religions that derive its creation from Judaism is responsible for the vast amount of Jewish diasporic claims. Yes, I don't know where you get this 109 countries thing. I never.
No,
heard
I'm
that
just saying.
before. It's a lot of countries. Like there was a few major ones. Spanish Inquisition. Poland was the third of the Jewry of Poland was wiped out over in one night in massive massacres. My family came to America shortly after the Civil War. We're called Kharkovian Jews. There was a horrible, horrible massacre that took place in Ukraine that brought my family to America and also from Lithuania at the same time. There was so many of these things. Jews have not even been allowed to be Jewish. There's so many laws. Have you guys ever seen those fur hats that the Hasidic people wear?
Yeah.
People don't know this, but the reason that is a beautiful custom. And the reason is because the Cossacks required that Jews wear the tail of an animal to distinguish them from the Gentiles. So we turned them into beautiful crowns. And that's where that culture comes from. Minus the expulsion, the suffrage that Jews had when we weren't being expelled from countries, and it's not indigenous to Catholicism and Catholic societies or Christian societies, but the Muslims put us in a dhimmi status where we had special taxes just because we were Jewish. We had to pay tax just because we were a Jew. When you go into diasporic Europe, you see all sorts of different things where, like, before a Jew can marry a wife, she has to sleep she has to have sex with the local parish, or not parish, the government official. So in the Hasidic communities, women had a culture of shaving their head bald so they would look ugly. Jews uglified themselves so that they wouldn't get raped.
Oh, is that why?
Murder, violence, oppression.
Yeah.
All these things happened at the behests of non-Jewish society, and we weren't integrating then. Jewish integration into secular non-Jewish society is a very relative.
Not to so what that at all. But there's also les filles de roi, so women and children that came from Europe, France, Ireland, etc., that came into Canada as sex slaves and slaves, and throughout North America as well. Europeans used as slaves, and so yeah, and other areas in the Middle East. Like, we can all play the blame game and stuff like that, right? And so there's so much talk and emphasis on one group, and I find that there's a lot of Christians that don't even know our own history now, and we're not following our own religious ideologies, etc. And it's just I don't know. It is what it is. I wish they would become more aware. And in even the Holodomor, like, there were a lot of Christians that were murdered. and suffered all throughout Europe. Why do we keep on, like, I don't know, why do we keep on ignoring that and refusing to teach it?
Thing. It's only started in like the last 100 years or so, less than 100 years, where Jews have actively been trying to get into other societies. We were pushed away. We were not allowed to participate in European society whatsoever.
And you
Nick,
say that's because of Christian influence, though.
Yeah,
but you not because of
you
anything
guys
else.
made a religion where we killed your God.
All right, guys,
So if you were to take away one religion, if you were to take away, all right, sorry, go ahead, Elijah.
I know, since I know you're cooking stuff, I just want to go to Nick. We haven't heard from him in about 15 minutes, and I want Nick. I want to hear your take on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just think it's interesting. The reason I wanted to dwell a little bit on this Vatican comparison, you know, the Jewish tunnels were brought up, and then Adam retorted and said, well, let's talk about the Vatican tunnels and how they stole our holy books and they stole everybody's stuff. And what's interesting, I know that's not a flattering impersonation, but what's amusing is that at the beginning of the debate, Gavin said, well, you've got, 4 different kinds of Jews, and on the very far left, you got these guys that really even aren't Jews. And then you got these Hasidic Jews, and they really do their own thing, and they don't even think about anybody else. But what's interesting is Adam is on band.video. He's on InfoWars Network, and he's got an American flag behind him, and he talks about these conservative issues, and he loves the Constitution. But did you notice that when it comes to the Jewish people, he sounds like Black Lives Matter? He starts talking about reparations and colonialism and oppression and intolerance and genocide. And all of a sudden, we're hearing the same kind of notes. It's like, well, this fiction that the Vatican wouldn't have to give the Jews back all their stuff and all the other conquered people too. And like,
you think we should just give those to you?
Well, hold
you think
on.
that, you think that they're yours now?
And there, you can't even help yourself. This is the mindset.
I'm asking you. My
this
question
is the
to you, Nick.
No, to the victors go
You can
the
ask the
spoils.
question after.
Also, we're Christians, so silence when a Christian is talking. The real people of God are
You're not even, you're not even really a Christian.
You will listen, boy.
You're not even really a Christian, Nick. You're a fake Christian.
Silence, Esau. The chosen are the chosen Catholics are talking. No, I'm just messing
This
with
is
you a
why
little
it's important that we judge you guys.
who's we and who's us?
The Jews.
Whoa,
there we go.
You bring
Whoa,
about your
that
own
sounds
judgment.
like dual loyalty right here.
You do. You bring
That's
about
such
your own
it's a
judgment.
delicious irony. It's a feast of irony here. But this is the mindset of even, well, I would say particularly religious Jews. I mean, these are the Pharisees. The Jews today, the religious Jews, are the Pharisaical Jews that did kill Christ. And he says, well, you invented a religion where you killed your God so you could hate us or something and prevent us from giving the world the Kabbalah, where you believe in reincarnation and golem and stuff like that. But this is the mindset. We are not co-religionists. There's no such thing as Judeo-Christian. There's no affinity. There is
Judeo-Christian. There's not Judeo-Catholic, but there is Judeo-Christian.
I'm glad you said that, actually, because you're
Yeah.
right. Protestants are basically Jews because they're your pawns. They're the ones that support Israel. They're the ones that shell out the money
Let's
for
talk
you
about
guys.
the early
Yeah,
Christians.
that's why
That's how
Jews
it
did
is.
Vatican II.
Let's
by
talk
the way.
about Jesus and let's talk about the early Christians.
I'm
Let's
not interested
explore
in
this
what
concept,
Kabbalistic
Nick. I
Jews
really
have
want
to
to
say
explore
about
this
Jesus.
concept with you.
Yeah. We should
Is
start
it-
at the synagogue of Satan.
Is if
we want to
Zerka,
start,
don't
can
you
we
have
start
like
at
a
the
penis
synagogue of
stuff or
Satan?
something? You're the
What's
gayest.
that
Why
verse
are you
about?
here? Why are you even here?
Is this?
Are you here because Vince and Nick need some shit stir to back them up? Can they handle their own
I'm
argument?
here for
or are
you. I'm
needed
here for you. Dude.
All right.
Listen, we don't want his support. We don't want Zerka's support. We'll take it anyway.
Yeah.
We can
Okay,
defend
They
ourselves.
can defend themselves.
Yeah, we are.
Elijah,
Let me ask you, Adam. I want to hear this though with Gavin. Gavin, because we have a couple more secret guests drop in. Gavin is going to make the executive decision. Do you think Zerka should stay, or should we let Zerka plug himself? And then
he shouldn't just leave this chat. He should leave this earth. He fucking sucks.
Oh my God.
Anyone with hand tattoos is a retard.
and
And
HS Tiki
he
talking
totally-
beat his ass in public.
Gavin,
doing
Stupid
right now.
asshole
Gavin,
started the
totally-
fight. He's
Gavin,
so dumb.
Gavin, the last time you were relevant was when you debated
IQ
Destiny.
like 10
This guy
And now
points.
you
was
sound like
irrelevant.
Destiny.
We're
I'm
giving
shilling
him
for
relevance.
Jews.
right
He
now.
had
You
no
think they're
relevance.
gonna-
I don't know who
Gavin,
invited
you think
him.
they're
I don't
gonna
know why.
unban
I
you
think
if
we
you
were all
chill
being
for
pretty
them
civil
long enough?
before he arrived, and we
And
were all
Adam, I just
coming
wanted,
to
I came here to
conclusions
say,
and
Adam,
finding common ground.
Adam, you
I'm
look
actually
like
mad
God's
at you for
chosen
inviting
people.
him, Elijah.
You really do.
All right. Shut the fuck up. All right.
Seriously.
At this point,
That's
it's like
nice.
doesn't even matter if you're a fucking Jew Oh, you're a fucking goyim. Everyone's being fucking annoying. We're gonna go ahead and kick Zerga from the conversation. So plug yourself. We're gonna give you a chance to plug yourself.
Hold up, Elijah. Why not just mute me?
Wait. He's like the king of all blacks.
Why not just mute me, Elijah? I'm watching anyway.
I know because it's my stream, and I want to bring you on for a moment, but I want to get back to the conversation, and I want to get back. So I'm going to give you a last word, Zerka. I want to give you respect. I respect you a lot. I think you do good work. So I want to say to you, as a fellow streamer, people know that I'm very neutral on this stuff. Give us your last word, plug yourself, and then we're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you at the next debate.
Yeah. I'm just here to say that Jews are God's hated people, and Jesus is king.
All right, where can people find you?
Tiki-talkie. Watch the video of this fool getting his ass beat, acting like
you're losing the debate, bud. You're losing the debate. It's not a good look for you.
You were on meth when you did that. Get out of here, man. Go become your.
Go get raped by a rabbi. Go get your foreskin bit off by a rabbi. And you know what's funny, Elijah? That's the good guys. That's the last thing I want to say is the good Jews bite the baby's penis skin off, and the bad ones are in tunnels sacrificing shit to their big nose. Look at this guy's nose. That's a tunnel in itself.
Wow. All right. All right, we're back.
Can we get back to some?
I was like, what the heck?
Can I just take a total 90-degree turn here?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
I want to redo an opening statement.
It really doesn't represent the right or Christians well, and he has said a lot of things that I don't agree with, and it is what it is. I mean, it's hard to debate people that don't even listen and shut you out, right? So yes, the left does it a lot more, but we have that on the right as well. That's a good example of one. My God.
I deny what Nick is saying about how they all disagree with each other until there's an October 7th, and then they all come together. And I've had this argument with Nick for 100 years. That this bitch, the Group 4, was never supporting retaliation. Yes, Ben Shapiro, who's Orthodox, by the way. Ben Shapiro is a fucking psychotic neocon warhawk who wanted to blow up Iran the next day. But generally, these people are Bolsheviks. They're Satanists. They are atheists. And they are elite white people more than they're Jews. They don't have – I'm denying the allegiance here. And
Which group would you put Jonathan Greenblatt in? Which section?
Her section.
Here. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you look at
just since you brought up Greenblatt, did any of you guys see my protest outside of ADL headquarters?
Yeah, this isn't about you. I'm not done my point.
I know what we're talking about. Go back to Gavin.
This concept that they are overrepresented in media is true, but they are elite whites. And have you ever looked into that meme? What's it called? The Hibernian conspiracy, where they talk about Irish people. Irish people are wildly overrepresented in finance. Pull up some of those memes, Jamie. They're wildly overrepresented in finance. They're wildly overrepresented in media. You got. I did my homework today. I was looking at MSNBC's top shows. You got Rachel Maddow, Morning Joe, Jen Psaki, Chris Hayes, Lawrence O'Donnell, Chris Matthews, all Irish. And then you have Joy Reid, Alex Wagner, Al Sharpton. You have CNN, founded by a WASP, Ted Turner, Anderson Cooper, King of the Wasps, Aaron Burnett, Irish. And you know what I was noticing when I noticed these two groups dominating media? I thought both of them have survived adversity, and that separated the wheat from the chaff. You see this with Indians too. When Indians, Dot, not Feather. When Indians come to America, they tend to be ruthless and corrupt, because they're surviving this horrific background. So the Irish, the Indians, and the Jews tend to be remarkably tenacious survivors. And we see them and we go, well, you must be cheating. No, they're not cheating. They're just good at their jobs. I think part of it is they don't drink. If I didn't drink, I'd probably be president of the United States by now.
The Irish don't drink?
Probably not.
No, they managed to do it while drinking. Jews don't drink. Look at that. Half our presidents are Irish. So my point is here that, yes, Group 4 does have a need to sabotage America. And I'm as concerned about that as you are. I think you're wasting your energy focusing on groups 1, 2, and 3. And I also believe that we have a lot of group 4 in ourselves. We hate ourselves. And the reason I hate anti-Semitism is because it absolves us of our own ethnomasochism.
Well, I would just rebut that by saying, all these other groups, they are race loyal. That's the problem. Like my problem is not just with leftism, as expressed by secular Jews, of which, by the way, 80%, something like 70 or 80% of Jews in America vote for Democrats. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the majority of Jews in America are secular leftists, international types. And so we can, and by the way, they don't consider themselves white. And it's a classic trope. They're white when they need to be, and they're not white when they need to be also. And
but they're
they
realizing now
sides.
At post-October 7th, they're realizing with these protests that, holy shit, I am white. I got the Marxist students.
No, they're just realizing that the diversity that they've pushed for decades and decades is now turning on them. It's not turning out to be such a good idea. Brett Stevens, a conservative Jew, says that diverse America is the safest for Jews, and Trump is the greatest threat to that because of his immigration policy.
Right.
So they're all for all of the things that we support on both sides until it comes to Israel.
It's right now saying, holy fuck, I guess we are white. I screwed up.
They're not saying that, They're not saying that. They're saying that the non-white people now don't like Israel, and now they're all moving rightward. They're moving towards a more nationalistic disposition. But Jews do not see themselves as white. When you talk about even like, watch like the Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm show. Larry David's like a liberal Hollywood comedian Jew, somebody who, and I, and Gavin, we roll in the same circles in politics. When these Jews come up to me, they say, "Oh, Ben Shapiro's not even a real Jew. Oh, this one." They're always telling us who's not really a real Jew and who's really not a Jew. Larry David is like a Hollywood liberal, whatever. But you watch that show, that's just an example.
Sure.
And it's such a communitarian lifestyle. That's their whole social group. That's who they hang out with. They regard Jews better than they regard other people. It's like I said before, they have the same kind of in-group preference that blacks do. What makes it pernicious is that they have so much influence. So
it's kind of like how you have the same admiration for the
me?
Catholics.
Can you not interrupt me?
Did you
please?
just turn up your mic audio before you interrupted?
I think you did. But here's the thing. This is so
I pressed
pernicious.
The mute button on accident.
This is so pernicious because you have a self-serving minority group with power. So what does a self-serving group do with power? They use it to serve themselves first. And then the Goyim get the scraps. The American public gets the scraps. And by the way, that's liberal Jews, but Hasidic Jews, like I said earlier, I mean, Gavin, you're on the same side as Adam, who is just bashing. I mean, you're a Catholic, and he's bashing the Catholic Church. His wet dream is for a Jewish Messiah to destroy the Vatican and loot it and distribute all its goods as reparations to the nations of the world. And he can't even stand it. But that's what you want.
Ethnically.
And Gavin, you're Catholic, and he's apparently on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. And listen to the animosity. I heard him on a stream. He said that Peter and Paul are evil people because they abandoned their own religion. There's nothing more evil than that. He thinks Christianity is a wicked doctrine. He says Christians are only people that are just afraid of hell, afraid of an eternal hell. They don't realize there's reincarnation. You go to like a therapy session. You go to Jewish hell is you go to psychotherapy for 300 years. Then you're reincarnated as somebody else. He says, Christians are only just afraid of hell. That's why Christians try to do good in the world, because we don't think it's like, it's a little good, a little bad. You get a do-over. So they're all on the same team. And the one thing they all have in common is they all hate Jesus. That's the thing they all have in common.
That's not true. See, that's absolutely not true.
How much
Jesus was the righteous person. Let's talk about Jesus, Nick.
Do you know how much this guy has done for Christians in Iraq? Like, this guy has raised millions of dollars protecting Christians in the Middle East who are dying to the tune of 12 a day. And I don't see any of these people who criticize people like Ezra Levant doing anything for Christians in the Middle East. Larry David is in this category.
I've also donated to multiple charities. So anyways, I'm only saying that because I have called him out on his propaganda.
He's an atheist. Temple is bullshit. Temple is fake. These are socialist fucking atheists, and we all have that same enemy. If Adam King has said or Andrew King has said bad things about Catholics, yeah, he doesn't like you, you don't like him. I don't really give a shit about that. All I'm trying to argue with here is your assumption that they pretend that it's a group of different people, but when the shit hits the fan, they unite. That is the crux of our disagreement. I fundamentally disagree with that. When the shit hit the fan on October 7th, these pussies said, fuck Israel. These guys banded together.
They didn't. And the left evaporated.
Of course they did.
The left
They're
in Israel
literally chaining
evaporated.
themselves and shutting down traffic in Los Angeles. They're having Jewish protests to protest Israel and shutting down traffic all over the United States. How could you be so intellectually dishonest to say that they're not?
You're just wrong. Larry David
like
is
tiny
pro-Israel.
percentage.
Greenblatt is pro-Israel. All these people are, everybody on CNN, everybody would say fake news CNN liberals, Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer, Dana Bash, all the Jews on there. I mean, they literally, when the October 7th attack happened, they had like wall-to-wall coverage where it was just Jewish presenters only supporting Israel. I mean, look at the State Department. Look at like Joe Biden's State Department. We sent our Secretary of State over there who said, our liberal Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, goes over and says, I don't come before you just as the American top diplomat. I also come before you as a Jew. Is Antony Blinken a Hasidic reactionary? No, but there's a dozen examples like this.
All the lefties who were saying ceasefire, all the lefty liberals who were saying ceasefire from day one, NPR, all these left-wing radio stations had nothing but Palestinian rights. They care so much about, look at Queers for Palestine. Like the left, the Jew left is obsessed with Palestine. And that, by the way, is a white trait. And that is my life goal these days, is to figure out why whites hate themselves so much. This is a white person. Why do whites want their own demise? And I hate when you blame the Jews for everything, because it absolves you of your own self-hatred. Not you particularly, Nick, or Vince, but white people in general. We love to hate ourselves, and Jews are part of that because Jews are white.
All right, let me frame this question here. This is a very important question, and I need to frame it this way, because we keep talking about a percentage, and I hear this. It's 30% of Jews are doing 100% of the bad shit in a country. Am I getting you wrong on that, Gavin? Is that what you're kind of saying? It's only 30%. It's not the majority.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I said, as far as white ethnomasochism, these people are responsible for 30% of it. That's just, I'm just pointing out.
Okay, cool. But I'm not even going to try to disagree with you as a moderator here. What I want to point out is that, when we look at stats, right, sometimes they even say that 13% or maybe even 6% of the population commits over half the violent crime, and in some cities up to 90%. Percentages aren't always a good resolution of what the overall effect is. And this is actually a very terrible question, and someone's going to quote me on this and try to blame me for being, full of hatred or wanting to end Jewish existence, and that's not what I'm doing here. As a moderator, I just want to ask this question. When in Australia right now, they just introduced anti-extremism laws in response to the Arabs saying gas the Jews and the protests against Israel, which are predominantly Arab-led, Arab-based. Now, of course, they targeted the Roman salute, so they've made that punishable by up to a year in prison. They've made edgy memes with swastikas a year in prison, and downloading PDFs and books like Mein Kampf for the inference of radicalizing yourself, prison up to 5 years. So it's weird how, again, Jews are 0.4% of the population in this country. They are overrepresented, of course, like every country, in the elitist and the wealthy class. They were upset. There's tons of white guilt here. They didn't like people being upset at them. Instead of punishing the Arab immigrants, who are the ones leading the cause, they've made Nazism illegal and made right-wing nationalism the target of these new domestic emergency violence laws. That being said, 30% of Jews are causing 100% of the Jewish hate because they're causing the problems. Okay, let's go with that truth. And down to it that Jews are not a huge portion and that whites cause a lot of the problems. This is a horrible, horrible question, but I want to just bluntly ask you, would the West be better off with just kicking all of the Jews out?
That's a good setup.
Are you drunk?
And now we're back to the same question that
my
Zerko
God.
was rambling his fat ass about. It was, the Jews are getting kicked out of 109 countries.
You wanna kick all the Jews out of
that
the
is the
Western
most
world?
retarded thing I've ever heard. Would America be better off? I'll tell you something about Jews. We are incredibly diligent and hardworking, and we stick together because of shit like this. Because we're not welcome everywhere. We're only welcome amongst ourselves, even if we hate each other some of the times.
I'll welcome you guys.
I don't want to be stuck in a survival pod with
right.
Larry David and Sarah Silverman.
David
But
Price.
if everybody's coming after the Jew, my chances of survival are better with those two losers.
So you just admitted what we've been saying. Then the left-wing Jews and the right-wing Jews stick together when it comes to
when you say
Gavin's shaking his head over there, so you're not helping him out.
It's the truth. When the right wingers like Nick want to lump all Jews into one category, it doesn't leave me any room to go after and purge my own society of the opiates in my society. You know, like when you went on your debacle with Kanye and you were going all around and Kanye was on Gavin's show and he said, are all Jews to blame? Blacks aren't disproportionately in crime? Are all blacks? I don't go around saying all blacks are responsible for crimes. Are all Jews evil? And he said, yeah. And it's like, where do I fit into that? That was like I loved Kanye West before that thing. Why did he?
Now you don't like him anymore?
Why would I like him? Why would I
Because
like him
you're
anymore?
because you're not a
It pains
universalist.
me to not listen to his music. When his song comes on the radio, it's like, oh, this fucking piece of shit again.
Because you're
I'm not
looking
gonna
through a
like somebody who
Jew-centric
doesn't like.
lens.
I don't have to like somebody who doesn't like me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I know.
If they don't want me to exist, I don't need to become their fanboy or their
Adam.
their
If you were to get rid of two
altar boy.
religions, okay, if you were given the choice, or you had to get rid of one religion, and it was Islam or Catholicism, which one would you get rid of?
Great question.
Duh.
What?
What'd you say?
Catholicism.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Of course. What do you think? Who do you think you're talking?
Listen,
You're on the debate stage
you
with
guys
Gavin.
have to
We've
understand
known
something.
we've
Well,
known
let him
this.
cook. Let him cook.
Let me
him say
explain
this.
myself. You want to hear an explanation, or do you want my one word?
No, we want the go off, please.
All right. So here's the thing. Jesus was a real man, and he brought down a teaching, and he had a vast menagerie of writings, unbelievable amounts of writings. Somehow the Catholics at Nicaea only saw it important to include Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? Eusebius points out that the first 15 popes were actually Jews. So in the beginning of Catholicism, when they embraced the other teachings of Jesus, like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, and all these other Gospels, there was a lot more palpability between we can't call them Catholics because they weren't Catholics. Catholicism is really a Nicene invention, and it's a Nicene invention based in limiting the amount of texts that people have to understand Jesus. So Catholicism itself is not getting rid of Jesus religions. It's getting rid of fake news inside of Jesus religions. You know, I always wonder why nobody ever stood to learn the Apocrypha or to learn the Nag Hammadi library or any of these other texts that are extremely relevant. I know in the Jewish culture, there are some sages that I follow. If a shoemaker from a distant place said one comment that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai said this while passing in an alley, I would study it. But for some reason, Catholics don't even think that or the Catholic doctrine of Matthew, Mark, the Nicene doctrine. I don't even want to call them Catholics. I want to call them Niceans. The
Dude,
Nicene
you're babbling. What the
doctrine
fuck are you talking
doesn't
about?
allow them to study
This is
anything of
ridiculous.
Jesus besides Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I think that is a detriment to Jesus himself.
But can I ask you one question? So what do you think? So you say that Catholicism is preventing the Jesus followers. You curiously don't call them Christians, Christ meaning Messiah. Now, what is your view about Jesus' crucifixion? Do you think that he was crucified and rose from the dead?
He says that as he's living in still a majority Christian country. He's in the U.S., and there are Jewish people in Middle Eastern countries where Sharia law is practiced, and they are getting tortured and raped and murdered and targeted just like Christians. And so he's saying that he would feel safer. Like this is what I mean. I just like people need to start having reality checks.
I divide the world up into two camps.
Well, would you think that Jesus rose from the dead?
I'm answering you. I divide the world up into two camps. There are those of us who believe that a Messiah is coming, and then there are others who don't. And the rest of it is meaningless. Is the Messiah coming, or is the Messiah not coming? Now, I believe the Messiah is coming. Nick, I hope you believe that the Messiah is coming. If the Messiah
coming back,
Jesus,
coming back for your ass, pal.
Yeah, he's returning.
I'm going to say gesundheit. Hey, if the Messiah comes and it's somebody else, you have to understand something. The Bible is very clear. Every knee will bow and every tongue will profess. Every single person on earth is going to say, oh, that's the Messiah. It's not going to be the Christians and not the Jews. It's not going to be the Jews and not the Christians. It's Ad Shiloh. Shiloh is a gathering of all the peoples of the world, and that is the Messiah. And so there is such a fundamental understanding of the Messiah. Either you believe a Messiah is coming or you don't. I'm a Messianic. I believe that the Messiah is coming. Do I care if it's Jesus? Not at all. If the person comes and fulfills the function of what the Messiah is supposed to do, I will be the first to praise his name.
So this is the reason why the Jews have tried to subvert the Catholic Church. This is the reason why they represent Jesus. They represent Catholic priests in the way that they do in Hollywood. Is because Catholicism and Catholics are their enemy.
Wait. I just want to establish. So you don't then believe that Jesus was crucified and rose from the dead, correct?
I see nothing wrong with any of that. It doesn't bother me.
Do you believe it?
Just answer the question. To my faith.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that happened or no?
Do I believe it happened? It's not something that I think about that often.
So you think about the apocryphal gospels.
I'll tell you something.
And you think about the Council of Nicaea, but you don't think about whether Jesus was really raised from the dead.
More than one person in Judaism came back to life after being dead.
Was Jesus one of them?
Yeah, but
you know what?
Jesus,
for this argument, I'll say fine. That's okay.
Andrew,
it doesn't bother me. It doesn't change the fact.
I am the Son of God. I guarantee you, I can rise from the dead, and he rose from the dead. If there's someone drowned and they were revived, that doesn't count. Jesus was the only one who claimed he was the Son of God, was murdered for it, and then came back and proved them
Jews.
all wrong.
By the Romans.
By the Jews. Adam King is gonna, and this is the reason. This is
by the Romans
too, right?
People in that area are who killed him because of what he was sharing. It went against the ideologies of the time and the culture of the time, like for the majority.
Try to get the Catholic Church to never talk about this.
This
right?
idea that
Adam King will say,
well, hold on. You guys want to go down Jesus and
I know you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say that that a Roman soldier put the spear in him, and the same spear is being paraded around by Hitler when Hitler was in power. It was the Jews told them to kill Christ.
Which Jews? The Jews of Jerusalem, or did all the Jews of all of earth get together and put a vote and say that all the Jews say that this is what's going to happen? Or was it a specific amount of Jews? I personally believe that the Jesus Barabbas situation never even happened. I think it's a fable and it's completely fake. I think there's a lot of the Nicene.
Wait, hold on. I know my mic cuts out when you guys speak. Flaw just told me that. I don't know. That's a sound issue on my end. So sorry. That's why I'm having a hard time interjecting. But Gavin, this is on your side here. I'll say this: you're with Adam. You let us know your opinion. You basically liquid splooged into the microphone, which is a pretty great statement. But I mean, from my understanding, and I don't know if anything's changed, but you're Catholic, or at least you're.
I don't think you understand how farts sound. Like they all sound moist. Do you think I honestly shit my pants?
Well, mine don't sound, dude. What do you eat? You think you're drinking too much beer?
You need to fart into a microphone more often. They all sound juicy. The anal lips have a bare minimum of lube, the same as your mouth lips. So it
anal
sounds like.
Don't be careful. You said anal juicy. So
anal
we got
lips.
But I think I just want to get your opinion because
I am mortified.
Yeah, Gavin's pissed. He's about to read he's broke out the protocols of the elders of Zion.
My co-host would rather annihilate Catholicism than Islam, and I say this I said this to Anthony Cumia. By the way, we talked with Cumia yesterday on Compound Censored about the tunnels for like 20 minutes, so that's why I'm so jaded about the subject. But I came to Zionism from Islamophobia. I don't think people understand that. Tommy Robinson and I are the same. Like, he came to Israel and Zionism from his seething hatred of the Pakistani grooming gangs. And I came to Zionism from my seething hatred of Islam after 9/11. I'm a raging Islamophobe. I don't think Islam is compatible with the modern world. I don't really care about Jews that much. I've never really looked into the Holocaust. It's not a thing. I have, Jew pals, but I came to Judaism from the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So when my friends prefer Islam to Catholicism, dude, I gotta say,
the truth is that
the
truth is
Gavin just got converted.
I know. I saw him pull up on the computer the protocols of the elders of Zion right after he said that. I was like, damn.
I read it.
I was like,
damn. I already read it. I'm a speed reader.
Yeah. See. The thing is that they would.
I think that this is a little bit too complex for you guys. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. It was my turn to speak. I have barely gotten to speak like this whole entire time.
I muted him.
He just admitted. And this is what we've been trying to tell you for a long time, Gavin. They would rather get rid of Catholicism. If they were given the choice between Islam and Catholicism, they would choose to get rid of Catholicism, just like they would choose to get rid of white people and white nations and replace them with Muslims.
A world without
because they view. Hold on a second here. Just like they would happily replace white people with Muslims in white countries because they think that white people are a greater threat to them and to their survival than diverse populations full of Muslims.
Adam,
what's happening in London? It's just like Brett Stevens says. He says that a diverse.
Gavin, let's talk about it. Let's really talk about this issue. Gavin,
come on.
I have.
Don't be like that.
Listen,
don't abandon me.
We were impressed for 2,000 years. Retrieving the lost artifacts of the Jewish people, which are held by the Vatican.
Yeah, I'm out.
I don't think that the Vatican represents. Let me ask you a question. Here's
Let's go.
Question. Here's a real question about Catholicism. Okay?
I knew that question would be
good one, Vince. I appreciate it. So
there he goes.
Now the debate. All right, whatever.
I think he's joking.
You guys do whatever you want, but the truth is the truth is the Jewish people have been oppressed so hard by the Catholics.
It's another show.
What do you expect me to say? The Catholics have all of our documents. The Catholics have all of our possessions. They parade around a story about Jesus that isn't true. They only give a partial truth about the life of Jesus. Did Jesus marry? Did Jesus have children? According to you guys, Jesus was never even had children. According to you guys,
Jesus was the illegitimate son of a Roman soldier named Pantera.
Listen, you guys believe that the Jews killed Jesus because of this Jesus Barabbas myth, which is perpetrated by the Catholics, which has caused the death of millions of Jews around the world. All right, you guys aren't going to hear the difference. You guys don't understand what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. We're just a bunch of stupid goyim, I guess.
You're a stupid goy, but there's other people who are smart goyim. But the truth of the matter is that Catholicism is full of holes. And if you guys want to, Islam is also full of holes. Just so that you know, Vince, I want to see a world where both of these fake religions that plagiarize Judaism are disassembled. Islam says that Ishmael was on the altar 1,700 years after Abraham took Isaac to the altar. These are huge.
Judaism, there's copycatting in there as well. You cannot say that. This is a long video. I'm going in and out. But yeah, I'll prove it after this.
Fundamental things. I think the Quran is as far as a book is concerned, at least Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are real, authentic books. Islam is a complete fabrication. But at least in Islam, the Muslims have been much more kind to Jews throughout antiquity than Catholics have. And I'm not saying Christians, I'm saying Catholics. Catholics, and I don't mean any offense to your heritage or your culture or anything of this nature. All I'm saying is that the Catholic Nicene doctrine has been incredibly oppressive to Jews, continues to deny that the Jews have any rights to our own documents, even though I don't think Jesus would be okay with stealing. But for some reason, it's okay that the Catholic, because Nick says, by the right of conquest, Jesus gets to keep all of our books. By the right of conquest, Jesus gets to keep everything. The Bible clearly says that the Messiah will come on Mount Zion and judge the mountain of Asaph, which is the mountain of Rome. And if you want to hide behind Rome as being like this ideal society of justice and morality, I'm sorry, but you're just mistaken. It's an immoral society.
Is Rome predicated on violence, and you hate Rome because it's genocidal violence?
Nick.
He actually said this. He actually said the Romans had no culture except for violence. That's
okay. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna do some super chats. Some super chats here and some Q&A from the censor.tv. I want to remind you guys something more important than ever is that this show is made possible by both of our sponsors today, which, of course, as we've brought up, the show was brought to you by censor.tv. Make sure you use my promo code OFFENSIVE to get 20% off a membership. We have a lot more debates like this happening. Not all of them will be in front of the paywall. So if you want to get the debates, if you want to get the show, you can do that. But that also reminds me, we got these guys here. They're all hanging out. They have decided to basically put their night on the line. I know even Nick's, Adam, some of these people have probably canceled their shows to be here. And so it's so important that you follow these guys on social media. Their links are in below. You can follow them on Rumble, especially people like Vince, who's obviously been kicked off of literally everything. Make sure you follow him where you can follow him. Same with Adam. Have you been censored?
On everything, yeah. I just want to say one more thing about the Jesus thing, and then I want to.
Wait. We're going to do closing statements. I'm saying follow Adam, and of course, we all know Nick's been censored and everything. He's trying to grow on Rumble, so make sure you follow his Rumble. We'll read a few of the questions from the censored chat. It is late, and then we'll also look at the super chats as well. There's not that many of them because, as you know, that's what it is. But one of the most important things I got to tell you guys is we are regrowing this channel. We got 550-something thousand subscribers on YouTube, and they fucked the channel up. We got a message from Wojecki saying your channel doesn't follow guidelines. You got to delete all your shit back last December. And after we had to clear wipe the channel, it fucked the whole channel and it never recovered. It's been demonetized for 2 years. We're lucky to even have it, but we don't really use it. So make sure to hit the follow button. We have almost 14,000 people watching live right now. And if you don't follow Slightly Offensive, make sure you follow this. You catch the live streams. We're live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And we also have bonus content as well, which again, you can get at censored.tv. Also, don't forget as well to check out our sponsor for today, which is at purgestore.com. You can get the parasite cleanse. You can get immunotherapy. You can get support, things to help your immune system. You can get things to help like rosacea and reddening, like I have dry scalp. Lots of different nutrients and supplements that you can get at the website. Most importantly, get their parasite cleanse because a lot of you have parasites that are affecting your mood, your gut microbiome, and it's really important to support them. They are an amazing America First company. I'm not going to say who the owners are, but they support you. They support this network. Check it out at purgestore.com, promo code Elijah. I'm going to bring up my guests here, and I just want to read a few of these so we can get into this. We have this question here from Wadta. Says, how would Alex Jones feel about Adam's comment about Islam and Catholicism? I guess that's to Adam. How would Alex Jones feel about you not liking Catholicism more than
if
Islam?
Jesus came back today, he would go to a synagogue and not a Catholic church. He would go to a Jewish synagogue to pray, and he would not go to a Catholic church.
Nick?
How would Alex Jones feel about that? Well, Alex Jones has Freemasons, Kabbalists working for him, which is super ironic. So I don't actually think he would mind at all. I mean, based on what he's been saying lately, he's been taking notes.
I think Alex is a bastion of free speech. Just to answer the question, I think Alex creates an environment I think Alex creates an environment where anything goes. One time I heard Alex Stein talking about how he came on my show and he was like, they almost let me say everything I want at Blaze. It's amazing. And I was thinking to myself, I literally could say anything I want at InfoWars. And I respect individual people. It doesn't mean that I have to agree with the doctrine that they and I think, to Vince's question, Islam or Catholicism, I think that's an unfair question, because the truth is I personally would rather do away with both of them, the Quran and the Catholic Nicene doctrine. I believe that it's a fabrication, and it only sets the world back from actually getting closer to the Messiah. And if that Messiah is Jesus, then praise God. I have no problem with Jesus being the Messiah. Jesus is not going to come about through Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John. Jesus is going to come about through all the documents and all the hidden things that are underneath the Vatican, that the Vatican is sheltering and hiding from the entire world. The Vatican is the number one censoring force in creation.
I think that's Jews, actually.
Whatever. It's not. It's the Vatican, and if you're so intimidated by it, come. I invited you to Israel. Nick, take me to the Vatican catacombs. Let's go see what's inside.
I'm not taking you to the Vatican. You'll burst into flames.
Yeah,
but that's okay, because you'll just come back 100 years later.
And to be fair, Alex Stein's a talented guy, but he says whatever he wants on a channel that I built that was given to him. That was my old show, and that's a whole nother story. But then nobody really watches that much anymore. But nobody watches my show either, so it doesn't really matter. But he's a talented guy, and that's great that if you guys have that. And a lot of people allow you to say a lot of things. I think Blaze let me say a lot of things too. I think they're a great company, but the most important thing is that, you know, Alex Jones was even turning his mood on this kind of stuff. Alex went from this very pro-Zionist movement, and even Gavin left the conversation. So I don't even know if Alex is Jewish or whatever he is. He's a talented individual, and you guys might agree on a lot. I have no idea what's going on, but it looks like the tides are turning a little bit, right? It looks like people are sort of switching their perspective, because people like Jews, or they like Israel, or they like all of these things, but they don't exactly support the extent of like what you said, Adam, where it's like, okay, well, Islam or Catholicism, obviously the West is a Christendom. I mean, it's gotten more secular in recent years. People have moved away from this.
And there's so many Bible verses too. And like, I'm going to stop sharing soon, but oh man, I just lost my freaking point. Yes. And so Jesus Christ in the Bible is said to have talked to God, directly to God, and created miracles. Why do they dismiss that, but they don't dismiss the fact that Moses also said that he talked to God? Mount Sinai, I've been on Mount Sinai in Egypt, and that's where it said that Moses is the one that received the Ten Commandments from God. And so like, why they believe that? They believe Abraham spoke to God, or that God spoke to him, and so he made that move into a monotheistic religion. And again, it was also like updated and amended over many years, and so like a separation from when these people were even allegedly alive, and they are also taking information out of previous cultures and religions or belief systems.
But I would say that as we move away, it's began to decay, right? As you move away, it begins to decay. So I don't know if the West would agree. And I want to ask, this is a very serious question to the guys on the table. This is kind of the closing statements. We'll read a few more super chats. Closing statement. Is that the general consensus of religious Jews or of Jewish people? I don't know. I don't know a lot of Jewish, like religious Jewish people. I know secular Jews from LA, so they don't like any religion. But do religious Jews typically all believe that Catholicism is worse than Islam? Because if that's true, that's not the image they put out.
The truth
absolutely.
is,
I mean, it's the reason why you see It's the reason why you see, again, going back like Sarah Silverman, always making fun of Jesus Christ. She once said that, and I know that she's a comedian or whatever, but she once said that, I hope the Jews did kill Christ. Jews hate Christ. And I think it was revealed today. I mean, it was revealed today even to Gavin McInnes, who left the debate. He left his own partner during the debate because he said that. And like I was saying before, when given the choice, if to get rid of Islam or get rid of Catholicism, they will choose Catholicism or really Christianity broadly every single time, just like they would gladly get rid of white people in white countries and replace them with Muslims because they feel safer in a diverse,
Catholicism is not
non-white
Christian.
society. And
Catholicism
just
is not
I just want to say one last thing. This is my closing statement. They believe that the term Judeo-Christian, Nick brought it up. He says, Judeo-Christianity does not exist. It doesn't exist. They're totally opposite things. And Jews hate Christ. They believe that Christ was a lot of them believe that Christ was the illegitimate son of a Roman soldier named Pantera. They believe that Christ is burning in hell in hot excrement. They believe that Mary was a prostitute. And again, I think a lot of this was revealed today. Adam King couldn't help himself but be honest in answering that question. I applaud you for your honesty, and it really showed a lot of people a lot of things today.
Yeah, like that the Catholic Church still holds the largest collection of Jewish books and Jewish original books in the entire world. Those are our possessions. We were killed by the Catholics so that they could take our books. Now,
and apparently you were kicked out of so many nations because of Catholic influence.
And you want to be all like forgiveness and peace and everything.
Yes,
that's
give him
theft.
I agree. Whatever.
Are you supporting theft? It seems like you support theft.
Make copies.
I mean, if you want me to not be, show Nick thinking that he's so fly.
Are you?
Whatever.
Why are you mad? I'm tired.
Mad,
We've been doing this for 2.5 hours. Like, are
look,
these closing statements?
This is how it is, okay?
Bro is
this
mad.
is how it is. I'll give you my closing statements. I'm a Jew. I have grown up my whole life under the power infrastructure that exists in this world, and it doesn't favor the Jew. What favors the Jew is Jews sticking together as Jews, and that is what's propelled us to get us ahead in society. There are historical wrongs that were created. The Bible clearly says what the Messiah comes to do. The Messiah comes to empty the Vatican catacombs, and not only return the Jewish lost objects, but all the lost objects to all the nations of the world. There has been no greater force to erase human history than the Catholic and Roman influence that perpetrated the entire world, not just the West, but the Catholics erased numerous nations inside of Europe. And Christianity was born out of Catholicism because there was a real revolution that needed to take place inside of the church. And it continued to have revolution after revolution after revolution. Are Catholics bad? I'm not here to judge people. I'm here to judge doctrine. The Catholic doctrine is not the correct doctrine of Jesus. There is so many missing books that they don't want you to read. And I encourage all the listeners, read the Apocrypha, read the Nag Hammadi library, read other things. That don't just be interested in the limited things that you're allowed to read about Jesus. The Catholics love giving you a very limited scope of what Jesus is.
Read Jesus in the Talmud.
Jesus is in the Talmud in 3 different places, but also read the Talmud itself, not just memes that you find on the internet that are written in English. Read the Talmud in Aramaic. The Jewish people were one of the only cultures today that still speak Aramaic in the home, which is the language that Jesus spoke. There's a missing link between Jesus-based faiths and Jews. The two, if you truly want to understand Jesus and his teachings and his gospels, you have to understand Judaism. Jesus celebrated Hanukkah. I'll give you an example. The Christians carry the tradition of Maccabees, not the Jews. It's Jesus that brings the tradition of the book of Maccabees, not the Jews. The book of Maccabees is not in the Jewish lexicon. It's in the Christian lexicon. These are very important things. Jesus lit a Hanukkah menorah. He didn't have a Yuletide Christmas tree. We have to become honest about what these things are. Is the Easter Bunny Catholic? Is the Christmas tree Catholic or Jesus-based?
No,
Catholicism and
these are all
Jesus are
mockeries
very
that the
different
Jews
things.
intentionally tried to make about Christianity through media and through culture. But can you wrap it up? We want to get the super chats. Can you hurry
Yeah,
up with your
yeah,
Nick has to give his closing statements too.
please, because we want to get the super chats to go ahead and by the way, I'm sure with Gavin leaving, I'm sure it's a little bit frustrating. So I kind of want to give you the precedence of not leaving as well, because I know in these kind of debates, when someone walks out, it can be a lot as well. So I appreciate you, Adam, staying on and not throwing in the towel when when Gavin did. But go ahead and close up, then we'll give it to Nick, and then we're going to read the super chats, and then we'll be good to go.
Look, I want to just say that before Zerka showed up, I think we were like really onto something, and he came in to shit stir, and that is what it is. But that's who he is. He's just a low life shit stirrer. So whatever. Look, I see a new future. I see a different world where I believe in the world of the Messiah. This was about Israel, Zionism, and the future of humanity. And the future of humanity is that the Messiah is coming, whether you want to see the Messiah or whether you think you know who the Messiah is or whether the Jews know who the Messiah is. It doesn't matter who the Messiah is. What matters is what the Messiah is going to do. And it's not that we need to look into the past and have to come to some grand acceptance, and the Christians are going to and the Catholics are going to submit the Jews, and then all the Jews are going to be like, oh, it was Jesus, and then after that, then Jesus will come back. But and I don't even want to focus this on Jesus or my closing statements on Jesus, because this whole thing was about Zionism, and this whole thing was about Jews and Judaism and Israel. And truth be told, Israel is a modern miracle of God's doing. Can humans help in the hand of God's miracles? Absolutely. And the prophecy clearly states that the Jews will be brought back from all the nations of the world. Read Ezekiel 38-40, and will be brought.
And UK was a huge contributor, and Christians to Israel acquiring a state
back to the land of their home, and they will build a nation there. And the question that you have to ask yourself is that a sign of the coming of the Messiah or not? And the truth, the final function of the Messiah, like I said, the Messiah is the personhood of the Messiah is irrelevant. The function is what matters. And that will be that the mountain of Zion will judge the mountain of Asaph. And that is the Catholic Church. That is Rome. And that will be the emptying out of the Vatican catacombs. We're going to find out all sorts of things when that happens. Don't interrupt my closing statements.
Dude, you've been going on for like 10 minutes. The reason why Jews are returning to Israel, or maybe might return to Israel in the future, is because we see the destruction of Western nations intentionally, probably for in part this reason, to get the Jews to leave these Western nations and return to Israel. But you've been going on for 10 minutes.
I haven't been going
Nick has to get in.
I'm giving my closing sentence.
Dude, it's been 10 minutes.
My closing sentence or not? Do you want to hear what I have
sentence?
To say,
yeah, closing sentence. Wrap it up.
Closing sentence is the Messiah's coming, and everybody has to deal with that. Everybody's going to have to rectify what they believe the Messiah is coming here to do. If you believe that the Messiah is coming here to convert all the Jews to Catholicism, you're probably going to be disappointed when the Messiah comes and goes straight to a synagogue and goes straight to Judaism, puts on tefillin, and prays to the God of Israel. My God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is who the God of creation is. And when it comes down that the Messiah comes back, the Messiah is going to bring people to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's a very serious thing that is going to happen. And there will be justice that will be about, because the Messiah comes to bring justice. The Messiah is justice.
All right.
And the Messiah will empty out the catacombs of the Vatican.
We're gonna wrap that up, and I do want to let you know, Adam, please stay on because there's some questions for you in the super chats. Nick, closing statement, please let us know. And then the super chats are not that long; there's not a ton of them, but we just want to make sure we get through the questions to encourage people to support the show. Go ahead and let us know your closing thoughts.
Okay, well, closing statement. Just thanks everybody for being a part of this. Actually, even though I disagree with Adam, severely on religion, I actually respect that he came on, because a lot of Jewish people don't do that. So, and like Vince said, he's honest, and there's a value to that, and we appreciate Gavin coming on. Always is a treat. And Vince and Elijah, thank you for hosting and putting this whole thing together. Great viewership. I thought it was a great discussion. Overall, I thought it was a good discussion. The thing is, on some level, I think Adam's right. A lot of people just don't know about the Jews. That's just it. I mean, I think that a lot of, like Gavin said, a lot of people regard the Jews as basically funny white people. Like, they're just white, but a little bit different. Like, they celebrate Hanukkah and they have these funny holidays and things like that. But I think Adam is right. And he's also right that Jews do study Aramaic and Hebrew and the ancient languages. And I think that Gentiles should learn them. Gentiles used to learn Greek, Hebrew, Latin, sometimes Aramaic, and study those texts. I think people should look at what's in the Talmud. I think people should read the Zohar. People should learn about Kabbalah, and they should learn about the Jewish role in society. And I think when they do, what they will find is that, look, these people have no affinity for the real Christians, which are Catholics. It's a fundamentally different religion, and it's almost what defines them is that they don't worship Jesus. And the other thing is this sort of narcissistic race loyalty. It's just sort of this endless recitation of, poor us, we were oppressed, our stuff is under the Vatican, when are we going to get ours? We're constantly under siege. And, I get where it's coming from. It's not that it's unfounded. But what was amazing is that in this debate, Adam even alienated his own. I mean, there was a Gentile Catholic who was willing to stand next to him and defend the state of Israel and defend the Jewish people. And, he wasn't even thinking, there wasn't even enough grace or consideration for the other or for a non-Jew, that when he was obviously set up, it was an obvious setup, easiest question ever. Would you eliminate Islam or Catholicism? Without even blinking, he said, Catholicism. But that's because, but they don't even think like that. They're not even thinking about the Christian next to them. They're not even thinking about the other people, because what they're thinking about is how they have been suffering for thousands of years and persecuted by Hitlers and popes and Caesars. And this is where there's a deep-seated animosity, which will never be relieved for Europeans and for Catholics, specifically for Rome. Okay, can I finish my closing statement? Which is represented by Rome, whether it's a Catholic Church representing Rome and Europa representing Rome. They have this animosity for it, which is with a religious fervor. And maybe that's fine and well. This is the last thing I'll say. But these people have a lot of power. So it's people with a lot of power, whether they're religious or not, and they have this deep-seated animosity that they've had for thousands of years because they think they're the ultimate victim. That's a poison. It's a very poisonous mentality to have. I mean, they rule over a Christian European nation, and yet they have this feeling towards us. So, contrary to what people say, I'm not a bigot. I'm not blaming them for problems. I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I don't want to kill anybody. I don't want to remove anybody. But I think that people need to consider, who is responsible enough to run our country? And I think that's Christians. And I think it should be significantly European. And that's my closing statement. That's my thesis for the
Vince, did you technically get a closing or no?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So let me
go to super chats.
Yeah, let me go to these super chats here. So really big shout out to some of these people. I really do feel like a new streamer, by the way, because I'm new to streaming. I just got my Rumble channel back about a year ago next month. So I just got this channel back and ownership of it. It was really small. We've gone up to 40,000 subs in about a year. So that's really fucking cool. We've gotten these people, and we just started getting live chats recently on here. So it's new to me on here, and I'm really appreciative of you guys. And I want to say that everyone on here knows, Adam knows, Vince knows, and Nick knows. We don't take your support for granted. That's your shares, your clipping the videos, that's your comments, that's your engagement in the chats, and of course also your super chats, financial support, memberships. It's super fucking cool that we can have a parallel economy, that we can continue to support ourselves, because these people fucking suck that we're fighting their fucking blow, and maybe something bad will happen to them one day, and I hope it does. But we got a super chat here from Im Hopolite. Just told me to stay the fuck out of their way on X, but I take that as a friendly thing because they sent $100. Clean Leon said, Adam, do you think the politicians that AI PAC buys are good stewards of America?
No, not at all.
Okay, Vince?
The question cut off. Sorry, say that one more
Oh,
time.
yeah. Do you think the politicians that AI PAC buys are good stewards of America?
Of course not.
Nick?
No.
I think we could all agree that all of our politicians suck.
Yeah. No, I agree. We got one from Impolite. Also said Nick won with a giant golden medallion and $100. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Pudding Popper said, "Win Elijah, win Vince, win Nick, win Jesus Christ, Son of God, El Mole people. Thank you for hosting our boys and congrats on the biggest debate of the year so far." And by the way, this was the biggest show on the entire Rumble website. So that's really good. This was the whole website. This was the biggest show. And it's been the biggest show, but they still won't put us on the featured. And we got to figure out why they'll never put the show on the featured. We'll be the biggest live on the website.
Yeah, they do that to Nick too. They do that to Nick almost every live stream, and they do it to me too. Like my videos get way more views than most of the people in the same topic, and they don't put it up on the. It's like every Nick stream. Every Nick stream is not on the front page.
No, but we'll have thousands of like my last show. We'll have thousands of people watching. We're like in the top 3, and we're not even any. We can't even like find us even in like the top of. We're the top in like podcasts. You can't even find us in our category. It's like down, and so I think there's got to be some. Well, hopefully, I want to talk to Chris, the CEO, see why the fuck they're doing that, because I really like Rumble and I think it's got a good future. So we'll see. Base Dolph Greupler 88 says, Jesus, sorry, Jesus didn't have a Christmas tree. No way, really, idiot. Also, by the way, you guys are really psychotic because on one of the last streams, one of Nick's supporters sent in a question and we put it up on the screen. But when on our software here, when we show chats, right? So like if we take people and we show them, it shows their doppelganger. And for some reason, you guys kept putting frogs. But so we put them up because there was frog. But then frogs were wearing like swastika t-shirts and stuff. We didn't notice that. So like all throughout the stream, there's just like swastikas popping up on the screen from like frogs. And I didn't notice until some journalist was like, "Why do you have swastikas on your live stream?" And I was like, I did not know that's what the fuck was going on. Thank you for letting me know. But you guys are fucking hilarious. You guys do crazy shit. And I think it's weird. But I know, by the way, Adam, thanks for being a good sport on this stuff, by the way. I think he's on a phone call. Is he getting the call on the stream? What's going on? What's happening? Is everyone muted? Why is everyone muted? What's going on here? Okay.
I'm muted.
I'm answering the call. Give me a second, then I'll answer the super chats.
No worries.
Oh, he's got the call. He got the call.
I got the call. Right.
Dude. Are we getting a call on a live stream? That's fine.
Don't joke about that. We've been persecuted for 2,000 years. It's not funny. Our treasures are under the Vatican, you stupid goy. Go ahead. Where are you going?
Nowhere. Clean Leon said Israel.
Looking for Chabads under his desk.
I'm here to answer any of the super chats if anybody wants to ask a question. I just have family obligations. I got to answer this. It's been 3 fucking hours.
Are you mad that you're on here? I got a kid too.
Hey, I'll call you back. They want me on the
I'm not trying to press you to do it.
He's like inconvenienced.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll call you back.
No,
Thank you for your time.
to be fair, it's a voluntary thing. You can switch off. I don't want to fuck around if your family's mad. You can always jump
No. It's fine. Let's go.
All right.
Clean Leon
said Israel gets the oil from the Kurds thanks to the Iraq war. The price is secret, but we know it is below market rate because Israel exports it for profit. America first. Adam, you want to answer that? That was a good question.
I don't know who Israel gets its oil from.
Okay. We have one here that says Israel is controlling the world using astral projection. This is from someone named Big Admin Forever. Remote viewing to read your mind and control you like Simon Magus, controlling Samaria. Check it out. Tim Rathot videos. Bow down witches. Adam, that is a really interesting thing because I don't like using the word conspiracy, and I'm not trying to corroborate what this claim was made. But a lot of people, right, what he's claiming is that like Jews, I know what this goes back to, right? This is like the Talmudic idea of like Saturn worship and like it's like a form of witchcraft, etc. Is that a legit, according to you, right? Because I've seen some of these comments on these types of debates. Is Talmudic Judaism like a form of like has similarities like Kabbalah type of like witchcraft stuff, or is that mostly just a myth or like an anti-Semitic trope type of thing?
Like, are you asking if the Talmud is esoteric?
Well, just if it's in the realm of like witchcraft. Yeah,
No,
like
it's
astral
not.
projection, all that
It's
kind of
not.
stuff.
The Talmud is this series of legal debates about basic society, like if your ox gores somebody else's ox,
Yeah.
who ends up picking up the fee? Inside of the Talmud, there's a section called the Ein Yaakov, which is like all of the more esoteric stuff. But the truth is there's so much more to the Torah than just the Mikra, which is the 24 books. The Talmud actually is originally originally it's called the Mishnah. The Mishnah was a period of about 300 or 400 years where all it was called the Anshe Knesset Gadol, the men of the great assembly. Those who came back from the Babylonian exile wrote down the Mishnah, and then later the Amoraim came and commented on the Mishnah, and together those two bodies, which is roughly like 600 to 800 years of time, was codified in the Talmud. It's a series of writings. And some of it is very esoteric. Some of it is not. But originally there were 600 tractates of Mishnah. Today we only have 6. One of the claims that the Jews have is the Vatican is holding on to the other tractates of Mishnayot, which is fundamental to our religion and our way of life.
Okay, we have one more question. This is for everybody, actually. This is from the censored chat, so we'll have about 5 more questions, just so you know, unless anyone sends a last-minute super chat, so you guys know you can get some sleep. I know it's been about 3 hours. Don't worry, I still got a whole nother show to make for the Gateway Pundit after this to launch in a couple hours. But somebody asked right here. They said number 1. Red said Elijah. Unfortunately, bad team up. Adding Zerka was cringe. Flodzilla is retarded. I don't agree with that. But Tunnel Jew, that's your name? Oh, geez. Okay, so Tunnel Jew asked, tell us what y'all think of Goyim. Are Goyim considered cattle? I don't even know what that means, but let's just throw to anybody who wants to. I don't know what that means. But
the word Goyim means nation. Everyone is a goy. Even Jews are goyim. So when people say that the Jews call the Gentiles goyim, everyone is a goy. Every human being is a goy. And no, the Gentiles are not cattle.
Okay. You guys agree with that? Do you think the Jews think that people are less than, or like that they can like cattle, or is that an anti-Semitic trope?
That's just a total lie. Of course, Jews use goy in a derogatory way against Gentiles. To say that they don't is just that is what they do.
We use the term to describe the other, that which is not Jewish, but it is not a derogatory term.
But you do use it in a derogatory way.
Well, it's the same way that the Muslims use dhimmi and the Catholics use apostate.
Okay, there you go. And not only that, but what do you think about the Kabbalist view that Gentiles our souls cannot raise to the same level as the Jews? Do you believe that?
So I'm happy that you brought this up, because this is a very good topic to get into. Everybody, Judaism is really
just like a short one, though.
Yes, Gentiles could get to Gentiles could even get to certain higher levels than Jews. If you want to know the truth. In Kabbalah, it's about accessing higher levels of free will, and the greatest person of all time was actually who accessed free will was actually a complete sinner. He was a horrible person, but the highest level was actually reached by a Gentile, and his name was Bilam, but that was the highest level of like, I don't know what you call it, like reality bending consciousness or
I would say
whatnot.
It would be accessing the higher levels of consciousness and becoming illuminated. So even with the 7 chakras or energy systems, you have like the 7th chakra, the crown chakra. This is connected to gold and oil and Christ oil, and so there's representations of Jesus Christ being symbolic or representative of the sun, a representative of the sun, and its travel path through the zodiacal belt, but that he was an illuminated being, and this is by like following the Ten Commandments and resist the story of Jesus Christ, essentially. And so you've got Mithras, Dionysus, Horus, so many others throughout history, where not so many others, but there are people throughout history who have been discussed as being like higher level beings. But I think this is people that have just been able to access their seventh chakra within this cosmos. I think that's the point to this.
There is to argue. I mean, Bilam didn't have a relationship with God. Moses had the relationship with God, and in that respect, it's a much higher level. But I'm using this to illustrate the point that this concept that Jews feel that Gentiles are beneath them is not true. Jews feel that everybody has something to collectively add to the quilt of humanity, and we would love to be able to share our unique tradition and culture with the world, and we believe that it could help illuminate everything. And to be honest with you, just to get back to the stuff about Jesus,
but you don't proselytize. In fact, you're against it.
No, we don't convert. We don't proselytize people. But sometimes I think like maybe it is like I don't want to convert people to Judaism, but I definitely want to teach people about the Torah. I want to teach the Gentiles about the Torah. And I think that Christians are the most ready to receive it because they've embraced the Messiah already. They are ready to receive a messianic figure. Even Islam doesn't have...
Jesus Christ. So this is where like he just keeps talking and talking and talking. It's actually kind of frustrating me a little bit because like Nick is not getting any time at all. And so this is just some Christian perspective here. Okay, so my God is a sovereign of the universe. He has an eternal path which encompasses all of human history. And that plan is the dispensation of the fullness of times. He might gather together in one all things in Christ. Ephesians 1:10. Towards this end, God worketh all things around the counsel of his own will, free will. Ephesians 1:11. He changed the times and the seasons. He removeth kings and setteth up kings. Daniel 2:21. So the old people that had been like in positions of power and rulership replaced and setting up other kings. This God created all things, and in him we live and move and have our being, and by him all things consist. For of him and through him and to him are all things, to whom be glory for all things, to whom be glory forever. Romans 11:36. Knowing this God, I don't have to wring my hands at human affairs. They are safely in his hands. So anyways, this is not me saying this article. Okay, so my gospel is the gospel of eternal salvation by God's grace through the vicarious atonement of Jesus Christ. It is God's free gift without works and sacrament. Without works and sacrament. It is a gospel for individuals. It saves souls, not nations. It is spiritual, not political. We vary differently. We have a different authority. My authority is the Holy Bible, which I hold to be the verbal, plenarily inspired word of God, and sole authority for faith and practice. This is what it claims to be, and what is shown to be many infallible proofs. We have a different citizenship. My citizenship is in heaven, and I am a pilgrim in the present world. For our conversation is in heaven, from whence also we look for the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Philippians 3:20, which means to us as well, or to a lot of Christians, that Jesus Christ is already in heaven, and we will meet him when we die if we follow his path or his footsteps that were laid out by God, or through God through him, or from God through him. And so different perspectives. So my perspective of life, viewed from God's eyes, not man's. This perspective is revealed in God's word, where I am told, if ye then be risen with Christ, seek those things which are above, where Christ sitteth in the right hand of God, on the right hand of God. So again, this is even like, anyway, I was going to talk about the Christ oil again, but I won't. Set your affection on things above, not on things on the earth. For ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in God. When Christ, who is our life, shall appear, Then shall ye also appear with him in glory. Colossians 3:1-4. Okay, so, and we also got to be wary of from verses, like just knowing if it's from the Old Testament or the New Testament. Okay, so I see spiritual fundamentals as the root of America's ills. A primary fundamental is the condition of the churches, which in turn dramatically affects the character of the people. The church is the pillar and ground of the truth, and the American has always been a nation of churches, or like a big church. Well, that was the goal. Okay, so my goal in life is to please God, who has saved me by his amazing grace, and to fulfill his calling, which is to be ambassador of Christ. 2 Corinthians 5:20. For ye are bought with a price, therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. 1 Corinthians 6:20. My battles are spiritual, and we fought with spiritual weapons. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. 2 Corinthians 10:4-5. See, this is why Nick Fuentes gets upset when this Adam guy just completely just disrespects Christianity. And but anyways, when they've also hijacked information from previous belief systems from the Canaanites and others. Okay, because of my faith in Jesus Christ and his infallible word, I have the spirit of faith and trust and patience and hope and encouragement, not frustration and anger and fighting and bitterness and disappointment. So it goes on from there, but I know this is a really long video, but I'm trying to get it all completely like in one long version that people can just pause at certain points and watch. But it just gives like a really big overview of very important topics all in one place. Okay, so where's it I look at? Where is it? Okay, so this is the creation myth of the Proto-Indo-Europeans. Okay, so this predates Judaism and Christianity. So in the beginning there was nothing, there was no light, there was no dark. It was a place devoid.
There was nothing. There was no light. There was no dark. It was a place devoid of heat's embrace and cold's bitter touch. It was a time before gods and before mortals. Within this nothingness, the seeds of the cosmos began to stir. From the boundless emptiness emerged two distinct mists, one warm, the other cold. These mists intertwined in a celestial dance, marking the beginning of a primordial creation. From this cosmic confluence, the first entities emerged, not gods or humans, but primordial beings, the architects of existence. Our story unfolds with three such beings being born from the cosmic womb. Among them were Manus and Emo, entities bearing semblance to man, brothers twinned by fate itself, their names meaning first man and twin. The first, a priestly figure, the latter, a kingly figure. Their companion, the third being, was a primordial cow whose existence symbolized sustenance and life, essential for the journey ahead. As the aeons passed
Sacred cows in this.
and brothers traversed the newborn cosmos, their thoughts birthed gods and goddesses, entities striving to impose order upon the chaos that bubbled
chaos.
from creation's depths. Yet, the cosmos remained untamed, a realm of endless potential and peril. The cosmos needed order. Feeling the struggle between order and chaos, the weight of their solitude and the
Even in our
vast
lives, we need
emptiness
order.
around them, Manus and Jimo yearned for stability, a sanctuary where gods could dwell and order could flourish. In a sacrifice born from love, necessity, and the need for order, Emo offered himself to lay the foundation for the cosmos' sanctuary. Manus, with a heavy and grateful heart, accepted his...
So this is another reason why there are people who believe that these huge mountains and masses like around the world are possibly that of even bigger giants than what I think there were. I think that again, this is a myth that just again has just been told throughout time. But I do think that there were giant humans. I do, like 10 feet, 20 feet, maybe even 30 feet. And there are records of this in geology societies papers from like the 1800s that I've been reading over again. And so anyways.
His brother's sacrifice, performing a ritual of significance. This had to be carried out properly so as not to upset the cosmos or the gods. And once the mortal blow had been carved, Yemo's body was separated.
Another sacrifice, sacrificing life just like Jesus Christ, very similar.
Into three
and
pieces.
Sacrifice with Moses and Isaac.
His head, his torso, and his legs. From the sacrifice of Yemo's body, a world was crafted. His flesh became the fertile earth, his bones the mountains and stones, his blood the rivers and seas, and from his hair the verdant grass was laid upon the earth. Manus placed Yemo's eyes in the heavens, creating the sun above and the moon below. His brain transformed into clouds, and his final breath became the wind.
So God, the architect
Yet,
of this cosmos.
A world without life was a world unfulfilled, and so Manus then sacrificed their companion to a primordial cow, birthing the flora and fauna that.
This is just like in the spring, when you plant seeds. It's in Taurus, just after the spring equinox, equal amount of day and night.
Would thrive upon the earth, and from the remnants of Yemo, Manus fashioned humanity, instilling in them qualities reflective of their divine origins, kingship, priesthood, warriors, and the essence of the common folk. Manus combined a piece of Yemo's head, torso, and legs to make a man in the image of Yemo, and said to him that he would be king, for this would ensure the best chance of prosperity. And then, from the final piece of Yemo's head, Manus made priests. From the final pieces of his body, he made warriors, and from the last...
tales of Ophiuchus being broken apart, split apart into multiple different pieces, and in other ancient texts as well.
Last pieces of Yemo's legs, Manus made the commoners and the farmers. Upon this newly created world, Manus sensed Yemo's presence. His living essence had become the Lord of the other world, a realm for all those who die. Manus introduced the sacred rites of sacrifice, teaching that through these rituals, order and balance could be maintained, ensuring the cosmos's continual renewal.
Jesus.
And so it was that the people lived, farming the land, and the cows became a symbol of prosperity, as they were such useful animals. Humans believed that they could have only come as gifts from the gods. They used their hide for clothing, the bones for tools, urine for disinfectant, manure for fertilizer, the flesh for food. They could even use its milk to feed.
So, like, we need more cows, right? Bill Gates, cool it.
Themselves and their children. And so the warriors were used to protect the people and these sacred cows, the gift of the gods. As the priests sacrificed the people and the cows to the cosmos, the gods tried to keep chaos at bay. The Sky Father, the Earth Mother, the Storm God, the Ocean God, fertility gods, and others kept the cosmos in order as time passed. Yet, order and balance was a fragile state in this world, for chaos, ever cunning, found pathways to seep back in. Over time, as people stopped performing rituals or left the settlements, chaos manifested itself, eventually personified into Ingui, a three-headed, six-eyed serpent, who was the embodiment of chaos. This sly and vile creature who, in an unprovoked attack, stole the sacred cows off the people's land, drove chaos into the heart of order that Manus and Yemo strived to establish. The people called on the strongest of the warriors to retrieve the cattle. This warrior was named Trito, a name meaning third. He stepped forward and accepted the challenge, and he...
Hercules. There's so many tales of this as well, where warriors going out to kill a beast.
He spent the day preparing special libations and offering to drink this drink in honor of the storm god, a god of strength and power, the warrior's god. This drink
Drink wine in communion and eat bread.
allowed Trito to possess some of the strength of the storm god, enough to make him as strong as Ingri. And with his strength he embarked on the quest to the border of his people's land, a place where mountains touched the sky. His journey led him high into the mountains, where he confronted Ingri in a cave. There they fought, and it ended with the serpent's defeat, and with this, Trito could restore peace and order. He drove the rescued cattle out the cave and headed back towards his land. When he arrived back at the settlement, he was declared a hero. He told the story of how he killed the three-headed, six-eyed serpent, and from this, a poem was written about him, and this would ensure that his fame would never die. After this, the priests offered a cow, the finest of the reclaimed herd, as a sacrifice to the gods. Its smoke carried the people's prayers to the heavens, and this pleased the gods, and it sealed Chaos's defeat. Yet, the saga of creation is an eternal cycle, where peace is but a precursor to the resurgence of chaos, a reminder of the delicate balance of the cosmic order of things. This, then, is the tale of creation, according to the early Indo-Europeans, a myth 8,000 years old, of beginnings and becomings, of sacrifice and salvation, a testament to the enduring quest for order amidst the chaos that exists in the cosmos today.
Does that not sound like a little bit like Christianity and Judaism, etc.? Okay, anyways, long video. So on that note, I will leave it at that. I'm away for a few days, and I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Monday. Ciao.